Tide Homicide. Chapter 1. Gumbo Malone cracked one eye open and immediately regretted the decision. Sunshine, that sadistic Florida bully, had found the one gap in his bamboo blinds and aimed a precision laser of hangover-intensifying brightness directly at his face. A squadron of miniature jackhammer operators had apparently taken up residence in his frontal lobe during the night, working overtime with union-violating enthusiasm. "Oon," he articulated eloquently to the empty stilt house. The clock on his nightstand, shaped like a pelican swallowing a fish that perpetually refused to go down, read 10:17. AM or PM was anyone's guess, though the punishing sunshine suggested the former. 3 empty bottles of Captain Morgan's stood in accusatory formation on his coffee table, surrounded by the scattered remains of last night's case files. Gumbo rolled onto his side and was promptly punished by a wave of nausea that could have qualified as a minor tropical depression. His stilt house swayed slightly with the morning tide, a charming feature when sober and a vomit-inducing nightmare when pickled in rum. Never again, he promised the ceiling fan, which continued its lazy rotations with complete indifference to his suffering. It was a promise he'd made approximately 147 times in the past 3 years, each one honored with the same reverence as a politician's campaign pledge. The stilt house had been his home since his dramatic exit from corporate America, an exit that involved telling his boss to perform anatomically impossible acts with the quarterly earnings report. Perched on weathered pilings 10 feet above the capricious waters of Tampa Bay, the ramshackle structure had survived 3 hurricanes, 17 tropical storms, and one particularly enthusiastic bachelor party involving fireworks and a misplaced tiki torch. Last month's freak storm had nearly ended its winning streak, ripping away part of the deck and flooding the kitchen. The repairs had been completed yesterday, hence the celebration that currently felt like a fatal error in judgment. Gumbo's phone erupted in a jaunty steel drum rendition of Margaritaville, causing him to flinch as if physically struck. "This better involve either imminent death or free breakfast," he growled into the receiver. "Good morning to you too, Sunshine," came the cheerful voice of Ellie Hightower, his business partner and the only person he knew who actually enjoyed mornings. "I take it the grand reopening of Casa de Malone went well. If by well you mean I may have permanently damaged vital organs, then yes, spectacularly. Hydrate, sweetie. You sound like you've been gargling with industrial sandpaper." Gumbo fumbled for the water bottle he kept bedside and took a desperate gulp. "You calling just to enjoy my misery, or is there actual business?" "Always business with you." "Never, how are you, Ellie? Or how's that online accounting course going, Ellie?" She affected a wounded tone that didn't fool him for a second. "How's that online accounting course going, Ellie?" he parroted dutifully. "Fascinating, actually. Did you know there are 17 different ways to depreciate a fishing boat for tax purposes? But that's not why I called." Her voice shifted to what Gumbo had come to think of as her accountant mode, precise and slightly smug. "We need to talk expansion. The PI business is booming. My coffee shop can run itself, and frankly, I'm tired of converting my storage closet into a conference room every time we meet a client." Gumbo squinted at the ceiling, trying to focus his thoughts through the rum fog. "Expansion? We've been partners for exactly 3 months. 3 successful months. The embezzling dolphin trainer case, alone paid for." A sharp knock at the door cut her off. Gumbo groaned. "Hold that thought. Someone's at the door, which is weird because nobody knows I'm conscious yet." He stumbled across the living room, narrowly avoiding a collision with his second-hand coffee table, allegedly once owned by a Seminole chief, according to the suspiciously enthusiastic flea market vendor. The floorboards creaked ominously beneath his feet, still not quite settled after the repairs. Throwing open the door with more force than intended, Gumbo found himself staring at nothing. Then he adjusted his gaze downward to discover a FedEx delivery person who barely cleared 5 feet, clipboard extended like a shield. "Daniel Malone?" the courier asked, clearly unimpressed by the disheveled specimen before him. "The very same," Gumbo confirmed, accepting the clipboard and scrawling something that resembled a signature the way a child's drawing resembles fine art. The courier handed over a padded envelope, muttered something that might have been, "Have a nice day," or possibly, "You look like roadkill," and departed with the alacrity of someone who delivered packages in Florida in August professionally. "Package," Gumbo reported back into the phone as he retreated into the blessed dimness of his living room. "Ooh, mysterious. Open it." Ellie's voice crackled with the enthusiasm of someone not battling apocalyptic hangover symptoms. Gumbo squinted at the sender information. "See Blackwood, Tampa." The name meant nothing to him. With the surgical precision of a man whose motor skills were operating at approximately 60% capacity, he tore open the envelope and appended its contents onto the coffee table. Out tumbled a newspaper clipping, an unmarked USB drive, and a check that made Gumbo's bloodshot eyes widen to potentially dangerous proportions. "Holy mother of..." "What? What is it?" Ellie demanded. "A retainer check for $20,000, Gumbo whispered, as if speaking too loudly might cause the check to vanish. He picked up the newspaper clipping. "Tampa Tech Tycoon found dead in home aquarium." "Read it to me," Ellie commanded, curiosity sharpening her voice. Gumbo cleared his throat, which felt like sandpaper rubbing against more sandpaper. Maxwell Blackwood, 53, founder and CEO of Aqua Solutions, was found dead in his home on Tuesday evening. Initial reports suggest Blackwood drowned in his custom 500-gallon saltwater aquarium. Police are investigating potential foul play, as the security system was disabled, and several rare fish specimens were missing from the tank. His wife, Cordelia Blackwood, discovered the body upon returning from a charity event. "Cordelia Blackwood," Ellie repeated. "As in C. Blackwood? As in your mysterious check writer?" "Appears so." Gumbo examined the USB drive cautiously, as if it might contain digital anthrax. She also included this. "Don't plug unknown devices into your computer," Ellie said automatically. "Basic cybersecurity, Gumbo. Have the data extracted professionally." "Yes, Mom." A flash of movement outside the window caught Gumbo's attention. A massive brown pelican, distinguishable from all other brown pelicans by the jagged scar across its left wing, had landed on his newly rebuilt deck railing. Old Scarback, the unofficial mascot of his little stretch of Tampa Bay, regarded him with ancient, unblinking eyes. "You've got to be kidding me," Gumbo muttered. "What now?" Ellie asked. "Scarback's here. Every time that bird shows up, my life gets complicated." "It's a bird, not an omen," Ellie said, practical as always. "Though your new client sounds interesting. Wealthy widow, suspicious drowning, missing exotic fish. It's like someone designed a case specifically for your weird expertise intersection." "I haven't taken the case yet," Gumbo pointed out, though they both knew the check had essentially made that decision for him. "Sure you haven't," Ellie replied, sarcasm dripping from each syllable. "Listen, about the expansion." Gumbo's other line buzzed. "Unknown number." "Hold that thought again." "Another call coming in." "Fine, but we're discussing office space later." Ellie disconnected before he could argue. Gumbo switched lines, suppressing a groan as the movement sent a fresh wave of pain through his temples. "Malone Investigations," he answered, attempting to sound professional rather than recently disinterred. "Mr. Malone." The voice was female, cultured with the faintest trace of a southern accent buried beneath years of careful grooming. "Cordelia Blackwood. I believe you received my package." "Just this moment, Mrs. Blackwood." He straightened instinctively, as if she could see him through the phone. "I was about to call you to discuss." "No time," she interrupted smoothly. "My driver will collect you in 30 minutes. Pack overnight essentials. We'll be staying at my Tampa residence while you investigate my husband's murder. Oh, hold on. Gumbo's investigative instincts cut through the hangover fog. The article says drowning, possibly foul play. You're saying murder? A momentary silence. When Cordelia spoke again, her voice had dropped an octave, like velvet wrapped around steel. My husband was a strong swimmer who installed panic buttons inside his aquarium, specifically because he often swam with his fish. The medical examiner found puncture wounds consistent with lionfish spines. And someone took only the endangered species worth 6 figures each on the black market, leaving behind the common specimens. Gumbo whistled softly. The police are focusing on me, naturally. The grieving widow is always suspect number 1. Her laugh was brittle as thin ice. I need someone without preconceptions, Mr. Malone. Your reputation suggests you see patterns others miss. My reputation? He glanced around his shambles of a living room, wondering what reputation she could possibly be referring to. The Sarasota smuggling ring case. The missing manatee researcher. Detective Hastings speaks highly of your unconventional methods. Linda Hastings. Of course. His former classmate had a persistent habit of referring cases his way, usually the weird ones that made other investigators back away slowly. 30 minutes isn't much notice, Gumbo hedged, mentally calculating how quickly he could shower, pack, and consume enough coffee to resurrect his basic cognitive functions. The retainer should compensate for the inconvenience. Her tone suggested further negotiation would be pointless. Black Escalade driver named Marcus. And Mr. Malone. Bring swimming trunks. My husband's aquarium might still hold answers. The line went dead. Gumbo stared at his phone, then at old Scarback, who tilted his head in what looked suspiciously like knowing amusement. Don't start, Gumbo told the bird. He shuffled toward the shower, mind already cycling through the possibilities. A tech CEO dead in his own fish tank. Exotic marine specimens stolen. A wealthy widow with perfect timing and a conveniently large retainer. Nothing good ever came from cases involving the ultra-wealthy. His corporate career had taught him that much. But nothing interesting ever came from playing it safe, and Danny Gumbo Malone had left safe behind, along with his corner office and company health insurance. 20 minutes later, showered and marginally more alive, Gumbo stood on his deck with an overnight bag and a thermos of coffee strong enough to qualify as a controlled substance. Old Scarback remained on the railing, watching with beady-eyed interest. Well, Gumbo asked the bird, any sage advice before I dive into this particular alligator pit? The pelican stretched its enormous wings, revealing the full extent of the scar that had earned him his name, then launched into the sky with surprising grace for a creature that resembled a flying dinosaur with a storage pouch. Yeah, Gumbo muttered, watching the bird disappear toward Tampa. That's what I thought you'd say. Chapter 2. Gumbo navigated his ancient Jeep through Tampa's lunch hour traffic, the vehicle's suspension creaking in Morse code messages that roughly translated to retirement plan. The restaurant where Cordelia Blackwood had arranged their meeting stuck out among the glass and steel corporate towers like a circus clown at a funeral. Felonious Feasts occupied a converted bail bondsman's office. Its exterior featured garish murals of Florida's most notorious criminals, caught mid-bite with various seafood dishes. The hostess, dressed in an orange jumpsuit with Department of Corrections bedazzled across the back, led Gumbo to a corner booth beneath a portrait of Ted Bundy enthusiastically devouring coconut shrimp. Mrs. Blackwood is waiting, she informed him, gesturing with a plastic nightstick. Cordelia Blackwood didn't so much occupy the booth as command it. Her posture suggested finishing school, and her eyes suggested finishing witnesses. She wore a crimson dress that matched her fingernails, lips, and the signature cocktail sitting untouched before her. Mr. Malone, she said, her voice carrying the precise blend of honey and arsenic. Punctuality. How refreshing. Traffic was cooperative for once, Gumbo replied, sliding into the booth. Usually I-275 is where hope goes to die around lunchtime. A waiter appeared, costumed as Machine Gun Kelly, not the rapper but the original gangster, complete with a Tommy gun water pistol holstered at his hip. Today's special is our Ted Bundy burger. It looks innocent at first, but it'll kill ya with flavor. Just coffee, Gumbo said. Black as the allegations against your client. Cordelia's smile never reached her eyes. Charming. I can see why my retainer appealed to you. When the waiter departed, Gumbo leaned forward. Let's start with the basics. The police say you fed your husband to his prize lionfish. Care to elaborate? Such crass simplification, Cordelia sighed, running a manicured finger around the rim of her glass. Maxwell wasn't fed to anything. He was found floating face down in his ridiculous aquarium with lionfish spines in his neck. The police, with their characteristic imagination, decided I must have extracted the venom and injected him before pushing him into the tank. Did you? Of course not. If I wanted Maxwell dead, I'd have employed something far less traceable than dendrotoxin from a fish he imported illegally. Tetrodotoxin from properly prepared fugu would leave no discernible markers if administered gradually. Gumbo blinked. That's oddly specific knowledge for someone claiming innocence. I'm a marine biology doctoral candidate. My thesis focused on bioactive compounds in invasive aquatic species. She took a delicate sip of her cocktail. Knowledge doesn't equal guilt, Mr. Malone. The waiter returned with Gumbo's coffee in a mug shaped like an electric chair. Why hire me? Don't you have attorneys? Plural, I'm guessing. Attorneys establish legal innocence. I need someone to establish actual innocence. The police have already decided I'm guilty. The narrative is too perfect. Vengeful wife kills tech mogul husband in ironic fashion using his own prized possessions. And what's the real narrative? Cordelia's eyes flashed. Someone wanted Maxwell dead and me in prison. 2 birds, 1 lionfish. A busboy dressed as the Florida highway cannibal crash cleared the neighboring table, sending flatware clattering to the floor. Let's discuss evidence, Gumbo said. The prosecution claims you had means, motive, and opportunity. Means, access to the fish and knowledge of toxins. Motive, his rumored affairs and the recent change to his will. Opportunity, you were home alone with him that night. Partially correct. I did have knowledge and access, but so did his assistant, his research team, and the specialized aquarium maintenance crew. As for motive, the will change wasn't impoverishing me. It only directed his patents elsewhere. I retain half his fortune regardless. And opportunity? I was home, but not alone with Maxwell. I was on a video call with my conservation group board from 7:30 to 9:15. Maxwell was alive at 7:15 when he brought me tea. The medical examiner places death between 8 o'clock and 8:30. Gumbo's skepticism must have shown on his face because Cordelia leaned forward, her perfume smelling vaguely of expensive trouble. You don't believe me. I'm reserving judgment, Gumbo replied. But someone went to considerable effort to extract lionfish venom and inject your husband with it before introducing him to the aquarium. That suggests planning, expertise, and intimate knowledge of both his schedule and security system. All of which I supposedly possess. Cordelia's smile was frost on a window. Along with at least 6 other people who had unlimited access to our home. Gumbo studied her. Most murder suspects fidgeted, avoided eye contact, or over-explained. Cordelia sat perfectly still, her gaze unwavering. Why should I believe you? You shouldn't, immediately. That would make you a poor investigator. But consider this. If I planned to murder my husband, would I choose the most obvious method that immediately incriminates me? I graduated summa cum laude in biochemistry before my marine biology work. I could have made him disappear with substances that would never appear on a talk screen. Unless you wanted everyone to think exactly that you're too smart to be so obvious. Cordelia's laugh was genuine, startling against the themed restaurant's cacophony. Double reverse psychology. How delightful. She pushed a folder across the table. Here's everything the police have. My attorneys obtained it through discovery. Find who killed Maxwell, Mr. Malone. Before I'm convicted for being inconveniently knowledgeable about fish poison. As Gumbo opened the folder, he couldn't shake the feeling that hiring him was either the act of a desperate innocent woman or the cleverest guilty one he'd ever met. I've reviewed the documents you provided, which include a 30-chapter outline for Deadline in Paradise, a Gumbo Malone mystery, and sample chapters from what appears to be another Gumbo Malone mystery. Based on this material, I'll write Chapter 3, The Glass House, following your guidelines for a quirky Florida mystery in Tim Dorsey's style. Tide Homicide, a Gumbo Malone mystery. Chapter 3. Gumbo Malone drove his ancient Jeep Wrangler down the winding private road leading to what the locals had dubbed the Fishbowl. The modernist glass mansion, perched on a Tampa Bay promontory like an alien spacecraft, that had decided Florida's particular brand of weirdness was worth closer study. Morning sunlight bounced off its countless surfaces, creating a lighthouse effect that probably blinded passing boat captains and confused migrating birds for miles. Turn right to reach destination, announced his GPS in that suspiciously cheerful voice that made Gumbo wonder if it was secretly enjoying leading him into increasingly bizarre situations. I can see it, Matilda, Gumbo replied to the device he'd named after an ex-girlfriend who also had a habit of telling him where to go. It's the only building around that looks like it was designed by someone who watched too much Star Trek while high on bath salts. The Blackwood Estate's front gate featured an elaborate bee worked into the wrought iron that probably cost more than Gumbo's entire stilt house. He pressed the intercom button and waited, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel to the rhythm of Jimmy Buffett's A Pirate Looks at 40. State your business, crackled a voice that managed to convey both boredom and menace. Danny Malone, private investigator. Mrs. Blackwood is expecting me. A pause. One moment. The gates parted with the silent efficiency of a well-paid attorney making space at a buffet table. Gumbo drove through, following a paved driveway lined with palm trees imported from 6 different continents, according to the brochure Cordelia had provided. Each tree had its own dedicated lighting system, and bizarrely, what appeared to be a small speaker embedded in its base. Tree surround sound. Maxwell insisted the palms needed their own musical stimulation, explained a voice as Gumbo parked. Jarvis, the house manager, stood beside the Jeep with the stiff posture of someone who had a rule book permanently lodged somewhere uncomfortable. His perfectly pressed linen suit was so white it made fresh typing paper look dingy. Mrs. Blackwood is detained on a call but asked me to show you the premises, particularly the incident location. The murder scene, Gumbo corrected. Jarvis flinched as if Gumbo had belched at a royal dinner. We prefer incident location until officially proven otherwise. And I prefer rum that doesn't come with a cartoon pirate on the label. But sometimes we have to face reality, Gumbo replied, grabbing his weathered leather satchel from the passenger seat. Lead on, Jeeves. It's Jarvis. I know. The front entrance featured 2 doors made entirely of glass so clear that Gumbo nearly walked face first into them. Only Jarvis's quick intervention, a smoothly practiced move suggesting this happened frequently, prevented a collision. Smart glass, Jarvis explained, touching a nearly invisible panel. The doors slid apart with a pneumatic whisper. The entire house is controlled by AIDA. AIDA. Artificially Intelligent domestic assistant. Mr. Blackwood's own creation. She runs everything from climate control to security. A quantum leap beyond those grocery list gadgets the masses keep in their kitchen. Does she make coffee? Gumbo asked hopefully. Jarvis's expression suggested Gumbo had asked if the Mona Lisa could open beer bottles. Ida curates a bespoke coffee experience based on individual biometric readings, atmospheric conditions, and your circadian rhythm. So, that's a yes. The interior of the mansion was a shrine to minimalism and money. Vast white spaces punctuated by art installations that looked like industrial accidents being passed off as profound statements. A spiral staircase curved through the center of the main hall, without visible means of support. Cantilevered carbon fiber core with transparent polymer coating, Jarvis offered, noticing Gumbo's hesitation to step onto what appeared to be floating glass. It could support an elephant. That's reassuring, Gumbo muttered, testing the first step with his boot. Because nothing says Florida luxury like pachyderm-ready infrastructure. The house hummed with invisible technology. Motion-activated lights preceded them down hallways. Temperature and humidity shifted subtly as they moved between spaces. Musical notes, different in each room, played softly from hidden speakers. In a state where most technological innovations involved increasingly creative ways to shoot beer cans or avoid alimony payments, the Blackwood mansion was from another dimension entirely. And this, Jarvis announced with the gravity of a museum curator approaching a prized exhibit, is the aquarium room. The space opened before them, a circular chamber occupying the entire eastern wing of the mansion. Floor-to-ceiling glass tanks formed the walls, each containing its own carefully constructed marine ecosystem. Recessed lighting shifted between colors, creating an otherworldly effect. In one tank, a living coral reef pulsed with activity. In another, seahorses drifted through swaying vegetation like drunk cowboys at last call. Maxwell's pride and joy, Jarvis said softly. 23 distinct aquatic environments, maintained at optimal conditions by dedicated systems. Ida monitors water chemistry, feeding schedules, lighting cycles, everything. Gumbo approached the largest tank, which now stood empty, except for elaborate rock formations and gently swaying anemones. Yellow police tape formed an incongruous X across its front. The lionfish tank, he stated rather than asked. Jarvis nodded. Mr. Blackwood was found here, his hand in the water. The medical examiner determined the cause of death to be acute neurotoxic poisoning consistent with Pterois venom. That's one hell of a coincidence. Gumbo leaned closer to the glass. Dying from lionfish venom while reaching into your lionfish tank. Almost like slipping on a banana peel in a monkey enclosure. The specimens have been removed for evidence, Jarvis said, his voice betraying a hint of genuine emotion for the first time. They were quite remarkable. Pterois miles, the devil firefish. A particularly venomous variety. Gumbo circled the empty tank slowly. I notice there's no camera coverage of this specific tank. Odd, in a house where I assume even the toilet paper orientation is monitored. Mr. Blackwood valued privacy in certain aspects of his collection, Jarvis replied with the careful precision of someone navigating verbal landmines. What aspects might those be? I wouldn't presume to speculate on my employer's motivations. Let me help you out, then. Gumbo gestured to several smaller tanks. Because those don't look like the kind of fish you'd find at PetSmart. In fact, that one there, that's a blue tang, isn't it? And that spotted fellow, that's a black-spotted puffer. Both on Florida's prohibited species list. A muscle twitched in Jarvis's jaw. Mr. Blackwood had special permits. I bet he did. Just like I bet some of these tanks have false backs and hidden compartments. Gumbo tapped the glass of a particularly elaborate setup featuring a miniature shipwreck. Fish smuggling's big business in Florida. especially for collectors willing to pay premium prices for restricted species. You're making unfounded accusations about a deceased man who can't defend himself, Jarvis said stiffly. I'm observing. That's what I do. Gumbo turned his attention to a sleek control panel embedded in a pedestal at the center of the room. This is where Ida controls everything, I assume. The all-seeing eye of the fish kingdom? Ida's primary interface for the aquatic environments, yes. Gumbo's finger hovered over the control panel. And yet, somehow, this super-smart system didn't record the exact moment when Maxwell Blackwood decided to stick his hand into a tank full of one of the ocean's most venomous fish. Didn't flag any unusual activity. Didn't call for help when its creator was dying on this very expensive floor. Ida experienced an unexpected system interruption during the incident. Jarvis's face had assumed the blank expression of someone trying very hard not to say the wrong thing. 17 minutes of complete shutdown. Most unprecedented. Most convenient, you mean? Gumbo reached into his satchel and pulled out a small device resembling a TV remote with added antennas and blinking lights, equipment that looked important but was actually an old karaoke controller he'd modified for exactly this purpose. People tended to get nervous around technology they didn't understand. I'm going to scan for electromagnetic anomalies. Standard procedure. Jarvis looked alarmed. I'm not authorized to allow. Mrs. Blackwood authorized me to conduct a complete investigation. Gumbo waved the device around the room in elaborate patterns, making note of how Jarvis's eyes followed specific movements with particular anxiety. Interesting readings over here. Very interesting. What exactly are you detecting? Jarvis asked, unable to conceal his concern. Signal interference patterns, consistent with a high-grade electronic suppression device. Gumbo was making this up entirely, but decades in corporate America had taught him that confident technobabble was indistinguishable from actual expertise to the uninitiated. Someone used a professional-grade jammer to create that 17-minute window. Not the kind of equipment your average Floridian keeps next to their gator repellent. A discreet cough from the doorway interrupted them. Cordelia Blackwood stood there, a vision in black that suggested mourning designed by someone who understood the importance of flattering silhouettes in times of grief. I see you've met Jarvis, she said, her voice carrying the precise upper-class accent that cost her parents 6 figures in boarding school tuition. I hope he's been helpful. Tremendously, Gumbo replied, slipping his fake scanner back into his satchel. We were just discussing your husband's interesting taste in aquatic life. Maxwell was passionate about marine conservation, Cordelia said smoothly. His collection allowed him to study threatened species up close. Including species threatened by import restrictions? A smile flickered across her face so quickly Gumbo almost missed it. My husband had many interests that occasionally bumped against bureaucratic limitations. He preferred to ask forgiveness rather than permission. A quality that apparently ran out of luck. Apparently so. Cordelia turned to Jarvis. That will be all for now. Mr. Malone and I have matters to discuss. The house manager nodded stiffly and departed, his footsteps soundless on the polished floor. Does he always walk like he's smuggling a broom? Gumbo asked. Jarvis has been with the household for 15 years. His discretion is absolute. She gestured for Gumbo to follow her. Come. I'll show you Maxwell's study. If you want to understand the man, that's where you'll find his essence. As they walked, Gumbo noticed a small red light blinking on one of the aquarium control panels, a warning light that hadn't been active during his conversation with Jarvis. Something had changed when Cordelia entered the room. Something was happening behind the scenes in this glass house of secrets, and Gumbo had the distinct feeling he was now swimming with predators far more dangerous than any lionfish. Chapter 4. The security office of the Blackwood estate resembled what might happen if a Pentagon war room mated with a Best Buy and their offspring developed a fondness for energy drinks and tactical gear. Banks of monitors lined 3 walls, each displaying different angles of the mansion's grounds in high-definition clarity that could count the whiskers on a trespassing raccoon from 50 yards. Gumbo Malone sat uncomfortably in an ergonomic chair that seemed designed by someone who'd only heard about human spines in passing. "So you're telling me," Gumbo said, gesturing toward a monitor showing the estate's immaculate koi pond, "that in a house with more cameras than a reality TV production, nobody saw anything?" Across from him, Clayton Delgado, head of security and proud owner of biceps that required their own zip code, crossed his arms over a chest emblazoned with "security" in letters large enough to be read from space. 17 minutes, 32 seconds, Clayton said, his voice a gravel pit that had been smoking unfiltered cigarettes for 40 years. "That's our gap." From 9:43 p.m. to 10:01 p.m., all internal systems went dark. External perimeter remained active. Just long enough for someone to poison a fish tank and make Maxwell Blackwood the first billionaire to be assassinated by seafood, Gumbo mused, scratching his stubbled chin. It wasn't random. Clayton tapped aggressively on a keyboard, bringing up a system log that resembled an Excel spreadsheet having a nervous breakdown. This wasn't some power surge or technical glitch. This was a targeted attack on specific cameras and sensors in specific rooms at a specific time. "Inside job?" Gumbo asked. Clayton's expression shifted subtly, like tectonic plates contemplating a minor earthquake. "I fired 3 people already for suggesting that. And yet you didn't answer my question." The security chief's jaw worked silently, as if he were mentally chewing on something unpleasant. "Look, Mr. Malone, you want to know what happened? The system was compromised by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. And in this house, that's a limited pool." Gumbo studied the man's face. "How limited?" 5 people had access to security protocols. "Me. Mr. Blackwood. Mrs. Blackwood." Clayton hesitated. "Evan Nash, our IT director, and Vanessa Krill, Mr. Blackwood's executive assistant." "That's quite the exclusive club," Gumbo noted. "And where were you during the 17-minute digital siesta?" Clayton's face reddened slightly. "I was conducting a routine perimeter check. We had reports of photography drones from tabloid outlets earlier that day. Convenient timing for a walk." "Are you implying something, Mr. Malone?" Clayton's voice dropped to a register usually reserved for movie trailers about apocalyptic events. "Just taking inventory of coincidences," Gumbo replied with a placid smile. "They tend to pile up in murder cases." A sharp knock interrupted their staring contest. The door opened to reveal a rail-thin man with thinning hair and the pallid complexion of someone who considered sunlight a personal affront. He clutched a tablet to his chest like a shield. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, his voice higher than his appearance suggested. "But you asked me to bring the backup logs, Clayton." "Evan Nash," Clayton introduced him with all the enthusiasm of someone announcing a tax audit. "Our IT director. Or former IT director, I should say." Evan winced. "Technically, I'm still employed for another week. Exit interviews and all that." Gumbo's interest perked up. "Former. Were you fired before or after the murder?" "Before," both men said simultaneously, then glared at each other. "Mr. Blackwood terminated the entire tech development team 3 days before his unfortunate encounter with marine biology," Evan explained, adjusting glasses that didn't need adjusting. "We're all working notice periods while transitioning systems to the new contractors." "Seems like odd timing," Gumbo observed. "Why fire your security experts right before someone exploits your security?" Evan placed his tablet on the desk with precise movements. "Mr. Blackwood became paranoid in recent weeks. He claimed we were spying on him, stealing his research. He was installing his own proprietary system. A flicker of something, resentment perhaps, crossed Evan's face. Apparently, 12 years of loyalty meant nothing compared to his new breakthrough concerns. Clayton shot Evan a warning glance. "That's enough, Nash." "I'm already fired," Evan replied with the reckless courage of the soon-to-be unemployed. "What are they going to do? Fire me again?" Gumbo leaned forward. "What breakthrough?" His wife mentioned water filtration technology. "Oh, it was more than that," Evan said, a bitter smile playing at his lips. "Maxwell claimed he developed a system that could desalinate and purify ocean water at 1/10 the energy cost of current methods. Do you understand what that means? Clean water anywhere, for pennies. The kind of discovery that makes certain people very rich, and certain other people very nervous." "Rich enough to kill for?" Gumbo asked. "Or nervous enough," Evan countered. Clayton stood abruptly. "That's classified information, Nash. And this conversation is over." He turned to Gumbo. "You've seen what we have, Mr. Malone." The footage stops, then restarts. 17 minutes missing. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a security system to maintain." After Clayton practically shoved them both out of the security office, Gumbo found himself walking alongside Evan toward the mansion's grand entrance. "He's hiding something," Evan muttered. "Most people are," Gumbo replied. "The question is whether it's relevant or just personally embarrassing." Clayton was having an affair with Vanessa Krill. Evan's voice was barely audible. "Security cameras see everything, Mr. Malone. Even things they're not supposed to be watching." Gumbo stopped walking. "And you know this, how?" "I designed the system." Evan's smile was thin and sharp as a paper cut. "I also designed the back doors. Clayton isn't the only one who could access those cameras." He handed Gumbo a small USB drive. "Watch the East Wing storage room footage from 2 days before the murder. You'll see Clayton and Vanessa discussing something that clearly upset them both. Something about Maxwell's new patents and how everything would change soon." "Why give this to me?" Gumbo asked, weighing the tiny device in his palm. "Because Maxwell Blackwood was a brilliant, terrible man who treated people like disposable parts in his grand machine," Evan said, bitterness seeping through every word. "I don't know who killed him, but whoever did, they had plenty of motivation." As Evan walked away, Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text message. "Unknown number." The toxicology report shows 3.7 milligrams of purified Taroas venom in his system. Concentrated in the left ventricle. Death would have been painful, but quick. They haven't released this to the press. Thought you should know. See. Gumbo stared at the phone. How did Cordelia know details from her husband's autopsy? And why was she sharing them with the detective who might eventually prove she was the killer? He glanced up at the mansion's imposing facade, where security cameras pivoted to track his movement. 17 minutes missing. An entire tech team fired days before a security breach. A widow who knew too much about the poison that killed her husband. And somewhere in those 17 minutes of digital darkness, someone had turned a billionaire's prized exotic fish into a murder weapon. In Florida, even the criminal element had flair. "Maxwell Blackwood," Gumbo muttered to himself as he descended the grand staircase toward his rusting jeep. "What the hell were you mixed up in?" The estate's wrought iron gates parted smoothly as he approached, security cameras following his departure with mechanical precision. He couldn't shake the feeling that somewhere someone else was watching too, someone who had mastered the art of hiding in those 17 minutes of darkness. As he pulled away from the estate, his rearview mirror captured the mansion shrinking in the distance, sunlight glinting off countless windows like knowing winks. In Florida, the most dangerous predators were rarely the ones with fins or scales. More often, they wore expensive watches and left no traces, except perhaps 17 minutes of missing time. Chapter 5. The lobby of Blackwood Aqua Tech resembled an aquarium designed by someone who had consumed hallucinogenic substances while binge-watching architecture documentaries. Massive cylindrical tanks formed the building's load-bearing columns, filled with hypnotic jellyfish that pulsed in synchronized patterns. The effect was either soothing or nauseating, depending on how much sleep you'd had, and Gumbo Malone was operating on roughly 17 minutes of unconsciousness he'd achieved while waiting for his coffee to brew that morning. Mr. Malone. A receptionist with a headset that looked like it could communicate with dolphins approached. Miss Krill will see you now. Please follow the blue lighting pathway. The floor, illuminated in a trail of electric blue, guiding Gumbo past a series of increasingly peculiar water features. He sidestepped a desktop waterfall that had formed a small puddle on the travertine floor, the kind of moisture hazard that would make personal injury lawyers salivate with predatory glee. At the end of the glowing path stood a glass office suspended over an indoor koi pond. Inside, a woman with laser-precise makeup and a posture that suggested she'd been trained by military drill sergeants was arranging orchids on a desk made of recycled ocean plastic. Vanessa Krill? Gumbo asked, stepping carefully over the glass threshold. You're late, she replied without looking up. Maxwell always said tardiness was theft of time, and time was the only truly non-renewable resource. She finally raised her eyes, a startling shade of amber that reminded Gumbo of fine bourbon. But then again, Maxwell isn't here anymore, is he? Gumbo settled into a chair shaped like a giant seashell, which was approximately as comfortable as it sounded. I appreciate you seeing me, Miss Krill. I'm investigating the murder of Maxwell Blackwood, my boss and the greatest mind in water technology this century has seen, she finished, her voice catching slightly. I know who you are, Mr. Malone. Cordelia's new pet detective. I prefer private investigator, Gumbo corrected. And I'm not anyone's pet. I'm searching for the truth. Vanessa made a sound that might have been a laugh if it weren't so sharp around the edges. Truth is a luxury item in Tampa's tech world, Mr. Malone. Like beachfront property or politics without corruption. She moved to a wall of glass overlooking Tampa Bay, her silhouette framed against the water's glittering surface. For a moment, she seemed to be searching for something on the horizon. Miss Krill, Gumbo pressed, how long did you work for Maxwell Blackwood? 7 years, 2 months, and 14 days, she answered without hesitation. I was his first hire when Blackwood Aqua Tech was nothing but a whiteboard and a bank account. Gumbo noticed her hands, perfectly manicured in a shade of coral that complemented her charcoal business suit, trembled slightly as she spoke. You seem particularly affected by his death. Wouldn't you be? She turned, her face a careful mask. I spent more waking hours with Maxwell than his own wife did. I knew how he took his coffee, which classical composer he played when tackling difficult problems, and which board members he secretly despised. Cordelia mentioned he was working on something revolutionary before his death, Gumbo said, watching her reaction closely. Something about water filtration? Vanessa's eyes widened fractionally, a tell that wouldn't have been noticeable if Gumbo hadn't spent years analyzing micro-expressions across poker tables and corporate boardrooms. Project Poseidon, she confirmed, moving to a hidden panel in the wall. It slid open to reveal a small refrigerator, from which she extracted 2 bottles of water. Maxwell's magnum opus. She handed one to Gumbo. The label read, Blackwood Prototype #37 inches in simple blue lettering. This water, she continued, was filtered from Tampa Bay this morning. Not through conventional methods, but through Maxwell's patented nanofiltration membrane. It can remove salt, heavy metals, pharmaceuticals, microplastics, and biochemical contaminants at a fraction of the energy cost of current desalination. Gumbo took a cautious sip. It tasted like water. Exceptionally clean water, but still just water. He wasn't sure what he'd expected, perhaps liquid enlightenment or the tears of mermaids. So Maxwell developed a better water filter, Gumbo said. That's impressive, but is it worth killing over? Vanessa's laugh was so bitter, it could have stripped paint. Mr. Malone, you're thinking too small. Whoever controls water, controls everything. This technology could make desalination economically viable worldwide. It could green deserts, save dying cities, and water conflicts. The patents alone are worth billions. She moved to her desk and picked up a framed photograph. Maxwell and Vanessa standing on a dock, a research vessel visible in the background. Gumbo noticed she was wearing an unusual pendant, a silver drop of water suspended in a matrix of what appeared to be coral. Nice necklace, he commented casually. Her hand flew to her throat, where the same pendant now rested against her collarbone. Maxwell gave it to me after our first successful prototype. He had one made for each key team member, including Cordelia. Vanessa's lips tightened into a thin line. Cordelia was never part of the research team. She was too busy with her charitable foundations and social circles. Something in her tone caught Gumbo's attention. You didn't care for Cordelia. I respected her, Vanessa replied with diplomatic precision, as Maxwell's wife. But nothing. My personal feelings are irrelevant to your investigation. Gumbo leaned forward, the seashell chair emitting an alarming creak. Miss Krill, in my experience, personal feelings are rarely irrelevant in murder cases. Vanessa's composure cracked, just for a moment. Fine. You want personal? Maxwell deserved better. He was changing the world, while she was attending charity galas and collecting art. He worked 18-hour days, slept on the lab couch, forgot to eat unless I reminded him. And where was she? Getting photographed at champagne brunches with Tampa's elite. Sounds like you cared deeply for him, Gumbo observed. I cared about his vision, she corrected too quickly. Project Poseidon could have saved millions of lives. And now? Vanessa glanced at a sealed door at the back of her office. The project is in limbo. Maxwell's patents are tied up in probate. His research notebooks are missing. And frankly, Mr. Malone, I'm not convinced anyone else fully understands the science. Gumbo's eyes wandered to her desk, where a photo frame faced away from him. With a subtle shift in his chair, he caught a glimpse of the image. Vanessa and Maxwell on a sailboat, toasting with champagne flutes, her head resting on his shoulder with unmistakable intimacy. Where were you the night Maxwell died? Gumbo asked, the question hanging in the air like humidity before a storm. I was at the annual Tampa Bay Tech Association dinner, she replied without missing a beat. 300 people can verify my whereabouts, including the mayor and 2 state senators. And after the dinner? A flicker of something, annoyance perhaps or concern, crossed her face. I went home. Alone. Took a sleeping pill and went to bed. Convenient, Gumbo murmured. Excuse me? Nothing. He shifted tactics. Did Maxwell have enemies? Vanessa gave a brittle laugh. A better question would be, did he have friends? In this industry, success breeds jealousy like Florida breeds mosquitoes. Landon Pike of Oceanic Solutions wanted Maxwell's technology buried. Senator Carruthers tried to force him to sell to military contractors. And don't get me started on the international interest. The Chinese offered him a blank check twice. She moved to a wall map showing Florida's coastal regions, each marked with colored pins. This is where Maxwell was testing water samples. He was finding things in Tampa's water that shouldn't be there. Things that powerful people didn't want found. Gumbo studied the map, noting the concentration of red pins around specific industrial areas. What kind of things? Maxwell was going to announce his findings next month, she said, avoiding the question. He was preparing a comprehensive report for the EPA. As Vanessa turned back to her desk, Gumbo spotted something odd, a small bruise on her wrist partially concealed by her watch. Before he could comment, her phone chimed with a distinctive tone. "I have another meeting," she said abruptly. "Is there anything else?" Gumbo stood, his knees grateful to be liberated from the torture device masquerading as furniture. "Just one thing. That necklace you're wearing, Cordelia mentioned one just like it was stolen the night Maxwell died." Vanessa's hand flew to the pendant, her knuckles whitening. "That's impossible. Cordelia never had one of these. They were exclusively for the research team." She paused, her amber eyes narrowing. "She's lying to you, Mr. Malone. I'd be careful if I were you." As Gumbo was leaving, he noticed a small aquarium in the corner of Vanessa's office. Inside swam a single vibrant lionfish, its venomous spines fanned out like a deadly floral arrangement. "Beautiful creature," he commented, pausing to watch it hover in the water. "Pterois volitans," Vanessa supplied. "Invasive, but magnificent. Did you know their venom can be processed into a neurotoxin that leaves no trace after 72 hours? She smiled thinly. Maxwell was fascinated by their potential pharmaceutical applications. She handed him a business card, with her personal number scrawled on the back. "When you realize Cordelia isn't being straight with you, call me. I want Maxwell's killer found as much as anyone." Gumbo pocketed the card, his mind churning with new questions. As he followed the blue lighting path back to the lobby, he couldn't shake the feeling that Vanessa Krill's grief seemed a bit too practiced, her alibi a bit too perfect, and her knowledge of undetectable poisons a bit too extensive for a simple executive assistant. The jellyfish pulsed in their tanks as he passed, their hypnotic rhythm suddenly feeling less like decoration and more like a warning. Chapter 6. The Tampa Convention Center had been transformed into what architects might generously call avant-garde, and what normal humans would describe as what happens when cocaine meets architectural software. The entire building had been temporarily reshaped to resemble a gigantic computer microchip, complete with LED-lit circuits that pulsed in patterns, probably meaningful to people who thought blockchain was an actual physical object. Gumbo tugged at his tie, a fashion accessory he hadn't worn since leaving the corporate world, and one that now felt like a particularly enthusiastic python trying to strangle him. He surveyed the crowd of tech moguls, venture capitalists, and assorted hangers-on who had gathered to celebrate the life of Maxwell Blackwood, though most seemed more interested in celebrating the open bar and networking opportunities. "Sweet mother of digital disruption," Gumbo muttered, as a server wearing what appeared to be a light-up motherboard vest offered him champagne from a tray hovering via drone. "This isn't a memorial. It's a TED Talk with better alcohol." He accepted the champagne and moved deeper into the throng. The giant hall had been divided into themed sections representing Blackwood's various innovation epics, a phrase Gumbo had already heard 17 times in the 8 minutes since his arrival. Each area featured holographic displays of Maxwell's patents, products, and what one overly enthusiastic attendee called his thought leadership journey. "You look like a man who'd rather be anywhere else," observed a voice to his left. "Perhaps wrestling alligators or filing taxes by hand." Gumbo turned to find a woman in her 40s with rectangular glasses and a sleek silver pantsuit that probably cost more than his monthly mortgage. Her name tag read, Dr. Amelia Dasgupta, Oceanic Innovation Lab. "That obvious, huh?" Gumbo replied, loosening his tie another fraction. "Danny Malone. Private investigator." Her eyebrows shot up. "Up high at Tech Palooza. How refreshingly analog. Are you investigating the crippling lack of self-awareness in this room?" Gumbo grinned despite himself. "Just observing. You knew Maxwell well." "We collaborated on his water filtration technology." She sipped her drink, eyes scanning the room. Though collaborated implies more equality than Maxwell typically allowed. Let's say I contributed while he took credit. Sounds like a real prince. A prince of darkness, perhaps, though one with undeniably brilliant ideas. She gestured toward a display, showing a sleek cylindrical device. That filtration system could have changed water access globally. Could have. You don't think it will now? Dr. Dasgupta's laugh was short and sharp. Not with the vultures circling. Look around you, Mr. Malone. Everyone here is measuring the office for new curtains before the body's even cold. Gumbo followed her gaze to where Landon Pike, Maxwell's chief rival and CEO of competing tech firm Hydronex, was holding court near a floating hologram of Blackwood's most recent TED Talk. Pike was a walking Silicon Valley stereotype, painfully thin, wearing shoes that cost more than Gumbo's car, and gesturing with the practiced enthusiasm of someone who'd had authentic hand movements added to his personal development plan. That's Pike, right? Gumbo asked. The one who looks like he subsists entirely on kale smoothies and the tears of underpaid coders. The very same. His company has been trying to replicate Maxwell's filtration technology for years. Never quite managed it. She lowered her voice. And now he doesn't have to. Just needs to acquire the patents from whoever inherits. Speaking of inheritance. Gumbo nodded toward the entrance, where a ripple of whispers and side eyes announced Cordelia Blackwood's arrival. She moved through the crowd like a shark through tropical fish, sleek, purposeful, and causing everything in her path to scatter. Her black dress was appropriately somber, yet managed to suggest that mourning was simply another fashion statement she excelled at. Her red hair was swept up in a complicated arrangement that probably required an engineering degree to dismantle. Now things get interesting, Dr. Dasgupta murmured. The grieving widow makes her entrance. You don't sound convinced by her grief. Let's just say their marriage had more strategic value than romantic content. She emptied her glass. Maxwell once told me he married Cordelia because she understood that emotions were inefficient. His exact words. Charming couple. Match made in a venture capital boardroom. The crowd parted as Cordelia approached Landon Pike. The ambient chatter dropped several decibels as attendees pretended not to be eavesdropping while obviously straining to hear every word. Landon, Cordelia's voice carried perfectly, calibrated for maximum dramatic effect. How thoughtful of you to help organize this gathering. Pike's smile remained fixed as a hunting trophy. Cordelia. We all wanted to honor Maxwell's contributions to the industry. Your loss is felt by all of us. I'm sure. Her tone could have flash-frozen the champagne in everyone's glasses, particularly by those already bidding on his patent portfolio. A server with impeccable timing or terrible situational awareness chose that moment to approach with more champagne. Cordelia took a glass without breaking eye contact with Pike. To Maxwell, she said, raising her glass. May his innovations continue to disrupt everything. Pike's eyelid twitched almost imperceptibly. To Maxwell. Gumbo edged closer, noting the micro-expressions flickering across Pike's face, a mixture of calculation, resentment, and something that might have been fear. I understand congratulations are in order, Cordelia continued, voice honeyed with malice. Your company's stock jumped 15 points after the news broke. Remarkable timing. The market is often insensitive in its reactions, Pike replied smoothly. Just business, nothing personal. Everything is personal in this industry, Landon. Maxwell taught me that. The tension between them crackled like static electricity before a lightning strike. Gumbo half expected security to arrive with fire extinguishers. Ms. Blackwood, Gumbo intervened, stepping forward with practiced casualness. Danny Malone. I was hoping to speak with you about the memorial arrangements. Cordelia's gaze shifted to him, a brief flash of surprise quickly replaced by understanding. Of course, Mr. Malone. Landon, you'll excuse me. Duty calls. She allowed Gumbo to guide her away, her arm slipping through his with practiced ease. "Well played," she murmured once they were out of earshot. "Though I was just getting started. Pike looks like he's about to swallow his veneers when he gets nervous." Creating a scene at your husband's memorial might not be the best strategy for someone under suspicion, Gumbo pointed out. "This isn't a memorial. It's a corporate feeding frenzy with cocktails." She surveyed the room with cool detachment. Half these people were actively wishing Maxwell dead last week. Now they're canonizing him to position themselves for acquisitions. A tall man with the permanently sunburned look of someone who divides his time between yachts and golf courses approached, hand extended. "Cordelia, my deepest condolences." Maxwell was a visionary. "Thank you, Senator Williams." Her smile never reached her eyes. "How's that water legislation coming along? The one Maxwell was so concerned about?" The senator's smile flickered. "Still in committee. These things take time." "How convenient." Cordelia's voice dropped to a whisper. "For everyone, except the public drinking contaminated water, of course." The senator retreated like a man who just discovered he was standing on thin ice over shark-infested waters. "Making friends everywhere, I see," Gumbo observed. "Friends are overrated. Information is power." She sipped her champagne delicately. "Right now, I'm gathering both." Gumbo scanned the room, noting who watched Cordelia with curiosity, who with fear, and who quickly looked away when caught staring. The tech elites were terrible at concealing their emotions. People who spent their lives behind screens rarely developed the poker faces needed for high-stakes human interaction. "Your husband had many admirers," he remarked. "Admirers. Enemies. Sometimes they're the same people in this industry." She nodded toward a group near a display of Maxwell's early patents. "Those three tried to sue him for intellectual property theft last year. Now they're probably bidding on his technology." The balding one cried during his speech earlier. A commotion near the main display drew their attention. Oscar Blackwood, Maxwell's brother, had arrived. Where Maxwell had apparently been all polished charisma and calculated charm, Oscar looked like he'd dressed in whatever he'd found on his bedroom floor: khakis with mysterious stains, a rumpled blazer over a faded t-shirt advertising a heavy metal band from the 90s, and hair that suggested a recent encounter with both a pillow and an electrical socket. "The prodigal brother arrives," Cordelia murmured. "Right on schedule." "You were expecting him?" Oscar never misses an opportunity to remind everyone how much he despised Maxwell's success. Their relationship was complex. Complex seemed an understatement as Oscar made directly for the open bar, bypassing all the memorial displays and well-wishers. He ordered something that required 3 different bottles and consumed it with the dedication of a man with a mission. "And now," Cordelia said, "the entertainment portion of our evening begins." Oscar, drink in hand, weaved toward the central podium where a holographic retrospective of Maxwell's journey to innovation immortality was playing on loop. With surprising dexterity for someone clearly several drinks ahead of the crowd, he climbed onto the stage and tapped the microphone. "Is this thing on?" His voice boomed through the speakers, causing several people to wince. "Great. I'd like to propose a toast to my dear departed brother." The room went silent. A server dropped a tray somewhere in the back. "To Maxwell," Oscar raised his glass, sloshing liquid onto the stage. "Who built an empire on other people's ideas, married for connections instead of love, and left this world exactly as he lived in it, surrounded by people who wanted something from him." Gumbo watched Cordelia's face, expecting shock or embarrassment. Instead, he saw something far more interesting: calculation. She was observing the room's reactions to Oscar's outburst with the clinical detachment of a scientist recording experimental results. "Should we intervene?" Gumbo asked quietly. "And miss the show?" "Absolutely not." Her eyes never left the crowd. Watch who's uncomfortable and who's amused. It tells you everything. Security personnel were moving toward the stage with the resigned efficiency of people who had handled drunk relatives at corporate events before. Oscar, sensing his time was limited, accelerated his speech. Maxwell never met an idea he wouldn't steal or a person he wouldn't use. He was really hitting his stride now. And his precious water technology. Let me tell you what. 2 security guards reached the stage, each taking one of Oscar's arms with practiced coordination. The truth will come out, Oscar called as they escorted him toward the exit. It always does. Even from the bottom of Tampa Bay. The room erupted in scandalized murmurs. Landon Pike was already on his phone, speaking urgently. The senator had vanished entirely. Dr. Dasgupta watched the proceedings with the same analytical interest Cordelia displayed. "Well," Gumbo said as the doors closed behind Oscar and his security escort, "that was illuminating. More than you know." Cordelia's smile was sphinx-like. Oscar always did have terrible timing. But occasionally, he says something useful. And did he this time? She met his eyes directly for the first time that evening. "Mr. Malone, everyone in this room is lying about something. The trick isn't spotting the liars, it's figuring out which lies matter." Gumbo looked around at the sea of tech elites, now pretending the interruption hadn't happened, conversation resuming with forced enthusiasm. "And which lies do you think matter in this case?" "That," Cordelia said, finishing her champagne with elegant precision, "is exactly what I'm paying you to determine." As if on cue, the building's elaborate LED lighting system glitched, plunging the room momentarily into darkness before resuming its pulsing patterns. In that brief moment of darkness, Gumbo could have sworn he felt someone brush past him, close enough to whisper a single word in his ear. "Lionfish." When the lights returned, there was no one there. And Cordelia was watching him with those unreadable eyes, as if she had orchestrated even this moment of revelation. Chapter 7. The morning sun ricocheted off the glass and steel monstrosity that was Pike Technologies with the kind of aggressive brightness that made Gumbo Malone wish he'd invested in better sunglasses instead of the $4.99 gas station specials currently perched on his nose. The building resembled a giant CPU that had mated with a greenhouse and given birth to an architectural abomination. A 30-foot holographic projection of Landon Pike's face hovered above the entrance, blinking and occasionally dispensing motivational quotes to horrified passers-by. "Innovation is disruption with purpose," boomed the floating head as Gumbo approached. "Failure is just success that hasn't happened yet. And a hangover is just sobriety that hasn't kicked in," Gumbo muttered, adjusting his tie, the one Ellie had given him for special occasions where looking marginally professional might prevent someone from shooting you. The lobby of Pike Technologies made Apple stores look like dusty pawnshops. Everything gleamed with the polished sleekness of objects designed by people who'd never had to clean them. Employees glided around in identical teal jumpsuits that made them look like extras from a sci-fi movie with an unusually restrictive costume budget. "Welcome to Pike Technologies, where tomorrow happens yesterday," chirped a receptionist whose smile could have powered a small municipality. Her name tag read Sunshine, which Gumbo desperately hoped was a corporate nickname and not evidence of catastrophically misguided parents. "Danny Malone to see Landon Pike," he said, presenting his business card, which featured a slightly blurry alligator clip art he'd added during a 3 a.m. bourbon-fueled attempt at personal branding. Sunshine's smile didn't flicker as she scanned his card with a wand that beeped disapprovingly. "Do you have an appointment, Mr. Malone?" "No, but I have questions about a dead man that might interest Mr. Pike. Specifically, about Maxwell Blackwood's unfortunate encounter with a lionfish." The smile dimmed by approximately 5.7 watts. "One moment, please." While Sunshine whispered urgently into her headset, Gumbo surveyed the lobby. A wall-sized screen displayed Pike's accomplishments in a continuous loop, each achievement punctuated by dramatic orchestral swells. Near the elevator bank stood a glass case containing Pike's first computer, lovingly preserved like the sacred relic of a tech messiah. "Mr. Pike will see you," Sunshine announced with the carefully neutral tone of someone who had just received instructions she found questionable but was paid too well to question. "Please place your hand on the scanner." Gumbo complied, watching as a blue light analyzed his handprint. "Now looking up criminal record, outstanding warrants, and Pinterest boards," announced a robotic voice. After a concerning delay, visitor cleared. Threat level, moderate. Fashion sense, concerning. "The elevator knows how I dress?" Gumbo asked. "The building brain knows everything," Sunshine replied with cult member certainty. "Please step into elevator B, it's expecting you." Elevator B, unlike its counterparts, featured no buttons. Instead, a screen displayed a cartoon version of Landon Pike that bounced impatiently as Gumbo entered. "Going up?" the cartoon asked in a voice that sounded suspiciously like a famous actor who'd probably never consented to this usage. "Would you like to hear about our revolutionary water slide transport system while we ascend?" "I'd rather." "Excellent." The cartoon clapped its hands. "Our proprietary hydro-glide system allows employees to travel between floors using recirculated rainwater and the power of gravity. It's eco-friendly, efficiency-boosting, and has only resulted in 3 workers' compensation claims this quarter." The elevator doors opened onto a floor that looked like a tech startup had collided with a water park. True to the cartoon's word, transparent tubes filled with rushing water connected different areas of the office. Occasionally, screaming employees shot through these tubes like human torpedoes. A soaking wet man in a teal jumpsuit stumbled out of a tube landing zone, gasping. 7 seconds faster than taking the stairs, he wheezed triumphantly before collapsing into a squeegee station. "Mr. Malone." A booming voice echoed across the open floor plan. Come in, come in. Mind the puddles." Landon Pike strode toward him with the confident gait of a man who had never doubted his own brilliance. In his mid-40s, Pike had the polished veneer of tech wealth, expertly whitened teeth, suspiciously thick hair for his age, and the lean physique of someone who paid other people to exercise for him. He wore what Gumbo recognized as the unofficial tech billionaire uniform, designer jeans that cost more than Gumbo's monthly rent, sneakers made from some endangered material, and a black t-shirt that probably cost $400 despite looking identical to the ones sold in 3-packs at Walmart. "Love what you've done with the place," Gumbo said, dodging a small river forming from a leaky water slide. "Very moist." "Moisture is the essence of innovation," Pike declared, as if reciting from his own book of inspirational quotes, which, judging by the stack on a nearby desk, actually existed. "Follow me to my aquarium office. We can speak privately there." "Aquarium office?" Gumbo repeated, following Pike through a labyrinth of standing desks where engineers typed frantically while standing on what appeared to be vibrating platforms. "Increases productivity by 12%, Pike explained, noticing Gumbo's stare. "The constant vibration prevents them from getting too comfortable. Comfort is the enemy of disruption." They reached a circular glass chamber in the center of the floor. Inside, tropical fish swam in walls of water surrounding a surprisingly traditional mahogany desk. Pike pressed his palm against a scanner, and a section of the glass wall slid open. "Welcome to the fishbowl," Pike said, gesturing Gumbo inside. "Completely soundproof. Even my executive team doesn't know what species I've got in here. Competitive advantage, you understand." As the glass door sealed behind them, Gumbo felt like he'd entered the lair of a Bond villain with a limited imagination. "Cozy," he remarked, taking a seat across from Pike's desk. "Though it does raise certain privacy concerns when you're surrounded by transparent walls." "One-way transparency," Pike corrected smugly. "I see out, they see only fish." Now, he leaned forward, steepling his fingers. What's this about poor Max? Terrible business, that. Lionfish, was it? Nasty creatures. Beautiful but deadly, like my ex-wife's lawyer. Before Gumbo could answer, a strange grunting noise approached from behind a Japanese maple in the corner. A creature the size of a medium dog waddled into view. A capybara wearing what appeared to be a custom-made teal vest with the company logo. Ah, and here's market share. Pike beamed like a proud parent. My emotional support, capybara. She has her own Instagram with 2 million followers. Say hello, market. The capybara made a noise like a rusty door hinge and fixed Gumbo with the empty stare of an animal that had seen too much corporate strategizing. Market share goes everywhere with me, Pike continued, stroking the rodent's head. She has an uncanny sense for business opportunities. Don't you, girl? Fascinating, Gumbo said, making a mental note to ask Ellie if capybaras were legal pets in Florida. The answer, he suspected, was, not technically, but enforcement is spotty at best. About Maxwell Blackwood. Tragic loss for the industry, Pike interjected, his face arranging itself into what Gumbo suspected was a practiced expression of somber reflection. We were competitors, sure, but there was mutual respect. His water filtration technology was years behind ours, of course, but he was trying his best with limited vision. Were you aware that Maxwell was about to announce a breakthrough in water desalination technology? Something that might have made your own systems obsolete. Pike's left eye twitched almost imperceptibly. Market share made a low growling sound and waddled under the desk. Rumors and speculation, Pike said, his tone sharpening. Maxwell was prone to exaggeration. Remember his quantum computing claims last year? Turned out to be a repackaged algorithm from the 1990s with fancy branding. Yet your company's stock jumped 16 points the day after his death was announced, Gumbo observed. Quite a coincidence. Pike's smile could have frozen Tampa Bay in August. The market is fickle and often irrational. I don't control investor sentiment. He reached into his desk drawer and extracted a tablet. But I do control my schedule, which will prove I couldn't possibly have been involved in Maxwell's unfortunate encounter with marine biology. He slid the tablet across to Gumbo. On it played video footage of Pike giving a presentation to a room full of investors. The timestamp showed it occurring precisely when Maxwell Blackwood was meeting his maker via lionfish toxin. That's a live-streamed presentation to our Singapore investors, Pike said smugly. 400 people watched me in real time while poor Max was, shall we say, swimming with the fishes. You can verify it independently. The stream was archived on our corporate site. Gumbo watched the footage carefully. Pike looked every inch the charismatic CEO, gesturing emphatically about disruption vectors and paradigm pivots, whatever those were. Pretty airtight, Gumbo admitted, sliding the tablet back. Completely watertight, Pike corrected with the insufferable precision of someone who habitually edited other people's metaphors. Like our proprietary, hydro-sealed technology. I couldn't possibly have killed Maxwell because I was busy securing $20 million in Series F funding while inspiring our Asian partners. Market share emerged from under the desk and climbed onto Pike's lap, where she began methodically chewing on what appeared to be a prototype smartphone. That's a $100,000 prototype, Pike commented casually. But she's earned it. Her investment picks outperformed my CFO's last quarter. Gumbo leaned back, studying Pike. The man was undeniably slick, too slick. Nobody maintained that level of polish without having something to hide. Tell me, what do you know about Cordelia Blackwood? For the first time, Pike's composure cracked slightly. Cordelia. Brilliant woman. Too good for Maxwell, frankly. Did you know she has a master's in marine biology? Specialized in toxicology, I believe. We tried to hire her years ago, but she preferred being a corporate wife. He shrugged. Her choice, though, what a waste of talent. Marine toxicology, Gumbo repeated, his detective senses tingling like a bad sunburn. Interesting specialization. Indeed, Pike smiled thinly. Almost as interesting as your questions, Mr. Malone. Now, I've given you my alibi and indulged your curiosity, but I'm afraid market share, and I have a board meeting in 5 minutes. We're acquiring a rival cryptocurrency startup, and she gets cranky if her acquisition treats are delayed. As if on cue, the capybara made a disgruntled sound and dropped the half-chewed prototype onto Pike's desk. Gumbo stood, straightening his rumpled jacket. Just one more thing, he said, channeling his inner Columbo. Did Maxwell ever discuss his concerns about Tampa's water supply with you? Pike's face went carefully blank. Water quality is an ongoing concern for any filtration technology company. Nothing specific comes to mind. He pressed a button on his desk. Sunshine will show you out. Feel free to take the water slide. It's 40% faster than the elevator. As Gumbo was escorted out past dripping employees and the constant whoosh of the hydroglide system, he pondered Pike's reaction. The alibi seemed solid, but Pike's subtle tell when mentioning Cordelia's toxicology background was interesting. So was his non-answer about Tampa's water supply. Outside in the punishing Florida heat, Gumbo loosened his tie and called Ellie. How'd it go with Tech Boy Wonder? She asked, the sounds of her cafe clinking in the background. His alibi's tighter than a crab's grip on your pinky toe, Gumbo replied, squinting up at the holographic Pikehead still dispensing wisdom to uninterested pedestrians. But he got twitchy when I mentioned Cordelia's background in marine toxicology. And guess what else? Tampa's golden tech couple apparently had competing interests in water quality. Pike practically sprung a leak when I brought it up. Interesting, Ellie mused. Speaking of leaks, I found something in those financial records. Maxwell transferred $3 million to an offshore account 2 days before his death. The beneficiary is listed as Mermaid Conservation Trust. Let me guess, no such charity exists. Oh, it exists. Guess who's on the board of directors? Cordelia. Gumbo ventured. Close. Her sister, Iris. The restaurant owner with a thing for cooking invasive species. Gumbo watched as a soaking wet employee shot out of the building's ground floor water slide exit, tumbling onto a cushioned mat while clutching a laptop protectively above their head. You know what, Ellie? I think it's time I tried some invasive species cuisine. What's your feeling about lionfish ceviche for dinner tonight? Only if you're buying, she replied. And Gumbo? Where's something waterproof? Just in case. As Pike's giant floating head announced that the future belongs to those who build it, Gumbo headed toward his jeep with the distinct feeling that the future, or at least the immediate future of this case, was about to get considerably more complicated. Chapter 8. The morning sun glinted off Tampa Bay with the subtlety of a disco ball in a retirement home. Gumbo Malone squinted at his laptop screen, surrounded by a fortress of documents that looked like the aftermath of a filing cabinet explosion. His stilt house creaked beneath him, as if offering its own commentary on the financial rabbit hole he'd tumbled into. Maxwell Blackwood, Gumbo muttered to himself, you crafty paranoid bastard. He'd spent the last 14 hours following the money trail of a dead tech billionaire, fueled by a cocktail of gas station coffee and stale donuts that would make a coroner wince. The digital breadcrumbs of Maxwell's finances zigzagged across continents like a drunken pelican, each transaction more convoluted than the last. His phone buzzed. Ellie Hightower's name flashed on the screen, a beacon of sanity in his fiscal fever dream. Tell me you've slept, she said by way of greeting. Sleep is for people who don't have clients with offshore accounts numbered in the dozens, Gumbo replied, stretching until his spine made a sound like bubble wrap being murdered. I've found something interesting, though. Define interesting. Florida interesting or normal people interesting? The kind of interesting that makes rich widows either very innocent or very, very guilty. Gumbo took a swig of coffee that had gone from hot to tepid to something archaeologists might carbon date. Maxwell changed his will 2 weeks before becoming fish food. Guess who gets cut out? Our client with the lionfish fetish. Bingo. All his tech patents go to his brother Oscar, the cemetery ghoul. Not a cufflink to Cordelia. That's motive wrapped in a bow, Ellie said, her voice dropping to a concerned alto. Please tell me you're not still mooning over her like a teenager at prom. Gumbo glanced at the framed photo of Cordelia Blackwood that had somehow migrated to his desk, all scarlet lips and calculating eyes. I maintain professional boundaries at all times. And I'm the queen of the conch republic, Ellie snorted. Have you checked the transfers? Just finishing that now. There's a pattern of... Gumbo stopped mid-sentence, staring at his screen. Holy hell. What did you find? 3 transfers, each exactly $1.2 million, sent to a Cayman Islands account in the 72 hours before Maxwell's death. Account holder is listed as Siren Holdings. Siren. As in the mythological creatures that lure sailors to their doom. Apparently, subtle nomenclature isn't a requirement for offshore banking, Gumbo replied, clicking through documents. I'm going to need to call that forensic accountant friend of yours. Miles? He's expensive. So is my client. Speaking of whom? Gumbo's phone beeped with an incoming text. Cordelia wants to meet. Dinner at her sister's restaurant tonight. Ellie's silence hummed through the phone like a warning. The invasive species place. Predators and prey. That's the one. Be careful, Gumbo. Don't let good food and better cheekbones cloud your judgment. When have I ever been clouded by? Gumbo began, then remembered the Sarasota incident. And the Naples fiasco. And the Key West debacle that they'd both sworn never to mention again. Fair point. After hanging up, Gumbo drove to the Hillsborough County Records Office, a building so aggressively beige it seemed designed to repel human interest. Inside, the air conditioning fought a losing battle against the collective body heat of frustrated citizens and overworked civil servants. At the probate department, he found himself face to face with a woman whose name tag read Gladys, and whose expression suggested she'd long ago misplaced her last damn to give. I need to see the most recent will for Maxwell Blackwood, Gumbo said, sliding his pie license across the counter. Gladys regarded the license with the enthusiasm of someone being offered a day-old fish sandwich. Terminal or computer? Whatever's fastest. She snorted. Honey, you're in a government building in Florida. Nothing's fast. 27 minutes and 3 bureaucratic detours later, Gumbo sat at a sticky terminal scrolling through Maxwell's will. The document confirmed what he'd already learned. Oscar Blackwood would inherit the patents that were the crown jewels of his brother's tech empire. Trouble in paradise? A voice like honey-coated gravel asked. Gumbo turned to find Detective Linda Hastings leaning against a filing cabinet, looking like she'd stepped out of a film noir and into the fluorescent horror of county records. Linda, Gumbo nodded. Following me now? Don't flatter yourself, Malone. I'm here for the Henderson case. She nodded toward his screen. Still convinced the widow's innocent? I'm convinced there's more to the story than a simple poisoning. Linda's laugh was sharp enough to cut glass. Simple? There's nothing simple about extracting lionfish venom and administering it in a perfectly calculated dose. That takes knowledge, skill, and access. Your client has all 3. So does half of Tampa's marine biology department, Gumbo countered. And Maxwell's brother, who conveniently inherits everything. Oscar Blackwood. The guy who talks to headstones? The very same. Who now stands to become very, very rich. Gumbo pointed at the will. Maxwell cut Cordelia out completely. Linda's eyebrows rose a fraction. Interesting timing on that amendment. My thoughts exactly. Gumbo rubbed his temples. I need to talk to Oscar again. Good luck with that. Last I heard, he was giving a tour of historic Tampa cemetery hauntings. Charges tourists $50 a head to hear about ghosts and ghouls. Sounds lucrative, Gumbo mused. Not as lucrative as inheriting a tech empire. Linda's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then back at Gumbo. Watch yourself with the Blackwood family. They didn't get rich by playing nice. After Linda left, Gumbo printed the will and headed back to his car. The Florida heat hit him like a wet blanket, the kind of humidity that made breathing feel like an Olympic sport. His phone chimed with a text from Cordelia. Dinner at 8. Where's something nice? I have information about Maxwell's money that will change everything. Gumbo stared at the message, wondering if it was an invitation or a trap. With Cordelia, it could easily be both. Predators and prey occupied a converted boathouse on Davis Island, its exterior festooned with artistic renderings of Florida's most notorious invasive species. Inside, the restaurant hummed with the particular energy of a place where the wealthy came to eat things that were destroying the ecosystem, prepared by chefs who charged them handsomely for the privilege. Cordelia was already seated at a corner table when Gumbo arrived, wearing a dress the color of lionfish venom and a smile that could cut diamond. You look tired, she observed as he sat down. I've been reading your late husband's financial records, Gumbo replied. Not exactly bedtime stories. Find anything interesting? She sipped her wine, something red and expensive that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly boat payment. You could say that. Gumbo studied her face, searching for tells. Maxwell changed his will 2 weeks before he died. Left everything to Oscar. Cordelia's expression didn't flicker. I know. You know. Of course I know. Maxwell thought he was being clever, but his lawyer plays tennis with my sister's husband. She gestured around the restaurant. Florida is a small world when you have money. And the offshore transfers? The $3.6 million to Siren Holdings. That, Cordelia said, leaning forward slightly, is why I asked you here. Before she could elaborate, a waiter materialized at their table, wearing a shirt patterned with Burmese pythons. Good evening. Today's special is pan-seared lionfish with a mango habanero reduction, served over a bed of wild rice harvested from wetlands cleared of Brazilian pepper trees. He recited this with the rehearsed enthusiasm of someone who'd said it 30 times already that evening. How appropriate, Gumbo muttered. I'll have that. Make it 2, Cordelia said, not taking her eyes off Gumbo. And another bottle of the Cabernet. When the waiter left, she reached into her purse and extracted a small USB drive shaped like a mermaid. Maxwell wasn't just brilliant with technology, she said, sliding the drive across the table. He was paranoid. He kept records of everything, including the blackmail. Blackmail? Gumbo pocketed the drive. Those transfers weren't random. They were payments. Cordelia's perfectly manicured nails tapped a rhythm on the table. Maxwell discovered something about Tampa's water supply, something bad enough that certain people would pay to keep it quiet. What kind of something? The kind that makes people sick over time. The kind that would cost billions to fix and destroy careers in the process. Her voice dropped to a whisper. The kind worth killing for. Gumbo felt a familiar prickle at the back of his neck, the sensation that always preceded either a breakthrough or someone trying to shoot him. Sometimes both. And you're just sharing this now because I didn't know who to trust. Cordelia's eyes glistened. Because I needed to be sure you weren't working for them. Them who? The waiter returned with their wine, delaying her answer. As he poured, Gumbo noticed a man at the bar watching them too intently to be a casual observer. Expensive suit, cheap haircut, the careful stillness of someone trained to blend in. "My sister will be joining us shortly," Cordelia said when they were alone again. "She can explain the rest." "Your sister, Iris. She helped Maxwell with his research. The restaurant is just a cover." Cordelia took a sip of wine. "She's the one who told me about Siren Holdings. It's a shell company owned by—" The lights in the restaurant flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness save for the ambient glow from the marina outside. Diners murmured in confusion. "Cordelia." Gumbo reached across the table, but her chair was empty. When the lights came back on 30 seconds later, Cordelia was gone, along with the man from the bar. On the table where her wineglass had been sat a single lionfish spine, its poisonous tip pointing directly at Gumbo like a deadly compass needle. From the kitchen came the sound of breaking glass and a scream that might have been Iris or might have been someone else entirely. Gumbo was on his feet and moving before he had time to consider the wisdom of running towards screams in a case that already featured one creative poisoning. The USB drive felt suddenly heavy in his pocket, a digital anchor tethering him to whatever truth Maxwell Blackwood had paid for with his life. Chapter 9. Gumbo's 1987 Jeep Wrangler rattled across the causeway connecting Tampa to St. Petersburg, like it harbored personal grudges against smooth roads. The salt-corroded muffler announced his arrival with the subtlety of a drunken pelican crashing into a snare drum. The GPS on his phone had died 20 minutes ago, leaving him navigating by the cryptic directions Cordelia had texted. "Look for the giant neon iguana eating a flamingo. If you hit the Museum of Florida man bad decisions, you've gone too far." He spotted the iguana, a garishly green monstrosity whose blinking red tongue suggested it was either consuming the flamingo or French, kissing it, depending on your interpretation of Florida kitsch. Beneath it stood the invasive species, a converted beach shack whose weathered wooden exterior had been painted in a riot of colors that would make a coral reef look monochromatic by comparison. As Gumbo stepped from his Jeep, the humid evening air wrapped around him like a sweaty handshake. A hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Saving Florida's ecosystems one delicious bite at a time." "Subtle," Gumbo muttered, straightening his only clean dress shirt, a salmon-colored number with tiny embroidered marlins that Ellie had once described as, "What would happen if Miami Vice had a baby with Bass Pro Shop?" Inside, the invasive species resembled what might occur if a marine biology textbook exploded inside a Jimmy Buffett fever dream. Massive aquariums lined the walls, filled not with ornamental fish, but with living specimens of Florida's most notorious invasive species. Lionfish drifted menacingly behind glass. Walking catfish prowled their tank like aquatic felons. A separate terrarium housed several plump iguanas eyeing the diners with what appeared to be existential dread. A hostess with hair dyed the exact shade of an invasive Brazilian pepper tree approached. "Welcome to the invasive species. Just one. I'm meeting Cordelia Blackwood and her sister." "Ah, the widow and the chef." The hostess's smile tightened microscopically. "Right this way." She led Gumbo through the crowded restaurant, past tables where patrons enthusiastically consumed creatures that science and common sense had failed to keep out of Florida. A large chalkboard listed the evening specials: Burmese python pâté, lionfish ceviche, iguana tacos, and feral hog osso buco. Below these, someone had scrawled in smaller letters, "Ask about our snakehead fish surprise. The surprise is how it got here." Cordelia Blackwood sat at a corner table overlooking Boca Ciega Bay, backlit by the setting sun so that her silhouette seemed to glow with amber fire. Across from her sat a woman who could only be her sister, similar bone structure but harder edges, like Cordelia's features cast in tempered steel rather than porcelain. "Daniel." Cordelia rose gracefully, planting air kisses near each of his cheeks. She wore a deceptively simple black dress that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly rent. "Meet my sister, Iris." the culinary genius behind this ecological salvation project. Iris Blackwood, technically Iris Kincaid now, Gumbo recalled from his research, remained seated, assessing him with eyes the color of shallow water sand. Her chef's whites were impeccable despite the dinner rush, and she wore her brunette hair in a tight, practical bun that suggested frivolity was something that happened to other people. "So you're the private investigator who's going to exonerate my baby sister?" Iris's voice had the pleasant rasp of someone who'd spent decades yelling over kitchen noise. "I was expecting someone more weathered." "I moisturize," Gumbo replied, taking the empty seat. "Occupational hazard of Florida detective work. You either hydrate or mummify." A server materialized silently beside their table. "Can I start you with something to drink, sir? Perhaps our signature cocktail. We call it the ecological disaster. It's 7 different spirits that don't belong together, but somehow take over anyway." "Just bourbon neat," Gumbo said. "American made, not the invasive Scottish kind." That earned a twitch of amusement from Iris. "He's got you there, Paolo. Bring him the Eagle Rare." As Paolo departed, Gumbo observed the sisters. They shared DNA, but clearly not worldviews. Where Cordelia projected cultivated vulnerability, Iris radiated the coiled competence of someone who'd risen through restaurant kitchens by being tougher and sharper than anyone who got in her way. "I understand congratulations are in order," Gumbo said to Iris. "Your feature in Culinary Explorer was impressive. Not many chefs turn environmental activism into a successful business model." "When I realized people would pay premium prices to feel smug about eating tacos, my path became clear," Iris replied, her smile suggesting that idealism and profit weren't mutually exclusive in her world. "Every invasive lionfish on a plate is one less decimating our reef fish populations." Cordelia touched Gumbo's wrist lightly. "Iris has always been the practical one. I married wealth, she created it." "Someone had to maintain independence," Iris remarked, an edge in her voice that hinted at old tensions. "Not all of us wanted to be decorative additions to powerful men's collections." Gumbo's bourbon arrived before Cordelia could respond, saving them from what was clearly well-trodden argumentative terrain. "Let's skip the sister act," Gumbo suggested, taking a sip of excellent bourbon. "I'm here because Cordelia mentioned you might have insights about Maxwell that could help the investigation." "Did she?" Iris's eyes flicked to her sister. "I'm surprised. Usually, Cordelia prefers I keep my insights to myself." "Iris," Cordelia's voice carried a warning. "What?" "Your detective wants the truth, doesn't he?" Iris leaned forward. "The truth is, my sister collects powerful men like some people collect commemorative plates. And when she's done with them, they tend to wind up just as useless." "That's not fair," Cordelia whispered, her composure cracking slightly. "Isn't it?" Iris's gaze locked with Gumbo's. "Did she tell you about her first husband? Heart attack at 42. Or her second, tragic boating accident? Maxwell makes 3. That's not a coincidence, that's a pattern." Gumbo kept his expression neutral despite the confirmation of what Detective Hastings had warned him about. "Are you suggesting Cordelia had something to do with those deaths?" "I'm suggesting my sister is a magnificent survivor." Iris signaled Paolo. "Let's order before this conversation ruins my appetite." The meal progressed with the strained courtesy of a ceasefire negotiation. Iris's lionfish ceviche was genuinely exceptional, citrusy, bright, with just enough heat to wake up the palate without overwhelming it. Gumbo's python satay proved that with enough ginger and lemongrass, anything could taste good. Between carefully neutral topics, he watched the sisters interact, noting the 1,000 small ways they communicated volumes through tiny gestures and loaded pauses. After their main course, Iris excused herself to handle a kitchen emergency involving what she cryptically described as an invasive frog situation. Once she was out of earshot, Cordelia deflated visibly. "I apologize for my sister. She's protective in her way. By suggesting you're a black widow." Cordelia twirled her wine glass delicately. "Iris believes wealth corrupts. When I married money, she decided I'd been corrupted. When my husbands died, she assumed I'd become the corrupting force. And the deaths? Just coincidence. Richard had an undiagnosed heart condition. James was drunk when he took the boat out during a small craft advisory." Her eyes met his, unflinching. "And I didn't poison Maxwell with lionfish toxin. Though everyone seems determined to believe I did." Gumbo glanced toward the kitchen, where he could see Iris directing her staff with military precision. "Your sister doesn't seem convinced of your innocence." Iris has always preferred the dramatic interpretation. Cordelia leaned closer. "But she knows things about Maxwell's research. Things she won't tell me. That's why I arranged this dinner. I thought she might talk to you." Gumbo was spared responding when the kitchen doors burst open and Iris returned, wiping her hands on a towel. "Crisis averted. The frogs will live to invade another day." As she sat, Gumbo decided to change tactics. "Your cuisine is remarkable. Where did you learn so much about preparing such unconventional ingredients?" Pride, every chef's weakness, softened Iris's expression. "I wasn't always a restaurateur. First studied marine biology before culinary school. Specialized in toxicology, actually. Fascinating pivot. Less than you'd think. Understanding the biochemistry of organisms helps when you're trying to make them delicious rather than deadly." She allowed herself a small smile. "Most toxins break down under proper cooking temperatures." "Most? Well, some require special handling." Iris glanced at Cordelia. "Like lionfish. Their venom glands need to be carefully removed. One mistake and," she snapped her fingers, "dining disaster." "Or murder," Gumbo suggested mildly. The table fell silent. Even the ambient restaurant noise seemed to recede. "You're direct. I appreciate that." Iris leaned back. "Yes, a knowledgeable person could extract and concentrate lionfish venom for nefarious purposes. It would require specialized equipment, expertise in handling marine toxins, and a spectacular disregard for the Hippocratic Oath. First, suppose your marine biology background would give you that knowledge," Gumbo observed. "As would Maxwell's research team. Or anyone with access to his private laboratory." Iris's smile was razor thin. "The internet is a wonderful educator. Even my sister could have Googled how to murder with lionfish if she were so inclined." "Iris, please," Cordelia murmured. "What?" "I'm helping." Iris turned back to Gumbo. "Since we're being direct, let me save you some time. Check the kitchen staff at Maxwell's mansion. Particularly Luis Oriana." "The sous chef?" "Former pharmaceutical researcher who got fired from Maxwell's company 6 months ago. Now works prep shifts here 3 days a week to make ends meet." Iris tapped her dessert spoon against the table. "Started right after Maxwell laid off his entire research division. Strange career change for a man with a PhD in biochemistry, wouldn't you say?" Gumbo's investigative instincts snapped to attention. "He's working here tonight. Left an hour before you arrived. Claimed he had a family emergency." Iris's expression was unreadable. "Interesting timing. Why are you telling me this?" Iris studied him. "Because my sister, despite her questionable taste in husbands and her talent for convenient widowhood, is family. And Luis has been asking too many questions about Maxwell's home security system. You could have told the police." "The police aren't looking past the obvious suspect." Iris nodded toward Cordelia. "Besides, I believe in handling problems at their appropriate level. Invasive species require specific elimination strategies. As Gumbo processed this information, Paolo appeared with 3 elegant dessert plates featuring what appeared to be a green tea panna cotta topped with gold leaf. Brazilian pepperberry compote, Iris explained. Sweet but with a subtle bite. Like the best revelations. The conversation shifted to safer topics as they ate, but Gumbo's mind was racing. By the time they finished, night had fallen completely over Tampa Bay, the water reflecting the restaurant's neon glow like a fever dream. As they prepared to leave, Iris took Gumbo aside while Cordelia visited the ladies' room. "A word of advice, detective," she said quietly. "In Florida's ecosystem, nothing is exactly what it seems. Not the creatures, not the water, and certainly not the people." She pressed a folded napkin into his hand. "Luis's address. Whatever you're looking for, start there." Gumbo pocketed the napkin. "Why do I get the feeling you're playing a game I don't fully understand?" Iris's laugh was genuine but without warmth. "Because you're smarter than my sister's usual types. But remember, in nature, predators and prey often look remarkably similar. The difference is only apparent when it's too late." As Gumbo walked Cordelia to her car afterward, the neon iguana's red tongue blinked mockingly against the night sky. In his pocket, Luis's address felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric, along with the question of why Iris would so readily offer up her employee as a suspect. Unless, of course, Luis was merely another invasive species she needed removed from her territory. Chapter 10. Gumbo Malone stared at the hand-painted sign that read, "Jimbo's Gator Wrestling Academy, an Emotional Support Reptile Ranch." Beneath it, someone had hammered a smaller placard that proclaimed, "Closed for season, or forever if the health department keeps hassling us." "This is your idea of a safe house?" Eliza asked, clutching her laptop bag like it contained the nuclear launch codes instead of half-written exposés and a collection of cat memes she'd never admit to downloading. "It's the last place anyone would look for an investigative journalist with a target on her back," Gumbo said, fumbling with a ring of keys that would have made a medieval jailer envious. "Jimbo owes me a favor from when I helped him beat that public indecency charge. Turns out, swimming with alligators requires at minimum a Speedo, not just enthusiasm and 3 mojitos." The compound consisted of a weathered central building, surrounded by a series of concrete pools, now empty of water, but not entirely empty of wildlife. Something slithered behind a pile of plastic lawn chairs that had faded from tropical teal to the particular shade of green found only in hospital waiting rooms. "Is that?" Eliza's voice trailed off as she pointed toward movement in the shadows. "Meet Francine," Gumbo said casually, as if introducing her to a slightly eccentric ant rather than 600 pounds of prehistoric reptile. "She's the oldest emotional support alligator in Florida. Failed her certification exam 3 times for excessive enthusiasm during the comfort portion of the assessment." Francine regarded them with the patient hunger of a creature that measures time in geological epochs rather than hours. Her eyes, prehistoric yellow against armor-plated skin, conveyed nothing but the calm certainty that all things eventually end up as alligator food if one waits long enough. "Why isn't she in a cage?" Eliza whispered, freezing in place. "Jimbo doesn't believe in cages. He says they're bad for their self-esteem. But don't worry, she's had lunch." "Probably." The main building smelled of mildewed upholstery, alligator treats, suspiciously similar to gas station beef jerky, and the particular brand of industrial cleaner used exclusively by establishments 1 violation away from permanent closure. Its interior was decorated in what could only be described as Florida cryptid chic. Faded photographs of supposed skunk ape sightings, a stuffed jackalope wearing sunglasses, and an inexplicable collection of snow globes featuring mermaids in various Florida landmarks. "Home sweet home," Gumbo announced, dropping their bags on a worn sofa that wheezed dust in protest. Temporarily, anyway. Eliza walked a careful circuit of the room, her reporter's eye cataloging every detail. There's only one bedroom, she observed, pausing at the doorway to a small room containing a queen-sized bed draped with a comforter, featuring alligators wearing Santa hats. I'll take the couch, Gumbo said quickly, testing its springs with a dubious press of his hand. Something inside the cushion made a concerning crunch. Or maybe the floor. A scratching sound at the back door interrupted them. Gumbo's hand moved instinctively to his holster as he approached, gesturing for Eliza to step behind him. He cracked the door open to reveal not assassins or corrupt officials, but two more alligators, these considerably smaller than Francine, wearing what appeared to be hand-knitted sweaters in garish neon colors. Ah, Gumbo said with the resignation of a man whose life had long ago abandoned the shores of normalcy. The emotional support trainees. I forgot Jimbo mentioned they'd need daily care. The alligators waddled in with the entitled air of tenants rather than guests, making straight for a mini fridge that Gumbo hadn't noticed. The first one, sporting a lime green sweater with Dave embroidered across the back, used its snout to nudge the door open with practiced ease. The second, wearing a pink disaster that made it look like an explosion at a cotton candy factory, reached in and extracted a package of hot dogs with delicate precision. That's Dave and Delilah, Gumbo explained, as if alligators in sweaters raiding refrigerators required only the most cursory of explanations. They're the emotional support alligators in training. Apparently, they're working on their fine motor skills. Eliza stared, mouth slightly agape. Are they allowed to do that? Jimbo says restricting their natural foraging instincts leads to reptilian depression. He's writing a book about it, Cold Blood, Warm Hearts, The Secret Emotional Life of Florida's Most Misunderstood Residents. The publisher's advance was just enough to cover his fourth divorce. Dave finished his hot dog and fixed Eliza with what could only be described as an expectant gaze. He wants you to tell him your troubles, Gumbo explained. It's part of their training. I'm not spilling my emotional baggage to a carnivorous reptile in a sweater, Eliza declared, though her resolve seemed to waver when Dave tilted his head at a sympathetic angle. Your loss. Jimbo claims Dave's got a 78% approval rating among people with moderate to severe anxiety. Better than most therapists, and he works for hot dogs. Nightfall arrived with the abruptness typical of Florida, less a gradual dimming than nature hitting a cosmic light switch. Gumbo secured the perimeter, which primarily consisted of making sure none of the gators had invited friends over, and checking that the ancient padlocks on the gates hadn't rusted into decorative accessories rather than functional security. When he returned, he found Eliza sitting cross-legged on the floor, her laptop open, with Dave and Delilah flanking her like scaly sentinels. They're surprisingly good listeners, she admitted without looking up. I've been explaining the whole corrupt real estate development situation, and they haven't interrupted once with devil's advocate arguments or mansplaining. That's because they're alligators, not men on Twitter, Gumbo observed, dropping into a threadbare armchair that embraced him with the overfamiliar squish of furniture that had lost its structural integrity during the Clinton administration. I need to show you something, Eliza said, her tone shifting from bemusement to professional gravity. She turned her laptop toward him, revealing a spreadsheet of land purchases surrounding the protected coastal areas. I've been tracking these shell companies for months. Look at the pattern. Gumbo leaned forward, squinting at the screen. They're creating a chokehold around the preservation areas. Buy up everything adjacent, then pressure the government to release the protected lands. Exactly. But here's where it gets interesting. She pulled up another file, this one a series of architectural renderings labeled Operation Sandcastle, Confidential. The images showed luxury resorts nestled into coastline that was unmistakably the current protected beaches. These plans are dated 3 months before any public discussions about rezoning. Someone knows the outcome of environmental reviews that haven't even happened yet. That's not just corruption, that's prescience, Gumbo mused. Where did you get these files? Eliza hesitated, glancing down as Delilah nudged her leg with surprising gentleness. I have a source inside Rourke's development company. Someone with a conscience who's trying to balance a mortgage against mounting ethical concerns. Gumbo's eyes narrowed. Does this source have a name? I can't tell you that. Journalistic integrity. Journalistic integrity won't stop bullets if your source is setting you up. Eliza closed her laptop with a decisive snap. I know how to vet sources, Malone. I've been doing this since you were still selling corporate security systems to paranoid CEOs. Fair enough, Gumbo conceded, raising his hands in surrender. But whoever's behind this has resources and doesn't mind using them. The break-in at my boat, the threats, they're getting desperate. Or confident, Eliza countered. People who think they're untouchable make mistakes. Their conversation was interrupted by a low, rumbling growl. Both humans froze until they realized it was coming from outside. Francine, announcing visitors with all the subtlety of a furious lawn mower. Gumbo moved to the window, staying carefully to one side as he peered through the blinds. A sleek black SUV had pulled up at the entrance gate, its headlights cutting through the gathering darkness. Company, he murmured, reaching for his gun. Not the friendly kind. How do you know? Because friendly visitors don't case a property like they're planning a tactical assault. And they usually don't carry assault rifles. Eliza's face paled in the dim light. Rourke's men. Or someone wanting us to think they're Rourke's men. Gumbo moved quickly, gathering their essential gear. Either way, we're not sticking around to make formal introductions. What about Dave and Delilah? Eliza asked, and Gumbo couldn't tell if she was joking or genuinely concerned about the welfare of sweater-wearing predators. They're alligators in Florida. They'll outlive us all. He paused, considering. But they might prove useful as a distraction. Outside, car doors slammed. Voices murmured in the darkness. Gumbo led Eliza toward the back of the building, through a narrow hallway festooned with faded posters advertising Jimbo's spectacular gator wrestling extravaganza. They emerged into a small storage room that smelled powerfully of the particular fish parts that alligators find most delectable. There's a service entrance that leads to the back swamp, Gumbo explained, removing a key from a hook labeled Emergency Escape from Health Inspectors. Jimbo has a flat-bottom boat stashed there. Not fast, but quiet. You've clearly used this escape route before, Eliza observed. Let's just say Jimbo's business model occasionally attracts attention from regulatory agencies with a limited appreciation for reptilian entrepreneurship. As they slipped out the back door, Gumbo paused to flip a switch labeled Nighttime Enrichment Activities. Immediately, the sound of 1970s disco music blared from hidden speakers around the compound. The front door of the main building burst open as Dave and Delilah, liberated by the music that apparently served as some kind of trained signal, shot out like scaly missiles, followed by the much more imposing bulk of Francine. What the hell? Came a startled shout from the front of the property, followed by a series of increasingly creative profanities and the unmistakable sound of grown men retreating from reptiles with unexpected mobility. Jimbo's anti-burglar system, Gumbo explained with a hint of pride as they melted into the darkness toward the waiting boat. Nothing says, reconsider your life choices quite like alligators who really feel the rhythm of staying alive. As they pushed off into the dark water, the sounds of chaos receded behind them. Eliza clutched her laptop bag to her chest, her expression a complex mixture of fear, determination, and the particular brand of bewilderment that Florida regularly inspired in even its most seasoned residents. I'll need to find somewhere to hide this, she said, patting the laptop. It's everything I have on Operation Sandcastle. What about your secret journal? Gumbo asked casually, steering the boat through the dark water with practiced ease. Eliza's head snapped up. How did you know about that? I'm a detective, remember? Also, you left it under your pillow, which is literally the first place anyone looks. She had the grace to look embarrassed. It contains names and connections I haven't verified yet. Speculation. Things too dangerous to put in print, or even on an encrypted laptop. In other words, the real story, Gumbo said quietly. Maybe. Or maybe just the paranoid connections of a journalist who's been threatened one too many times. She gazed out at the dark water surrounding them. Where are we going now? To see a man about some birds, Gumbo replied cryptically, as the boat slipped deeper into the tangled embrace of mangroves and Spanish moss, leaving behind 3 alligators who were, against all laws of nature and common sense, apparently enjoying their disco-fueled freedom at the expense of would-be assassins. Behind them, Francine's triumphant bellow echoed across the water, a sound as ancient as Florida itself, now synchronized to the fading beats of the Bee Gees. Chapter 11. The Tampa Bay Sands Motel advertised itself as Florida's premier mid-range oceanfront experience, a claim so audaciously dishonest that Gumbo half expected the Florida Department of Truth in Advertising to materialize and haul the owner away in zip ties. The ocean was technically visible if you stood on the roof, squinted, and possessed the hopeful imagination of a child writing to Santa. As for premier, the establishment boasted all the luxury of a highway rest stop bathroom, minus the reliability of hot water. Gumbo sprawled across the bed, which sagged in the middle like the spirits of anyone foolish enough to believe the motel's website photos. His laptop balanced precariously on his stomach as he scrolled through newspaper archives documenting Cordelia Blackwood's illustrious marital history. Husband number 1, he muttered to himself, died of natural causes while scuba diving in waters known for unusually aggressive tiger sharks. Husband number 2 expired after consuming allegedly misidentified mushrooms in their homegrown gourmet garden. And Maxwell makes 3. He whistled. The woman's got worse luck with spouses than Florida has with hurricane insurance rates. His cell phone erupted in a steel drum rendition of Margaritaville, a ringtone he'd selected during what he now recognized as a momentary lapse in judgment following his 3rd rum punch at the Drunken Pelican. Malone, he answered, balancing the phone between ear and shoulder while continuing to scroll. You sleeping with her yet? Detective Linda Hastings' voice had the subtle warmth of a tax audit notification. Good afternoon to you too, Linda. I see the Tampa PD's sensitivity training is really paying dividends. Gumbo closed his laptop and sat up, wincing as the bed springs performed what sounded like their death rattle. Save it, Gumbo. I've watched you work. You develop a blind spot the size of Lake Okeechobee when beautiful women are involved. And Cordelia Blackwood is exactly your type, wealthy, sophisticated, and statistically likely to be homicidal. I'm conducting a professional investigation, Gumbo protested with all the conviction of a politician denying an extramarital affair while wearing someone else's underwear. Besides, what's with the call? Police finally admitting they can't crack the case without my unparalleled investigative genius. Linda's sigh could have powered a small windmill. I'm calling because, unlike you, I've actually run a background check that goes deeper than Google. Cordelia Blackwood was born Cordelia Finch in Pensacola. Before marrying her first husband, shipping magnate Harold Westcott, she worked as a research assistant at Gulf Marine Laboratories specializing in, wait for it, toxicology of marine organisms. That doesn't mean her second husband's mushroom garden, maintained by a landscaper who mysteriously received a wire transfer of $50,000 2 days after the funeral. The mushroom samples, collected at the scene, conveniently contaminated during transport to the lab. Gumbo frowned, absently scratching at a mosquito bite on his ankle that had expanded to the approximate size of Rhode Island. If you've got all this, why isn't she in custody wearing color-coordinated prison orange? Because circumstantial evidence isn't enough to charge Tampa Bay's most connected widow, especially when her late husband's company donates police cruisers. But it should be enough for you to stop thinking with your... I get the picture, Gumbo interrupted. But what if she's being framed? Maxwell's research was worth billions. There's a line of suspects longer than the wait at the DMV on the day after a holiday. Just watch yourself, Linda warned. 3 dead husbands isn't coincidence, it's a pattern. I've seen less suspicious behavior at a politician's prayer breakfast. After disconnecting, Gumbo paced the motel room's stained carpet, his mind churning like an airboat propeller in muddy water. The carpet had mysterious stains that told stories he'd rather not contemplate, arranged in a Jackson Pollock-esque pattern that suggested either artistic housekeeping or crime scene cleanup performed by enthusiastic amateurs. She can't be guilty, he argued with the gecko clinging to his bathroom ceiling. The gecko, displaying wisdom beyond its years, maintained skeptical silence. A knock at the door interrupted his debate with the reptile. Gumbo approached cautiously, one hand resting on the small .38 holstered at his hip. Years in Florida had taught him that unexpected visitors usually wanted to sell timeshares, Jesus, or murder, sometimes all 3. "Who is it?" he called. Silence answered him. Gumbo peered through the peephole, seeing nothing but the empty walkway with its rusted railing overlooking the motel's kidney-shaped pool, which contained approximately 3 inches of water and what appeared to be a small colony of frogs. He opened the door a crack, chain still latched. The muzzle of his gun preceded him into the gap. The walkway remained empty, save for a small package wrapped in brown paper and tied with twine. Cautiously, Gumbo retrieved it, examining it from all angles before bringing it inside. "Not today, Unabomber," he muttered, filling the ice bucket with water and submerging the package. When nothing exploded, fizzed, or screamed, he carefully unwrapped it on the bathroom counter. Inside lay a dead lionfish, its venomous spines arranged to form what looked disturbingly like a letter C. Beneath it, a note written in elegant script, "Swimming with sharks yet, Mr. Malone." Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text. "Cordelia, dinner tonight? I've made reservations at Neptune's Trident. 8 p.m. Where's something that compliments your eyes?" He glanced from the phone to the fish and back again, an uncomfortable tightness forming in his chest that had nothing to do with the motel room's questionable air quality. A crash from the bedroom sent him sprinting back, gun drawn, to find the sliding glass door to his small balcony shattered. A figure in black was already vaulting over the railing to the parking lot below. Gumbo holstered his weapon and gave chase, leaping down and narrowly avoiding a Japanese tourist photographing a plastic flamingo someone had inexplicably placed atop the ice machine. "Sorry," Gumbo shouted as he sprinted past. Florida tradition. Bringing good luck. The tourist, nodding enthusiastically, began photographing the flamingo with renewed vigor. The parking lot opened onto a street carnival that had materialized sometime during the afternoon, because Florida never missed an opportunity to combine traffic congestion with fried food on sticks. The figure in black disappeared into a crowd gathered around a man wrestling a mechanical alligator while reciting Shakespeare's sonnets. "To be or not to be," the performer bellowed, narrowly avoiding mechanical jaws, as Gumbo shoved through spectators clutching turkey legs and hurricanes in souvenir cups. By the time Gumbo reached the other side of the carnival, his quarry had vanished like reasonable real estate prices in a beach community. Sweating and winded, he trudged back to the motel, mind racing faster than an airboat with a nitrous injection. "This doesn't make sense," he told the gecko, which had relocated to position itself directly above his pillow, in what Gumbo chose to interpret as solidarity rather than a tactical advantage. "If Cordelia's guilty, why hire me at all? And if she's innocent, who's trying to scare me off?" The gecko, maintaining its policy of reptilian neutrality, offered no insights. Gumbo showered, changed, and spent 30 minutes debating whether to meet Cordelia for dinner or to sensibly run in the opposite direction. The debate ended when he realized he was already knotting his only presentable tie, a silk monstrosity featuring pelicans playing poker that Ellie had given him as a gag gift after their first successful case. Professional distance, he lectured his reflection as he smoothed his uncooperative hair. You're investigating her, not dating her. His reflection appeared unconvinced. Neptune's Trident occupied the top floor of Tampa's most exclusive high-rise, offering panoramic views of the bay and prices that suggested they were charging by the degree of visibility. The maitre d' gave Gumbo's pelican tie a look that questioned not just his fashion sense, but his entire lineage, before reluctantly leading him to a corner table where Cordelia waited. She wore a dress the color of blood-orange sunset, her platinum hair swept up to reveal diamond earrings that probably cost more than Gumbo's entire educational debt. When she smiled, something fluttered in his chest that felt suspiciously unlike professional detachment. "You came," she said, her voice a velvet purr. "I was worried after your delivery this afternoon." Gumbo froze halfway into his chair. "How did you know about that?" Cordelia's smile didn't waver, though something flickered behind her eyes. Amusement? Calculation? "Your assistant called me. Ellie, wasn't it? Said you'd found something disturbing and might cancel our dinner. I assured her you weren't so easily frightened." She reached across the table, her fingers brushing his. "Were we wrong?" "I never called Ellie about the fish," Gumbo said carefully. "Didn't you?" Cordelia lifted a perfect eyebrow. "How strange. Perhaps I misunderstood." A waiter materialized at Gumbo's elbow, presenting a wine list thick enough to stop a bullet. "Madam has already selected the chef's special tasting menu," he intoned. "Would sir care to choose a wine, or shall I bring the pairing flight?" "The flight will be fine," Gumbo managed, his eyes never leaving Cordelia's face. "So tell me, how did your first two husbands feel about seafood?" Cordelia's laugh tinkled like ice in expensive crystal. "My goodness, Detective Hastings has been busy, hasn't she? I wondered how long it would take her to call you." She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Tell me, Gumbo, do you believe everything you hear, or only the things that confirm what you want to be true?" As the sun set over Tampa Bay, casting the water in shades of crimson and gold, Gumbo couldn't decide if he was dining with a black widow or a woman being hunted by forces beyond her control. Either way, he was swimming in dangerous waters, and unlike the lionfish in his motel room, he didn't have venomous spines for protection. Chapter 12. Gumbo Malone eased his battered jeep through the wrought iron gates of Whispering Pines Cemetery, where the pines didn't whisper so much as screech like demented banshees in the salt-tinged breeze. The supposedly historical burial ground had been established in 1924 by a rum runner who needed somewhere to stash both his profits and his less successful business associates. A faded sign dangled from one rusted hinge, proclaiming "S 1924 Eternal Peace at Reasonable Rates." Someone had helpfully graffitied "No refunds" beneath it in spray paint the color of radioactive mucus. "Turn right at the mausoleum shaped like a pelican," Cordelia had instructed over the phone. "Oscar lives in the caretaker's cottage, behind the Spanish moss that looks like it's trying to strangle visitors." Gumbo navigated around headstones, tilting at angles that suggested the deceased were contemplating a jailbreak. The Pelican Mausoleum turned out to be less an artistic statement and more a concrete monstrosity that appeared to have been designed by someone who'd seen a pelican exactly once while heavily medicated. The caretaker's cottage squatted at the cemetery's edge like a toad that had swallowed something disagreeable. Gothic Victorian architecture collided with Florida pragmatism in a structure featuring both stained glass windows and a satellite dish bolted to a plastic flamingo on the roof. Gumbo knocked on a door, adorned with a wreath made entirely of preserved funeral flowers. The knocker was shaped like a miniature coffin. "Either you're selling something I don't want or you're here about Maxwell," called a voice from inside. "Either way, I'm armed with embalming fluid, and I'm not afraid to use it." "I'm Gumbo Malone," he replied. "Private investigator. Just want to ask a few questions about your brother." The door creaked open to reveal a man who shared Maxwell Blackwood's aquiline nose and piercing eyes, but where Maxwell had been sleek and polished, Oscar was rumpled and eccentric. He wore a vintage mortician's coat over cargo shorts and flip-flops, his gray hair standing up in tufts that suggested electricity might be involved. "Private investigator?" Oscar squinted at Gumbo. "Let me guess. My delightful sister-in-law hired you to prove she didn't season Maxwell's evening cocktail with exotic fish poison." "Something like that." "Well, come in before the heat melts what's left of your brain. Florida in July is God's way of reminding us we're all just pre-compost." The interior of the cottage was a macabre museum of funeral paraphernalia. Victorian mourning jewelry competed for space with antique embalming tools and a collection of ornate urns that Gumbo desperately hoped were empty. The walls were papered with vintage funeral home advertisements promising dignity in death and special rates for family packages. "Don't mind Herbert," Oscar said, gesturing to a taxidermied alligator wearing a bow tie and top hat in the corner. "He's less bitey than he used to be." "Charming place," Gumbo managed, edging away from a display case containing what appeared to be 19th century hair jewelry. "It's not everyone's cup of formaldehyde." Oscar waved him toward a worn leather armchair. "But it suits me. I've got Earl Grey or Eternal Slumber. That's my special blend with valerian root and chamomile. Makes you sleep like the dead, huh?" "I'll pass, thanks." Oscar shrugged and poured himself a cup from a teapot shaped like a miniature casket. "So, what brings Tampa's most interesting private eye to my humble abode? Besides Cordelia's checkbook, that is." "I'm investigating Maxwell's death," Gumbo said, pulling out his notebook. "Thought his only brother might have some insights." "Insights?" Oscar snorted. "I've got insights like Florida's got mosquitoes. The question is whether you want to hear them." "I'm all ears." "My brother," Oscar began, stirring his tea with a tiny silver spoon shaped like a femur, "was brilliant and ruthless, a lethal combination in business and an insufferable one in a sibling. Did you know he once reprogrammed my computer to make flushing sounds every time I typed my name? Sounds like a complicated relationship. Brothers usually are, especially when one builds an empire on toxic runoff while the other becomes a cemetery caretaker with a penchant for funeral ephemera." Oscar gestured broadly at his collection. "Maxwell thought I was throwing my education away. I thought he was selling his soul retail." "When did you last see him?" 2 weeks before he died. He showed up here looking like he'd seen a ghost, which is saying something given the locale." Oscar's expression darkened. He was rambling about water contamination, about how his fancy filtration system had discovered something that would change everything. He seemed genuinely scared. "Did he say what he found?" "Not specifically, but he kept repeating that they've been poisoning us for years. Said he was going public with it all." Oscar's mouth twisted into a bitter smile. 2 weeks later, he's floating face down in his ridiculously expensive fish tank. Ironic, isn't it? The man who discovered water contamination, killed by contaminated water. Gumbo leaned forward. "Do you think someone wanted to silence him? In Tampa's tech and real estate circles?" "Absolutely. Maxwell was about to torpedo property values across half the Bay Area. Nothing devalues waterfront property like finding out the water's toxic." "Any suspects in mind?" Oscar set down his teacup with a delicate clink. "Besides my lovely sister-in-law, with her convenient knowledge of exotic poisons. Take your pick." Mayor Wiggins and his development cronies. Landon Pike, who'd love to steal Maxwell's patents. Hell, even I had motive. I inherited all those patents when Maxwell changed his will last month. He changed his will. Gumbo hadn't heard this detail from Cordelia. Oh yes. Cut Cordelia out of the intellectual property entirely. Left her the houses, the cars, the boats, all the shiny toys. But the patents, the actual valuable stuff, that came to me. Oscar's eyes gleamed. Rather unexpected, considering we hadn't spoken for years before his recent visit. Why would he do that? Maybe he finally realized I was the only one he could trust. Or maybe he just wanted to spite his wife. Oscar shrugged. Maxwell was complicated. Brilliant, but damaged. Our father had that effect on people. Gumbo made a note. What can you tell me about his water filtration technology? Oscar's expression turned calculating. Enough to know it was revolutionary. Maxwell found a way to desalinate water at a fraction of current costs. But that was just the beginning. The system also detected contaminants at parts per trillion levels. He leaned forward. Do you know what happens when you can suddenly detect toxins that were previously invisible to testing? Lawsuits. Lawsuits, plummeting property values, manufacturing shutdowns, political careers ended overnight. Oscar's voice dropped to a whisper. Maxwell wasn't just selling water filtration. He was selling apocalypse to anyone with something to hide in Tampa Bay. And did he have proof of these contaminants? He claimed to. Said he'd documented everything and hidden copies where they couldn't find them. Oscar's fingers tapped an irregular rhythm on the arm of his chair. I told him to be careful. He laughed and said it was too late for that. A grandfather clock in the corner chimed 3 times, despite the actual time being closer to noon. Oscar didn't seem to notice. There's something else, he said, rising suddenly. Something I should show you. He disappeared into another room, returning with a faded photograph in an ornate silver frame. The picture showed 2 young boys standing beside a sunlit bay, fishing rods in hand. This was our spot, Oscar said, his voice softening. Every Sunday, our father would take us fishing here. It was the only time he wasn't drunk or angry. He tapped the glass over the image of the shoreline. This exact spot is where Maxwell took his water samples. The ones that started everything. Sentimental choice. Maxwell didn't do sentimental. He did symbolic. He was making a point only I would understand. Oscar set the photo down carefully. The day before he died, he called me. Said if anything happened to him, I should remember where we used to fish with Dad. Said the truth was buried there. Gumbo's interest sharpened. Have you looked? I'm a cemetery caretaker, Mr. Malone. Digging up the dead is my business. Digging up the truth? Oscar shook his head. That's considerably more dangerous. Did you tell the police about this? The police, Oscar scoffed. Detective Hastings spent exactly 17 minutes interviewing me before deciding Cordelia was her prime suspect. Can't blame her, the evidence is substantial. But you don't think Cordelia did it? Oscar's laugh was sharp and brittle. Oh, I think Cordelia is perfectly capable of murder. But she's too smart to be this obvious about it. No, this was someone panicking, someone who needed Maxwell silenced immediately. A shadow passed over Oscar's face. I'd be careful if I were you, Mr. Malone. Whoever killed my brother isn't finished yet. Not while his research is still out there. Gumbo stood, sensing the conversation was winding down. Thank you for your time. Don't thank me yet. Oscar walked him to the door. Maxwell's secrets got him killed. They might do the same for you. At the door, Oscar paused. One last thing. Maxwell was terrified of water as a child. Wouldn't go near it after a near-drowning incident. Our father forced him into swimming lessons, forced him to face the thing he feared most. That's who Maxwell became, a man who turned his greatest fear into his life's work. His eyes met Gumbo's. Ask yourself, what kind of person does that? Outside, the afternoon heat slammed into Gumbo like a physical force. He walked back through the cemetery, mulling over Oscar's revelations. As he approached Maxwell Blackwood's freshly installed granite headstone, ostentatious even in death, something caught his eye. Arranged carefully, at the base of the monument were 7 spines from a lionfish, forming a pattern that looked suspiciously like a chemical formula. Gumbo knelt for a closer look, careful not to touch the venomous spines. They were fresh, the distinctive red and white stripes still vibrant. Someone had placed them here recently, within hours. He snapped a photo with his phone, then scanned the cemetery. Between tilting headstones and overgrown angel statues, he caught a glimpse of movement, a figure in dark clothing slipping between mausoleums. Gumbo straightened, hand moving toward the gun holstered at his hip. But the figure was gone, vanished among the markers of Tampa's dead and forgotten. As he walked back to his jeep, Oscar's words echoed in his mind. Whoever killed Maxwell wasn't finished yet. The truth was still out there, buried in the childhood fishing spot of 2 brothers bound by blood and secrets. And now, someone was watching Gumbo's investigation, someone who left venomous warnings on a dead man's grave. Chapter 13. The sun hung low over the Gulf, like a drunken tourist, trying to decide whether to call it a night. Gumbo Malone's jeep bounced along the shell-strewn coastal road, suspension groaning with each divot and pothole. Florida's infrastructure maintenance budget seemed to have been redirected toward building more mini golf courses featuring mechanical alligators, a decision that Gumbo's vertebrae currently questioned with great enthusiasm. Cordelia Blackwood sat beside him, her posture unnaturally perfect despite the vehicular gymnastics. She wore oversized sunglasses that covered half her face, a silk scarf that fluttered like a distressed flag in the wind, and an expression that suggested she was simultaneously bored and plotting something catastrophic. "Turn here," she instructed, pointing to what appeared to be absolutely nothing. Between those 2 bent palm trees. "That's not a road," Gumbo observed. "That's where roads go to die." "Maxwell wasn't a fan of visitors," Cordelia replied, her voice carrying that particular tone of the obscenely wealthy discussing mild inconveniences. "He paid the county cartographer to remove this access point from official maps. Your husband bribed government officials to alter public records so his beach house wouldn't get unexpected pizza deliveries." "Please," Cordelia's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched over her sunglasses. "Maxwell didn't eat pizza. He considered cheese a plebeian conspiracy." Gumbo sighed and cranked the wheel, sending the jeep lurching onto what charitably might be called a trail. Spanish moss hung from gnarled oaks like the beards of drowned sailors, scraping across the windshield with arthritic fingers. "You didn't mention this place in your initial statement," Gumbo said, navigating around a suspicious-looking puddle that might have contained primordial soup. "Or the follow-up. Or the 17 clarifying conversations we've had since." "It wasn't relevant," Cordelia said, checking her reflection in a compact mirror that probably cost more than Gumbo's monthly rent. Maxwell kept this property off all records. Even his accountant thought this was protected wetlands, owned by a non-existent conservation trust. "So your husband created a fake environmental organization to hide his beach house from the IRS. The IRS, his business partners, his biotechnology competitors," Cordelia counted off on manicured fingers. "And me, initially. I only discovered it by accident when his fitness tracker emailed me his location after he failed to meet his daily step goal." The trees suddenly parted, revealing a modernist structure that looked like it had been assembled by aliens with a questionable understanding of human habitation needs, but excellent taste in cantilevered design. The house perched on stilts 20 feet above the ground, its glass walls reflecting the sunset in violent oranges and pinks. Solar panels formed an artistic pattern across the roof, and a winding staircase spiraled up from the ground like a metallic DNA strand. "That's not what I expected," Gumbo admitted, parking beneath the structure. Maxwell believed traditional beach houses were for people who lacked imagination and stock options, Cordelia said, extracting herself from the Jeep with the fluid grace of someone who'd never had to worry about lower back pain. He called it his thinking pavilion. I called it his midlife crisis with building permits. As they approached the spiral staircase, Gumbo noticed the absence of footprints in the sand surrounding the house. "No one's been here recently?" "The cleaning service comes on Tuesdays." Maxwell fired them after finding a fingerprint on his meditation sphere. "His what now?" "Don't ask," Cordelia advised, ascending the stairs with practiced ease despite 4-inch heels that would have qualified as weapons in most jurisdictions. At the top, a gleaming steel door greeted them, its surface interrupted only by a small panel displaying a glowing blue seahorse symbol. "Biometric," Gumbo guessed. "Naturally," Cordelia replied, pressing her palm against the panel. Nothing happened. She frowned, trying again. Still nothing. "That's odd. Maxwell granted me access after our third couples therapy session. He said it was a gesture of trust, though his therapist had to explain the concept to him using corporate takeover metaphors." Gumbo examined the panel more closely. "This has been tampered with. Recently." He pointed to nearly invisible scratch marks around the edges. "Someone bypassed the security system." Cordelia's composure flickered momentarily, like a glitch in an otherwise perfect simulation of human confidence. "That's impossible. Only Maxwell and I knew about this place." "And the cleaning service," Gumbo reminded her. "And whoever else Maxwell brought here when you weren't around." Her eyes narrowed behind the sunglasses. "Are you implying my husband was unfaithful?" "I'm implying your husband was a secretive tech billionaire with a hidden beach house that looks like it was designed by an architectural firm specializing in supervillain lairs. Extramarital activities would be the least surprising thing about him." Cordelia removed her sunglasses with deliberate slowness, revealing eyes that could freeze mercury. "Just open the door, Mr. Malone." Gumbo produced a small electronic device from his pocket that looked like a miniature taser with delusions of grandeur. "Universal key. Courtesy of a former client who specialized in liberating electronic devices from their original owners." "You're carrying a burglar's tool?" "I prefer access equalizer," Gumbo replied, attaching the device to the panel. It hummed softly, lights flashing in a sequence that suggested it was either working or about to summon interdimensional beings. "Besides, you can't technically burgle a property you own." "I don't own this property," Cordelia reminded him. "According to county records, the Gulf Guardian Wetlands Initiative does." "A fictional entity created through fraudulent documentation," Gumbo said, as the door clicked and slid open. "I'm sure the judge will be fascinated by that distinction at your trial." The door opened to reveal chaos. What had presumably once been a minimalist showcase of wealth and pretension now resembled a tornado's personal scrapbook. Furniture lay overturned, glass coffee tables shattered, abstract art ripped from walls, and drawers emptied onto Italian marble floors. "Jesus," Gumbo muttered, stepping carefully over a broken sculpture that might have been a priceless modernist interpretation of human evolution, or possibly just a very expensive paperweight. "Maxwell would have had an aneurysm," Cordelia whispered, her perfect composure finally cracking. "He once spent 30 minutes rearranging a bowl of decorative spheres because one was a millimeter out of place." They moved through the wreckage, documenting the destruction with phone cameras. Every room showed signs of methodical searching, not random vandalism, but purposeful dismantling. "They were looking for something specific," Gumbo observed, noting how certain areas had been searched more thoroughly than others. "The safe," Cordelia said suddenly, her eyes widening. behind the Rothko in the study. They made their way to what remained of Maxwell's study. The painting, a giant canvas of color blocks that probably cost more than Gumbo's entire education, hung askew, revealing a wall safe behind it. "It's open," Gumbo noted, approaching cautiously. "And empty." Almost. There, sitting forlornly in the otherwise vacant safe, was a small USB drive shaped like a seahorse, its metallic blue surface catching the fading sunlight streaming through the broken windows. "That's Maxwell's personal drive," Cordelia said, reaching for it before Gumbo gently intercepted her hand. "Evidence," he reminded her, producing an evidence bag from his pocket. "What would be on it?" "I don't know," Cordelia admitted, watching as Gumbo carefully bagged the drive. Maxwell was pathologically secretive about his work. Said corporate espionage was the sincerest form of flattery. "Whoever ransacked this place missed it," Gumbo observed. "Or didn't recognize what it was." "Or left it deliberately," Cordelia added, her analytical mind cutting through her distress. "To lead us somewhere. Or mislead us." Gumbo nodded, impressed despite himself. Most clients in similar situations devolved into hysterics or unhelpful speculation. Cordelia remained focused, her mind working the angles like a pool shark with a trust fund. "If someone went to all this trouble," Gumbo said, gesturing to the destruction around them, "this drive might be the key to everything. Or nothing. Tech billionaires aren't known for their straightforward communications. Maxwell once sent me a 16-page encrypted email to tell me he'd be late for dinner," Cordelia agreed, "with footnotes and a bibliography." As they continued searching, Gumbo found himself reassessing Cordelia. The evidence against her had seemed overwhelming: access, motive, opportunity, and a suspicious knowledge of exotic fish toxins. But standing in the ransacked beach house that officially didn't exist, things suddenly seemed less clear-cut. "You know what this means, don't you?" Gumbo said, examining a shattered terrarium that had once housed what appeared to be very expensive sand. "That I'm not the only one interested in Maxwell's secrets," Cordelia suggested, delicately picking her way through broken glass. "That, and the fact that someone else knew about this place. Someone who wasn't supposed to. Someone who thought whatever was in that safe was worth the risk of breaking in." "Which means I'm not the only suspect," Cordelia concluded, a ghost of a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "You're beginning to believe I might be innocent, Mr. Malone." Gumbo studied her carefully. "I'm beginning to believe this case is more complicated than a woman killing her husband for his fortune. Which isn't the same as believing you're innocent." "It's a start," Cordelia said, the setting sun casting her face half in shadow. "Innocence is such a relative concept anyway. My therapist says none of us are truly innocent after the age of 8. Your therapist sounds expensive." "She specializes in the morally ambiguous ultra-wealthy. Her waiting room has a champagne fountain and a support peacock." As they prepared to leave, Gumbo took one last look around the destroyed beach house. Something about the scene bothered him, beyond the obvious destruction. The search had been thorough, but targeted. Professional. Not the work of opportunistic thieves or angry business rivals. "Let's go," he said finally. "We need to get this drive analyzed before whoever did this realizes they missed it." As they descended the spiral staircase, Cordelia paused, looking back at the house silhouetted against the darkening sky. "You know what's strange? I hated this place. Thought it represented everything insufferable about Maxwell. But seeing it destroyed feels personal." "Murder usually is," Gumbo replied, not unkindly. "Even when it's just a house." They drove back in silence, the USB drive secure in Gumbo's pocket, the questions multiplying like Florida mosquitoes after a summer rain. For the first time since taking the case, Gumbo found himself genuinely questioning Cordelia's guilt. The ransacked beach house pointed to outside involvement, complications beyond a simple domestic murder. which meant either Cordelia was innocent, or she was playing a much deeper game than he'd originally suspected. With the wealthy, either possibility seemed equally likely. But as the lights of Tampa appeared on the horizon, Gumbo couldn't shake the feeling that they'd just discovered something that would change everything if they could figure out what it meant before whoever ransacked the beach house figured out what they'd missed. Chapter 14. The 24/7 Sunoco, on Tampa's east side, had all the charm of a prison cafeteria with marginally better lighting. Its fluorescent tubes buzzed with the persistent drone of insects contemplating suicide, casting everything in a sickly pallor that made even the freshest beef jerky look like it had been cured during the Nixon administration. Gumbo Malone leaned against his Jeep, watching the afternoon shift change with the practiced patience of a man who'd spent too many hours of his life waiting in parking lots. The convenience store's door wheezed open every few minutes, disgorging customers clutching oversized sodas and lottery tickets, purchased with the reckless optimism unique to Florida residents who believed statistical impossibility was just another government conspiracy. "You sure this is the right place?" Ellie asked through his earpiece. She'd insisted on remote backup after the beach house break-in, claiming that Gumbo had the self-preservation instincts of a lemming with a death wish. "Unless there's another Sunoco where the coffee tastes like motor oil and the hot dogs have achieved sentience, yeah, this is it," Gumbo replied, adjusting his Panama hat against the relentless Florida sun. "Our witness gets off shift in 5 minutes. And remind me why this person is suddenly the linchpin of our investigation." Gumbo watched a man in cargo shorts attempt to fit an improbable number of taquitos into a single paper bag. "Because Daryl Johnston swears he saw Cordelia Blackwood here, buying gas at exactly 8:17 p.m. on the night Maxwell died. Medical examiner puts time of death between 8 o'clock and 8:30. If Johnston's telling the truth, Cordelia physically couldn't have been dropping lionfish venom into her husband's ridiculously expensive scotch. And you believe this gas station attendant, why exactly?" "I haven't decided if I believe him. That's why I'm here, doing actual detective work instead of developing an unhealthy relationship with spreadsheets like some people I know." Ellie snorted. "My relationship with Excel is perfectly healthy. We have boundaries. You named your laptop. Mortimer appreciates being recognized as an individual." The station's door opened again, and a lanky man with a wispy blonde goatee and the vacant expression of someone who'd spent too many hours watching security monitors slouched out. His name tag read Daryl in letters that suggested enthusiasm wasn't part of the job description. "Game time," Gumbo muttered, straightening up and strolling toward the man with the casual confidence of someone who wasn't about to poke holes in a potential alibi for a woman who might have murdered her husband with exotic fish poison. "Daryl Johnston?" Gumbo called out. "Danny Malone. We spoke on the phone yesterday." Daryl squinted at him with the suspicious air of someone who'd been served too many subpoenas. "You don't look like a private investigator. And you don't look like someone who could identify a specific customer from 3 weeks ago, yet here we are, confounding expectations." Daryl's face contorted into what might have been a smirk or possibly early onset indigestion. "You buying me lunch, or what? I ain't talking in this parking lot. Too many ears." Gumbo glanced around at the distinctly ear-free asphalt. "Right. How about Manny's Diner across the street? I hear their meatloaf is only partially mysterious." "Manny's is fine," Daryl agreed, scratching his goatee. "But I want the deluxe burger basket. With cheese. And bacon. And those fancy onion rings." "Of course," Gumbo replied dryly. "Why not throw in a coronary bypass while we're at it?" Manny's Diner looked like it had been decorated by someone whose only reference for American dining came from watching Happy Days reruns with cataracts. Red vinyl booths squeaked protestations against the weight of countless tourists, while chrome fixtures reflected distorted versions of reality that somehow seemed more honest than the original. Daryl attacked his burger with the gusto of a man who considered ketchup a vegetable. Gumbo nursed a coffee that tasted like it had been filtered through a mechanic's rag, watching his witness devour what had to be his body weight in saturated fat. "So," Gumbo began, sliding a photo of Cordelia across the table. "You're certain this is the woman you saw that night?" Daryl glanced at the photo, a streak of special sauce decorating his chin like an unfortunate birthmark. "That's her, all right. Hard to forget a woman who looks like that, asking for pump 3 at 8:17 p.m. That's remarkably specific timing." "I notice things," Daryl shrugged, cramming 3 onion rings into his mouth simultaneously. "It's a gift." "A gift?" Gumbo repeated. "Tell me, Daryl, do you remember what she was wearing?" "Red dress. Fancy. Like she was coming from somewhere important." "And she was alone?" "Yep. Paid cash for $20 of premium. Complained about the price too, which seemed weird for someone wearing diamonds on a Tuesday." Gumbo leaned back, letting the vinyl squeak punctuate the moment. "Here's what I don't understand, Daryl. You remember this woman, one customer out of what, hundreds that day, with perfect clarity. You remember the exact time, what she was wearing, how she paid, even that she complained about gas prices. That's either an extraordinary memory or what?" Daryl's eyes narrowed, onion rings suspended halfway to his mouth. "Or someone paid you to remember those details." Gumbo kept his voice casual, as if discussing the weather rather than potential witness tampering. The onion ring completed its journey. "That's insulting, man. I told you, I notice things." "You notice things," Gumbo nodded. "Like how much money might appear in your bank account if you noticed certain specific things about certain specific people." Daryl's face flushed an interesting shade of crimson. "I don't have to listen to this. I'm doing you a favor here." "Are you?" "Because I checked the shift schedule, Daryl. You weren't supposed to be working that evening. You swapped with Miguel Rivera at the last minute. Curiously, right after receiving a phone call from a Tampa area code." The half-eaten burger landed on the plate with a sad plop. "You don't know what you're talking about." "I think I do. I think someone, maybe Cordelia, maybe someone else, paid you to say you saw her that night. To establish an alibi where none existed." "You can't prove that," Daryl muttered, eyes darting toward the exit. "Actually, I can. See, convenience stores have security cameras, Daryl. Lots of them. I've already reviewed the footage from that night." This was, technically speaking, a lie. Gumbo had tried to access the footage, but found it had been mysteriously corrupted, a coincidence that stank worse than low tide in August. "Then you saw her," Daryl insisted, desperation creeping into his voice. "She was there." "That's the interesting part," Gumbo leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Someone professionally tampered with the system. Exactly 17 minutes of footage, from 8:10 to 8:27, is missing. The same 17 minutes when you claim Cordelia was buying gas." Daryl's Adam's apple bobbed like a fishing lure in a hurricane. Maybe there was a power surge. A power surge that affected only the security system, but not the electronic registers? That's quite the precision electrical event. Gumbo pulled out his phone, setting it on the table. "I've got Detective Linda Hastings on speed dial. She'd be very interested in hearing about witness tampering in a murder investigation." "Listen, man," Daryl's voice dropped to a whisper. "I didn't know it was for a murder thing, okay? This lady calls me, says she needs a favor for her sister. Said her sister's husband was cheating, and she needed an alibi for a divorce case. Offered me $5,000 in cash." "What lady?" "Cordelia." Daryl shook his head. "No, not her. Said her name was Iris." had this weird restaurant logo on her shirt. Something about invasive species. Gumbo felt his pulse quicken. Iris. Cordelia's sister. The same sister who ran the restaurant serving invasive species and had conveniently failed to mention any involvement in her sister's alibi. Did you actually see Cordelia that night? Gumbo asked, already knowing the answer. No, Daryl admitted, shoulders slumping. I was supposed to say I did if anyone asked. Nobody was supposed to check the cameras. Iris, said she'd take care of that part. And she did? Gumbo murmured. Professional job, too. Almost like someone who knows their way around security systems. Am I in trouble? Daryl looked genuinely concerned now, his deluxe burger forgotten in a pool of congealing grease. That depends on how cooperative you're feeling, Gumbo replied, sliding a napkin across the table. Write down everything you remember about your conversation with Iris. Every detail, no matter how small. As Daryl scribbled frantically, Gumbo touched his earpiece. You getting all this, Ellie? Every word, she replied. Interesting that Iris would set up an alibi for her sister, isn't it? Almost like she knew Cordelia would need one before Maxwell was even dead. Or she's protecting her sister after the fact, Gumbo mused. You still think Cordelia's innocent? Ellie sounded skeptical. Gumbo watched Daryl's nervous handwriting fill the napkin with details that were either going to crack this case wide open or lead them down another expertly crafted rabbit hole. I think, he said carefully, that we're dealing with a family where deception might be the only thing they don't need an alibi for. Outside, Tampa's afternoon thunderstorm broke with theatrical timing, rain slamming against the diner's windows like nature's own percussion section. Gumbo couldn't help but wonder if somewhere, in a glass mansion or a restaurant full of invasive species, someone was watching the same storm and calculating their next move in a game where the rules kept changing and the stakes involved exotic poisons and water filtration patents worth billions. He just hoped he wasn't the only player who didn't know the real score. Chapter 15. Gumbo Malone stood at the entrance of the Tampa Bay Aquarium's grand ballroom, squirming in a tuxedo that felt like it had been sewn by vengeful tarantulas. The rental shop had assured him it was their most comfortable model, which made him wonder if their less comfortable options were classified as torture devices by the Geneva Convention. Stop fidgeting, Cordelia Blackwood whispered, her crimson lips barely moving as she smiled and waved at Tampa's elite. You look like you're being slowly electrocuted. I'm pretty sure this bow tie is actually a cleverly disguised garrote, Gumbo replied, forcing a smile as the photographer snapped their picture. I've worn less restrictive neck braces after car accidents. Cordelia glided into the room with the effortless grace of someone who'd been navigating high society since the womb. Her gown, a shimmering creation the color of a deepwater coral reef, caught the light with every movement, making her seem to glow from within. Her auburn hair was swept up in an elaborate arrangement that defied both gravity and logic. Around her neck hung a simple platinum pendant shaped like a lionfish. Interesting choice of jewelry, Gumbo murmured, eyeing the pendant. Know thy enemy, Cordelia replied with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Besides, irony is the last refuge of the truly innocent. The annual Save Our Seas Gala was the cornerstone of Tampa Bay's charity season, where the wealthy came to be photographed caring about the environment while consuming endangered species in sauce reductions. The room buzzed with the particular frequency of money talking to money, punctuated by the occasional tinkling laugh that sounded like champagne glasses breaking against marble floors. A waiter glided past with a tray of hors d'oeuvres. What is that? Gumbo asked, pointing to something that looked like a tiny porcupine had mated with a shrimp. Lionfish croquettes with microgreens and saffron aioli, the waiter replied without breaking stride. Invasive species are this year's sustainability theme. Gumbo shot Cordelia a look. She shrugged, the movement sending ripples through her gown like a stone dropped in still water. "Shall we mingle?" she asked, taking a flute of champagne from another passing tray. "I spot at least 3 people who've been desperately trying to avoid eye contact with me since we arrived." They navigated through the crowd, Cordelia moving with the precision of a chess piece, Gumbo following in her wake like a particularly uncomfortable tugboat. He had attended his share of corporate galas during his previous life, but Tampa's old money elite operated on a different frequency, one that seemed to literally smell the new rental tuxedo on him. "Cordelia, darling." A woman with a helmet of silver hair and enough diamonds to sink a small yacht intercepted them. "How brave of you to attend." "Simply brave." "Marlene," Cordelia replied, air-kissing within 6 inches of the woman's cheek. "I wouldn't miss it." Maxwell was so passionate about marine conservation. "Yes, well," Marlene's eyes darted to Gumbo, then back to Cordelia. "Such a tragedy. The board still hasn't recovered from the shock." "I'm sure the shock will pass once the grant money starts flowing again," Cordelia said, her smile razor-sharp. "Have you met my associate, Mr. Malone? He's helping me tie up loose ends." Gumbo extended his hand. Marlene regarded it with the same enthusiasm one might show a used tissue. "Charmed," she managed, barely touching his fingers before withdrawing her hand as if it had been scalded. "Cordelia, you simply must speak with Senator Brickell. He's been asking about you all evening." As Marlene steered Cordelia away, Gumbo took the opportunity to survey the room. Near the bar stood Landon Pike, Maxwell's chief rival, holding court with a group of men in identical tuxedos. His capybara was nowhere to be seen, but his personality seemed to fill the void admirably. Across the room, Mayor Hollings was deep in conversation with a woman Gumbo recognized as the head of Tampa's water management district. "They're all here, aren't they?" A voice at his elbow made Gumbo turn. Oscar Blackwood, Maxwell's brother, stood beside him, clutching a tumbler of amber liquid. The vultures circling the corpse. Oscar looked like Maxwell might have if Maxwell had been dragged backward through a hedge fund. Same bone structure, but with the dissipated air of someone who had spent his inheritance on regrettable life choices. "I'm surprised to see you here," Gumbo said. "Oh, I wouldn't miss this particular circus," Oscar replied, his words slightly slurred. "Nothing like watching people who wished my brother dead pretend to mourn him while eyeing his patents like they're the last lifeboat on the Titanic. Including you." Oscar laughed, a sound like gravel in a garbage disposal. "I'm the only honest one in the room, Malone. I hated my brother, but at least I said it to his face." He leaned in, conspiratorially. "Tell me, do you think she did it?" "Cordelia." "Because I've got a theory involving that toxicologist she's been friendly with." Before Gumbo could respond, a chime rang through the ballroom. The master of ceremonies, a man so tan he appeared to be carved from mahogany, announced it was time for Cordelia's speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us tonight Mrs. Cordelia Blackwood, who will be continuing her late husband's legacy by announcing a major new initiative for Tampa Bay conservation." Cordelia ascended the stage with the poise of a jungle cat approaching prey. The spotlight caught her lionfish pendant, sending prisms of light dancing across her collarbones. "Thank you all for being here tonight," she began, her voice clear and steady. "As many of you know, Maxwell was passionate about protecting our waters. What you may not know is why." She paused, her eyes scanning the room like searchlights. "Tampa Bay is dying. Not in the way we talk about at these galas, with polite concern over cocktails. It's being systematically poisoned." A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Mayor Hollings stopped mid-sip of his drink. "Maxwell discovered contaminants in our water, heavy metals, agricultural runoff, industrial waste, at levels that would shock you. His filtration technology wasn't just about making money, it was about saving lives." Gumbo watched as Landon Pike whispered urgently to one of his associates. The mayor had gone the color of week-old fish. The toxins building up in our bay are similar to those found in some of our most dangerous marine life, Cordelia continued, her voice gaining strength. Tetrodotoxin, saxitoxin, palytoxin. These are naturally occurring in species like pufferfish, certain algae, and yes, lionfish. She touched her pendant. These neurotoxins attack the nervous system gradually. First, tingling in the extremities. Then respiratory distress. Finally, paralysis and death. Much like what happened to my husband. The room had gone silent as a tomb. Gumbo felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Maxwell was going to announce his findings at this very gala last year. Instead, he was silenced. But his work lives on. She gestured toward the back of the room, where a video screen descended from the ceiling. Tonight, I'm releasing all of Maxwell's research to the public. No more secrets. No more cover-ups. The screen flickered to life, showing chemical formulas and water test results. Gumbo watched as several people began moving urgently toward the exits. Did you know, Cordelia continued, her voice taking on a professorial tone, that lionfish venom is particularly fascinating? When properly extracted and concentrated, it becomes almost untraceable in the bloodstream. The symptoms mimic a heart attack in otherwise healthy individuals. Gumbo's investigator instincts kicked into overdrive. This wasn't just a widow's tribute, it was a detailed explanation of exactly how her husband had been murdered. The toxin can be administered in several ways, Cordelia explained, as casually as if discussing salad dressings. Injection is most effective, but it can also be absorbed through the skin or ingested. The average time to fatal reaction is 17 minutes, coincidentally, the exact duration of Maxwell's missing security footage. Gumbo locked eyes with her across the room. Her expression was serene, almost triumphant. But perhaps most interesting, she concluded, is that the toxin needs to be freshly extracted to be effective. After about 4 hours, it breaks down completely. Which means whoever killed my husband had to prepare the poison shortly before using it. The mayor was now openly texting, his fingers fumbling with the keys. Landon Pike had disappeared entirely. In honor of Maxwell's commitment to transparency, I'm establishing the Blackwood Foundation for Water Quality Research. We'll be independently testing and publishing results from every water source in Tampa Bay. No exceptions. As applause hesitantly filled the room, Gumbo felt his phone vibrate. A text from Detective Hastings, "Call me now." Found something in the toxicology report. Cordelia descended from the stage, accepting congratulations with gracious nods. When she reached Gumbo, her smile was that of a chess player who had just announced checkmate. "Well," she said, taking his arm, "I think that went rather well, don't you?" "You just explained exactly how your husband was murdered," Gumbo replied quietly. "To a room full of people who already suspected you did it. Knowledge is power, Mr. Malone." She sipped her champagne. "And sometimes the best place to hide is in plain sight." As they moved toward the exit, Gumbo noticed Oscar watching them, his expression unreadable. Near the bar, the marine toxicologist Gumbo had consulted earlier was deep in conversation with Vanessa Krill, Maxwell's assistant. "Your speech was very educational," Gumbo said as they waited for the valet to bring around Cordelia's Tesla. "Particularly the part about extracting lionfish venom. Not exactly standard knowledge for a tech mogul's wife." "I've always been fascinated by marine biology," Cordelia replied smoothly. "Did you know I majored in it before I met Maxwell? One of life's little ironies." The Tesla arrived, its doors opening like the wings of some futuristic bird of prey. As Cordelia slid into the driver's seat, she added, "Besides, anyone can buy a book on marine toxicology. They sell them in the aquarium gift shop, right next to the stuffed lionfish toys." Gumbo watched the Tesla glide away, red taillights disappearing into the Tampa night. His phone buzzed again, reminding him of Detective Hastings' urgency. Whatever she had found in the toxicology report, Gumbo had a feeling it was going to make Cordelia's extensive knowledge of lionfish venom even more interesting than it already was. Chapter 16. Gumbo Malone's ancient Jeep wheezed to a stop outside a mint-green ranch house that looked like it had been decorated by someone who'd consumed nothing but pina coladas and Jimmy Buffett albums for the past 30 years. The mailbox was shaped like a manatee, its friendly face smiling with the unnerving enthusiasm of something that regularly gets hit by motorboats. "This can't be right," Gumbo muttered, double-checking the address scrawled on his palm. The ink had smeared slightly from sweat, possibly transforming A6 into an 8. But no, this was definitely 1742 Mangrove Lane, home of Dr. Thaddeus Stingy Thorne, the Gulf Coast's preeminent expert on things that could kill you while you were innocently enjoying a beach vacation. As Gumbo approached the front door, which was decorated with a wreath made entirely of preserved pufferfish, he noticed the lawn ornaments weren't the typical flamingos or gnomes, but rather anatomically correct sculptures of various cnidarians. A Portuguese man-o'-war water feature bubbled merrily near a walkway lined with conch shells. Before he could knock, the door swung open to reveal a man in his 60s wearing cargo shorts, a Hawaiian shirt featuring what appeared to be dancing jellyfish, and a baseball cap that proclaimed "Toxins are my love language." "You must be Detective Malone," the man exclaimed, extending a hand that was missing the tip of one finger. "Thaddeus Thorne, but everyone calls me Stingy. Academic humor, you know. I've been stung by pretty much everything in the Gulf of Mexico with defense mechanisms. Come in, come in. Mind the sea urchins." "Actually, it's just Gumbo. And I'm a private investigator, not a detective," Gumbo corrected, carefully stepping over a doormat that read, "Wipe your feet or I'll introduce you to my box jellyfish. I appreciate you agreeing to meet with me on such short notice." "Are you kidding? Murder by lionfish toxin. It's practically a holiday for me. Like Christmas but with more anaphylaxis." The interior of the house made the exterior look positively restrained. Every surface was covered with either aquariums, specimen jars, or what appeared to be preserved sea creatures that had been turned into household items. A coffee table made from a giant clam shell dominated the living room, while the couch cushions featured needlepoint renderings of various toxic marine life. "Welcome to my humble abode," Stingy said, gesturing grandly. "Can I offer you some refreshment? I make a mean sea nettle tea." "I'll pass," Gumbo replied, trying not to stare at what appeared to be a lampshade made from dried jellyfish. "I'm here about Maxwell Blackwood. The ME's report said he died from concentrated lionfish venom." "Ah yes, fascinating case. Not many people appreciate the elegant simplicity of Pterois venom. So untraceable when properly prepared. Takes real expertise." Stingy's eyes gleamed with the unsettling enthusiasm of someone discussing their favorite sports team rather than a murder weapon. "That's why I'm here. I need to understand how someone would extract and concentrate enough venom to kill a man. From what I understand, lionfish stings are painful but rarely fatal." "Rarely fatal in their natural state, yes," Stingy agreed, leading Gumbo through a hallway lined with framed scientific journals, each featuring Stingy's beaming face alongside various dangerous marine creatures. "But concentrated and properly administered. Absolutely lethal. Follow me to the petting zoo." Gumbo had misgivings about anything this man called a petting zoo, but he followed Stingy through a beaded curtain into what should have been a dining room but had been converted into something between a laboratory and an extremely ill-advised aquarium. The room was lined with tanks of varying sizes, each containing creatures that seemed specifically designed by evolution to make humans regret swimming. In the center of the room, a large circular tank held several lionfish, their striped bodies and feathery, venomous spines undulating hypnotically in the water. Beautiful, aren't they? Stingy sighed, the way most people might admire a sunset or a child's smile. Destructive as all get out in our waters, of course. Invasive species wreaking havoc on native fish populations. But magnificent killing machines. Gumbo maintained a respectful distance from the tank. So, how would someone extract enough venom to kill Maxwell Blackwood? A demonstration. Stingy clapped his hands together like a child promised ice cream. Don't worry, I'm a licensed professional. Sort of. There was an incident with the Florida Wildlife Commission, but my lawyer assures me it's all behind us now. Before Gumbo could protest, Stingy had donned elbow-length rubber gloves and was reaching into the tank with a specialized tool that looked like a cross between barbecue tongs and a mechanical pencil. You see, Stingy explained, gently manipulating a lionfish into position, the venom glands are located along the dorsal, anal, and pelvic spines. Properly milking them requires precision and expertise. With practiced movements, he extracted a cloudy liquid into a small vial. One fish provides only a minuscule amount. To kill a man, you'd need dozens of extractions, proper concentration techniques, and knowledge of how to preserve the toxin's potency. So not just anyone could do this, Gumbo observed, jotting notes while maintaining his distance. Absolutely not. You'd need training in marine toxicology, specialized equipment, and intimate knowledge of protein-based toxins. Stingy carefully placed the lionfish back in the tank. Amateur hour gets you nothing but a nasty sting and a trip to the emergency room. Killing someone, that's graduate-level work. Would you say someone with, say, a culinary background could figure it out? Gumbo asked, thinking of Iris's restaurant specializing in invasive species. Stingy snorted. Not unless they had significant scientific training. This isn't like extracting flavor from a vanilla bean. It's delicate, dangerous work. What about someone with pharmaceutical experience? Gumbo pressed. Now you're talking. Stingy nodded enthusiastically. Someone who understands protein extraction, stabilization, and delivery methods could potentially figure it out. Maxwell Blackwood's company employed quite a few such individuals, as I recall. You knew Maxwell? Consulted for him, occasionally. Fascinating work they were doing with marine toxins for medical applications. Lionfish venom contains compounds that could revolutionize pain management. Did you know his wife, Cordelia? Gumbo asked, reaching for his phone to pull up her photo. No need, Stingy waved dismissively. Cordelia and I are old acquaintances. We met at the International Marine Biotoxin Symposium in Key West 3 years ago. Brilliant woman, fascinated by my work on cone snail venom. She has quite the mind for the lethal side of marine biology. Gumbo's internal alarm bells rang louder than a cruise ship in a fog bank. You never mentioned this connection when the police interviewed you about Maxwell's death. They never asked. Stingy replied with genuine surprise. Besides, I didn't think it was relevant. Cordelia attended the conference as a patron of science, not as a practitioner. Though she did ask some impressively specific questions about extraction methods. Do you happen to have any photos from this conference? Gumbo asked, trying to keep his voice casual. Of course. I document all my professional appearances. Stingy scurried over to a bookshelf, overflowing with albums labeled by year and toxin type. Here we are, 2023, Stings and Arrows of Outrageous Fortune, Advances in Marine Biotoxin Research. He flipped through the pages before proudly displaying a photo of himself, standing next to a younger, slightly less polished version of Cordelia Blackwood. They were both holding cocktails garnished with tiny plastic jellyfish, and Cordelia was mid-laugh, looking both beautiful and completely at ease surrounded by the world's foremost experts on things that could kill you with a touch. We had quite the conversation about protein degradation rates in various storage conditions, Stingy reminisced fondly. She was particularly interested in my work on stabilizing lionfish toxins for extended shelf life. Gumbo felt a cold weight settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with the questionable gas station coffee he'd consumed earlier. Dr. Thorne, did you maintain contact with Cordelia after the conference? Oh, certainly. She's funded some of my research through the Blackwood Foundation. Even visited my lab at the university last year. She has quite the interest in my specialized extraction equipment. I see, Gumbo said, taking a photo of the conference picture with his phone. And would you say, hypothetically, that after spending time with you and funding your research, Cordelia would have the knowledge necessary to extract and concentrate lionfish venom to lethal levels? Stingy beamed with academic pride. Absolutely. She's a quick study, asked all the right questions. By the time she left my lab, she probably knew enough to write a manual on it. His smile faltered slightly. Wait, you don't think? Oh dear. That would be a terribly inappropriate application of my educational outreach. Just following all possible leads, Gumbo assured him, but his mind was racing. Cordelia had conveniently omitted her extensive knowledge of the exact toxin that killed her husband. The toxin that required specialized knowledge and equipment to prepare. The toxin she had specifically funded research on. As if reading his thoughts, Stingy added, You know, she was particularly interested in methods of administering the toxin that wouldn't leave typical injection marks. Academically speaking, of course. Of course, Gumbo agreed, his earlier certainty about Cordelia's innocence wavering like a palm tree in a Category 3 hurricane. As he prepared to leave, Stingy pressed a business card into his hand. The card featured a cartoon pufferfish wearing glasses and the slogan, For all your toxic needs, call Dr. Sting. If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to call, Stingy said cheerfully. And if you happen to run across any rare venomous specimens in your investigation, I'd be eternally grateful if you'd consider donating them to my collection. Gumbo nodded absently, his mind already piecing together this new information with what he knew about Cordelia. The convenient alibi witness. The tampered surveillance footage. The missing research. The convenient appearance at the beach house just as he was investigating. As he climbed back into his Jeep, Gumbo noticed a text message from Cordelia herself. Found something important. Meet me at the marina tonight. 8 p.m. Come alone. The timing couldn't be more suspicious. Gumbo started the engine, which protested with the mechanical equivalent of an elderly man being asked to help move furniture. As he pulled away from Dr. Thorne's house of horrors, he glanced in the rearview mirror to see Stingy cheerfully waving goodbye while holding what appeared to be a highly agitated stonefish. Some days, Gumbo reflected, Florida seemed determined to remind him that the line between gorgeous paradise and deadly ecosystem was thinner than the margins on his overdue credit card bill. And Cordelia Blackwood might just be the human embodiment of that particular truth. Chapter 17. The afternoon sun hammered down on Tampa Bay with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a tourist wearing socks with sandals. Gumbo Malone, hunched over a scattered explosion of papers on the outdoor table at Pelican Pete's Tiki Bar, a weather-beaten establishment where the rum was cheap, the ceiling fans moved just enough air to keep the mosquitoes confused, and the house specialty was something called grouper nuggets that the health department had investigated 3 times with inconclusive results. You sure you should be doing that here? Asked the bartender, a leathery specimen named Wanda, whose skin testified to 50 years of Florida sun and whose forearms boasted tattoos from at least 7 different decades of American history. Looks mighty investigatory. Best place for it, Gumbo replied, not looking up from the corporate registration forms he was comparing. Nobody pays attention to paperwork in a bar. They assume it's either divorce proceedings or someone's fourth attempt at writing the great American novel. Wanda grunted, setting down another iced tea that was technically non-alcoholic, as far as anyone with badge authority needed to know. Long as you order something every 30 minutes, I don't care if you're planning to overthrow the government. Just tip accordingly. The documents formed a labyrinthine web of corporate entities that would give an IRS auditor night terrors. Gumbo had spent 3 days tracking the shell companies that surrounded Maxwell Blackwood's empire like pilot fish around a shark. Now he was finding disturbing connections to companies supposedly owned by Blackwood's competitors, particularly Landon Pike's ventures, with Cordelia's name appearing in the strangest places. "You magnificent bastard," he whispered to a particularly Byzantine filing that showed Cordelia as a silent partner in a Cayman Islands holding company that owned 12% of a Panamanian trust that controlled a Delaware corporation that held patents suspiciously similar to her late husband's water filtration technology. His phone buzzed with a text from Ellie. "Found something." Cordelia transferred $2.3 million to Seaview Investments 2 days before Maxwell's death. Seaview equals Pike's subsidiary. "Call me." Before he could dial, a shadow fell across his papers. Gumbo looked up to find himself staring at a man whose neck appeared to be in a committed relationship with his shoulders, bypassing any need for an actual neck. His floral shirt strained against muscles that suggested a passionate, long-term commitment to steroids and poor anger management. "Mr. Malone." The mountain spoke with surprising gentleness. "You might want to pack up. Tables reserved for a private party." Gumbo glanced around at the nearly empty bar. "Seems like plenty of." "It's reserved," Neck Mountain insisted, his smile never reaching eyes that remained as friendly as a hammerhead shark at a toddler swim class. Wanda had mysteriously disappeared, suddenly fascinated by something in the storeroom. "Let me guess," Gumbo said, making no move to gather his papers. "You work for Landon Pike. Or is it directly for Mayor Higgins? The deltoids say private security, but the watch says corporate expense account." The man's smile flickered. "You're making a mistake, friend." "Friendship develops so quickly in Florida," Gumbo mused. "One minute you're strangers, the next minute you're threatening each other at a bar that smells like foot fungus and fish bait." The standoff was interrupted by the theatrical entrance of Cordelia Blackwood, who swept onto the deck like she was arriving at a movie premiere rather than a glorified shack where fishermen occasionally rinsed off the top layer of grime after a day on the water. Her white linen sundress and enormous sunglasses made her look like she'd taken a wrong turn on the way to a yacht club. "Harrison, darling, I thought I made it clear I wanted to meet Mr. Malone alone," she cooed, placing a manicured hand on Neck Mountain's arm. "Why don't you get us some drinks? Something with an umbrella for me, and whatever passes for whiskey for my investigator friend." Harrison retreated with the reluctance of a cat being removed from a warm laptop, leaving Cordelia to slide gracefully into the chair across from Gumbo. "Your bouncer?" Gumbo asked, casually sliding Ellie's text message under a manila folder. "Personal security," Cordelia corrected, removing her sunglasses to reveal eyes that managed to look both vulnerable and calculating. After what happened to Maxwell, one can't be too careful. "Interesting choice in bodyguards." Harrison Malik used to work for GulfTech Security, which, according to these papers, is owned by a subsidiary of Pike Innovations. Cordelia's smile didn't waver, but something flashed behind her eyes. "One hires the best available talent, regardless of previous employers. Surely you understand professional pragmatism, Mr. Malone." "What I understand," Gumbo said, sliding a document across the sticky table, "is that you've got your perfectly manicured fingers in more corporate pies than you've admitted. Like this shell company in Grand Cayman that connects directly to Pike's research division." "Business diversification," she replied smoothly. Any responsible spouse maintains separate investments. Marriage is beautiful, but prudent financial planning is divine. And this $2.3 million transferred to Seaview Investments, Pike's little slush fund, 2 days before your husband was found face down in his aquarium. Also prudent planning. For a fraction of a second, Cordelia's composure cracked, revealing something that might have been fear or anger before her society mask slipped back into place. That was Maxwell's transfer, not mine. I merely executed it as his power of attorney. Check the authorization codes. Gumbo leaned forward. Here's what I don't get. You've got money, beauty, a mansion on the bay. Why get tangled up in whatever this is? He gestured at the papers. Because this looks like either corporate espionage or a murder conspiracy. Maybe both. Perhaps your investigation would benefit from a broader perspective, Cordelia suggested, her voice dropping to a confidential murmur. Not everything is as simple as follow the money. In my experience, following the money is like following an alligator through a swamp. Eventually, you find where the bodies are buried. Cordelia laughed, a sound like expensive crystal being lightly tapped. You have such a colorful way with metaphors. It's refreshing after years of corporate doublespeak. Harrison returned with their drinks, a garish concoction festooned with fruit for Cordelia, and an amber liquid for Gumbo that smelled like it could strip paint. These shell companies, Gumbo continued, undeterred. They form a pattern. Every single one connects back to either you, Pike, or Mayor Higgins. Business in Tampa is a small ecosystem, Cordelia replied with a dismissive wave. Everyone's connected if you look hard enough. But not everyone's husband discovers dangerous contaminants in the water supply right before ending up dead. Cordelia's hand froze halfway to her drink. I don't know what you're implying. I'm not implying anything. I'm stating facts. Maxwell was about to go public with evidence that Tampa's water treatment facilities were compromised. His technology could identify chemical signatures that standard tests miss. Convenient timing for him to have a fatal accident, especially with Pike's competing water treatment contract up for renewal with the city. You're wandering into dangerous territory, Mr. Malone. Story of my life. Florida's nothing but dangerous territory with gift shops. The tension between them vibrated like a plucked guitar string until a deafening crack split the air. Cordelia screamed, and Gumbo instinctively yanked her down as the window behind them shattered. Harrison materialized, gun drawn, scanning for threats. Stay down, he barked, surprisingly professional as he positioned himself between them and the street. Looks like I'm not the only one asking questions someone doesn't want answered, Gumbo muttered, heart pounding as he peered between the wooden deck slats toward the parking lot where a dark sedan was peeling away. You think that was meant for me? Cordelia gasped, clutching his arm with trembling fingers. Or me. Or both of us. The list of people we've annoyed recently isn't exactly short. As sirens wailed in the distance, Gumbo studied Cordelia's face. Her fear seemed genuine, but then again, everything about Cordelia Blackwood seemed genuine until you scratched the surface. The shell companies, the money transfers, the connections to Pike, it all painted a picture that contradicted the frightened widow narrative. We should get you somewhere safe, he said, helping her to her feet as Harrison scanned the surroundings with professional paranoia. My house has a panic room, she suggested. No way. Whoever took that shot knows where you live. We need somewhere unexpected. Gumbo made a quick decision. I know a place. As they hurried toward Gumbo's battered Jeep, he wondered which was more dangerous, the unknown shooter or spending more time with Cordelia Blackwood, a woman whose connections were as tangled as mangrove roots and whose truth seemed as elusive as a ghost orchid in bloom. His phone buzzed again. Another text from Ellie, don't trust her. Found link between Cordelia and Pike, going back 15 years. They were partners before she met Maxwell. Gumbo glanced at Cordelia, as she slid into his passenger seat, her face a perfect mask of vulnerability and gratitude. Shell companies, shell games, and now possibly a shell of a person, layers upon layers of deception wrapped around whatever truth lay at the core of Maxwell Blackwood's death. "Where are we going?" Cordelia asked, her voice steady despite her apparent shock. "Somewhere nobody would expect to find either of us," Gumbo replied, starting the engine. "My ex-mother-in-law's cat sanctuary in Gibsonton. 43 cats, each one named after a Florida hurricane. It's either the perfect safe house or our personal hell. We'll find out which." As they pulled away from Pelican Pete's, Gumbo caught a glimpse of Wanda watching from the door, calmly writing down his license plate number while talking on her phone. In the Florida mystery business, everyone was connected, everyone had an angle, and no one, especially not a bartender who'd witnessed too much, was ever truly a bystander. Chapter 18. The Pelican Point Memorial Hospital was the kind of medical facility that appeared in Florida tourism brochures only after extensive Photoshop work. Its exterior, a garish salmon pink that had faded to the color of sunburned tourist flesh, featured concrete dolphins leaping eternally toward a sky they would never reach. The lobby contained a 3-story fountain where a bronze pelican perpetually regurgitated water into a pool populated by coins, and the occasional cigarette butt thrown by patients too impatient to walk the additional 20 feet to the designated smoking area. Gumbo Malone had been assigned to room 312, which offered a premium view of the hospital's rear parking lot and the daily territorial disputes between the feral cats and unusually aggressive sandhill cranes. The room smelled of industrial disinfectant and desperation, with undertones of yesterday's fish tacos from the cafeteria 3 floors below. "They're calling you the luckiest man in Tampa," Dr. Murillo announced as he entered the room, flipping through Gumbo's chart with the enthusiasm of someone reading last month's grocery receipt. The bullet missed everything important. Just tore through some soft tissue in your shoulder. 2 inches to the left, and you'd be playing a harp instead of lying in this bed complaining about the jello. "I haven't complained about the jello," Gumbo protested, wincing as he adjusted his position among the thin hospital pillows. "I've been too busy complaining about the television that only gets 3 channels, all of which seem to be broadcasting infomercials for products that solve problems no one has." "Green jello is the highlight of your stay, trust me," Dr. Murillo replied, shining a penlight into Gumbo's eyes with unnecessary vigor. The drive-by was all over the news. Local celebrity status. "You're the most exciting thing to happen to this hospital since that tourist tried to give CPR to a sunbathing manatee." Gumbo sighed, his shoulder throbbing in time with the fluorescent light's persistent hum. The previous night's events played through his mind like a fever dream. The argument with Cordelia, the sudden screech of tires, the spray of bullets that had seemed almost choreographed in their precision. One moment, he'd been gesturing emphatically about shell companies and suspicious financial transactions. The next, he was sprawled on the sidewalk with Cordelia hovering over him, her lipstick a perfect crimson slash against her suddenly pale face. "Your pain medication is working adequately?" Dr. Murillo asked, making a note in Gumbo's chart. "If by adequately you mean, I'm aware I've been shot but don't particularly care, then yes. That's the sweet spot." Dr. Murillo nodded sagely. "We'll discharge you tomorrow morning. Try not to get shot again before then. Paperwork's a nightmare." As the doctor left, Ellie Hightower appeared in the doorway, carrying a potted plant that appeared to be mostly thorns with aspirations of eventually producing a flower. "You look like roadkill," she announced, setting the hostile vegetation on the windowsill where it immediately began to lean toward Gumbo's IV bag with troubling interest. "Good to see you too," Gumbo replied, genuinely pleased despite her assessment. "What is that thing? Did you bring me a plant or a biological weapon?" "It's a rare cactus hybrid." The gift shop was out of "sorry you got shot investigating our case" cards. Ellie dropped into the visitor's chair, which protested with a squeal of plastic. I checked your boat. Fed your fish. Pretended not to notice the 3-week-old pizza in your refrigerator that was developing its own ecosystem. Any sign of unwanted visitors? Besides the raccoon that's apparently claimed squatters' rights to your deck. No. Ellie leaned forward, her expression shifting from casual to concerned. Gumbo, this is getting dangerous. Someone tried to kill you. Or Cordelia, he pointed out. We don't know which of us was the target. Exactly my point. We're dealing with people who solve problems with bullets, instead of conversations like normal, emotionally mature adults. Before Gumbo could respond, a tall, angular man appeared in the doorway, his laboratory coat so blindingly white it appeared to be emitting its own light source. His wire-rimmed glasses magnified pale blue eyes to the size of poker chips, and his hair stood in disheveled tufts that suggested either a recent electrical mishap or a profound indifference to the concept of grooming. Mr. Malone. I'm Dr. Sebastian Findlay. I worked with Maxwell Blackwood at Oceanic Filtration Systems. His voice was soft but precise, each word enunciated as if he were explaining quantum physics to particularly slow kindergartners. May I enter? Gumbo nodded, exchanging a quick glance with Ellie. Dr. Findlay moved into the room with the careful steps of someone accustomed to navigating around delicate equipment. He carried a battered leather messenger bag that bulged with mysterious contents. I've been following your investigation through certain channels, Dr. Findlay continued, perching on the edge of the visitor's chair that Ellie had vacated. When I heard about the shooting, I realized time might be running short. Short for what? Gumbo asked. For the truth. Dr. Findlay unzipped his messenger bag and extracted a tablet computer encased in a waterproof housing. Maxwell wasn't developing just any water filtration technology. He discovered something in Tampa's water supply that shouldn't be there. Something that certain powerful people very much want to keep secret. Ellie crossed her arms. And you're just coming forward now because I enjoy breathing, Dr. Findlay replied with a nervous smile that didn't reach his magnified eyes. And because I like that activity enough to relocate to a remote research facility in the Everglades after Maxwell's death. I've been monitoring the situation from afar, but when someone starts shooting at private investigators, it suggests a certain escalation. He tapped the tablet screen, bringing up a complex molecular diagram that meant nothing to Gumbo but caused Ellie to inhale sharply. You recognize this? Gumbo asked her. I'm no chemist, but I worked on a corporate fraud case involving pharmaceutical dumping. That looks like benzodiazepine variants. Mood-altering compounds. Dr. Findlay nodded approvingly. Very good. This specific compound is Relaxol Z. It's a proprietary formula developed by Suncoast Pharmaceuticals, supposedly for treating anxiety disorders. But it was never approved by the FDA due to concerns about long-term cognitive effects. And this is in Tampa's water supply? Gumbo asked incredulously. In trace amounts, yes. Not enough to cause immediate symptoms, but sustained exposure over years could lead to increased suggestibility, decreased critical thinking, and a general sense of complacency. Dr. Findlay's fingers tapped a nervous rhythm against his knee. Maxwell discovered it while testing his new filtration system. The technology was designed to remove micropollutants at unprecedented levels, but what he found was deliberate contamination. Why would anyone, Gumbo began. Think about it, Ellie interrupted. A complacent population doesn't ask questions about overdevelopment, environmental shortcuts, or suspicious real estate deals. They don't fight City Hall or organize protests. Precisely, Dr. Findlay agreed. Tampa has approved some of the most developer-friendly zoning changes in the state over the past decade. Environmental protections stripped away, historical preservation overruled, coastal construction fast-tracked, all with surprisingly little public resistance. A nurse appeared in the doorway, her colorful scrubs featuring cartoon alligators wearing sunglasses. "Medication time, Mr. Malone," she announced with the forced cheer of someone who'd been awake for far too many consecutive hours. Dr. Findlay hastily packed away his tablet. "I should go. I've already said too much in a public setting." He leaned closer to Gumbo, lowering his voice. "Maxwell was going to expose everything. That's why they killed him." "Who's they?" Gumbo pressed. "Follow the water," Dr. Findlay whispered, before straightening up and nodding politely to the nurse. "Just a quick professional consultation," he explained as he slipped past her. The nurse regarded Gumbo suspiciously as she checked his IV. "You're popular today. First the doctor, then your business partner. Now your wife has been calling the nurse's station every 30 minutes checking on your condition." "My wife?" Gumbo exchanged a confused glance with Ellie. "The elegant blonde. She's been quite concerned. Said she's bringing you home to care for you personally once you're discharged." "Cordelia," Gumbo and Ellie said in unison, though with markedly different tones. The nurse departed, leaving behind a plastic cup containing pills and the lingering scent of tropical fruit hand sanitizer. "You're not seriously considering going home with her?" Ellie said, her voice flat with disbelief. "It might be the perfect opportunity to get closer to the truth," Gumbo argued, wincing as he repositioned his injured shoulder. "If Cordelia's involved, I'll be in the perfect position to gather evidence. Or in the perfect position to be the next victim found floating face down in Tampa Bay," Ellie countered. "Gumbo, this isn't just about corrupt real estate deals anymore. We're talking about mass drugging of a municipal water supply. The kind of people who orchestrate that don't send sternly worded cease and desist letters when they're exposed, they send bullets. All the more reason to stay close to our primary suspect," Gumbo insisted. "Besides, I've got you watching my back." Ellie's expression softened slightly. "Your back, your front, and your frankly questionable decision-making facilities." A light knock at the door interrupted their debate. Cordelia Blackwood stood in the entrance, her black designer dress suggesting she was either returning from a funeral or auditioning for a very upscale vampire movie. Her blonde hair was pulled back in an elegant chignon, and her makeup was flawless despite the humid Tampa afternoon that had reduced most of the hospital staff to a state of perpetual dewiness. "Darling, you're awake," she purred, gliding into the room with the confidence of someone who had never been denied entry anywhere. "I've been so worried." She carried a small leather overnight bag that looked expensive enough to require its own insurance policy. Setting it down carefully, she leaned over to kiss Gumbo's cheek, leaving behind the faint scent of jasmine and something metallic that might have been expensive perfume or possibly blood. "I've made all the arrangements," Cordelia continued, acknowledging Ellie with a perfectly calibrated nod that conveyed both recognition and dismissal in one economical gesture. "You'll recuperate at my bayfront cottage. It's secured, private, and has a remarkable view of the sunset. The doctor says you need rest and supervision." "I was just telling Ellie the same thing," Gumbo replied, ignoring the subtle headshake Ellie directed his way. "Seems like the perfect solution." "Splendid." Cordelia's smile revealed teeth that seemed just slightly too perfect and too white. "I've already had your prescriptions sent to my pharmacy. My private nurse will check your dressings daily." "How thoughtful," Ellie interjected, her voice sweet enough to trigger a diabetic coma. "But as Gumbo's business partner, I should probably stay close as well. The investigation continues after all." Cordelia's smile didn't falter, but something flickered behind her eyes, like a shark momentarily visible beneath calm waters. "Of course. You're welcome to visit during business hours. I wouldn't dream of keeping Gumbo from his work." I simply want to ensure he's well cared for during his recovery." The tension in the room thickened until it was nearly visible, like the heavy air before a Florida thunderstorm. Gumbo cleared his throat. "Well, that's settled then. Cordelia's cottage it is. What could possibly go wrong?" As if on cue, the aggressive cactus Ellie had brought finally succeeded in its apparent mission to pierce Gumbo's IV bag, sending a thin stream of fluid arcing across the room in a perfect parabola that ended precisely on Cordelia's immaculate black patent leather shoes. It was, Gumbo thought, as he watched Cordelia's perfectly controlled reaction, going to be an interesting recovery indeed. Chapter 19. The Gator Hole extravaganza wasn't so much a tourist trap as a black hole from which good taste could never escape. Located just off the highway where Tampa sprawled into swampland, it advertised itself with a 40-foot fiberglass alligator whose jaws opened and closed mechanically every 7 minutes, synchronized to a tinny recording of "See You Later, Alligator" that had deteriorated to the audio equivalent of gargling gravel. Gumbo arrived 15 minutes early, parking his Jeep between a minivan sporting Florida or bust window decals and a luxury sedan with government plates. The parking lot asphalt shimmered under the midday sun, radiating heat that made the air above it dance like a drunk retiree at happy hour. "Vanessa better have something good," he muttered, applying another layer of bandages to his forearm where yesterday's drive-by had left him with a souvenir graze. His body was collecting injuries at roughly the same rate most tourists collected shell necklaces. The Gator Hole's interior was a fever dream of taxidermy and neon. Stuffed alligators posed in humanoid tableaus, playing poker, getting married, operating a moonshine still, while the walls featured murals of anthropomorphic reptiles water skiing. The gift shop section sold everything from alligator jerky to toilet paper holders shaped like gator mouths. "Welcome to Gator Hole," chirped a college-aged girl whose enthusiasm suggested either remarkable acting skills or prescription stimulants. Her name tag read Amber with 3 exclamation points. "Would you like to pet Tiny before being seated?" She gestured to a 3-foot baby alligator whose mouth was secured with what appeared to be hot pink duct tape. "I'll pass," Gumbo said, scanning the dining area. "I'm meeting someone." "Okay." Amber bounced slightly. "Lucky you, we're having our Super Swamp special today. Every 10th customer gets to feed our star attraction, Big Mama." "I'm hoping to avoid being anyone's lunch today," Gumbo replied, spotting Vanessa Krill sitting in a corner booth. "But thanks." Vanessa looked like she'd aged a decade since he'd last seen her. Her usual immaculate appearance had given way to dark circles under her eyes and a nervous twitch that made her coffee cup rattle against its saucer every few seconds. Her sleek corporate wardrobe had been replaced by an oversized University of Florida sweatshirt, despite the sweltering heat. "You picked an interesting venue," Gumbo said, sliding into the booth across from her. "Places like this are invisible," Vanessa replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Everyone's too busy looking at the spectacle to notice people. Plus, it's where Maxwell proposed to Cordelia. I thought that was appropriate." A waiter materialized beside them, wearing khaki safari gear and a plastic alligator head hat. "Welcome to the feeding grounds. What can I getcha?" "Just coffee," Gumbo said. "I'll have the swamp water special," Vanessa said. "Double shot. 1 radioactive hangover coming up." The waiter tipped his alligator hat and vanished. "You're looking a little rough around the edges," Gumbo observed. "Been sleeping in your car?" "Storage unit, actually." Vanessa's laugh was brittle. "Turns out, when you know too much about a billionaire's murder, hotels feel a bit exposed." Gumbo leaned forward. "You said you have evidence that will solve the case." "Evidence is a strong word. Let's call it context." Vanessa glanced around nervously. "Maxwell and I were having an affair." "I'd figured that out." The matching necklaces weren't subtle. It wasn't just an affair. Vanessa's fingers drummed an anxious rhythm on the laminated menu, featuring items like gator tots and swamp sludge sundae. We were planning to leave together. He was going to divorce Cordelia after the water filtration announcement. The waiter returned, placing a mug of coffee in front of Gumbo, and what appeared to be a fishbowl filled with electric blue liquid before Vanessa. Plastic alligators hung from the rim, and the entire concoction emitted a faint vapor. "That can't be legal," Gumbo commented as Vanessa took a substantial swig. "Nothing that matters in Florida is," she replied, wiping blue liquid from her upper lip. "Maxwell discovered something in Tampa's water." "Something bad?" "The contamination. I've heard rumors. Not just contamination. Intentional contamination." Vanessa lowered her voice. "Someone's been adding chemicals to select water supplies. Neighborhoods with residents fighting certain development projects suddenly experience water quality issues that tank property values." Gumbo whistled softly. "That's elaborate. And evil. Welcome to Florida real estate." Vanessa took another drink. Maxwell stumbled onto it while testing his filtration system. The patterns were too consistent to be accidental. And let me guess, Landon Pike's developments always sprang up in these suddenly affordable areas. Pike and others, including projects funded through shell companies owned by. Vanessa paused dramatically. The mayor's family trust. In the background, a recorded announcement blared that the gator feeding frenzy would commence in 15 minutes, followed by the Dancing Reptiles of Florida educational show. "So Maxwell was going to expose this," Gumbo prompted. He was torn. The developers were offering millions for his silence. But then people in those neighborhoods started getting sick. Vanessa's hand trembled. Children. That's when he decided to go public. And Cordelia. That's the thing. Vanessa leaned closer. She knew. Not everything, but enough. Maxwell kept her in the dark initially, but 2 weeks before his death I saw them arguing. She was waving water testing reports at him. So she had motive, Gumbo mused. Everyone had motive. Pike stood to lose billions if the developments were linked to health issues. The mayor faced criminal charges. Oscar would inherit the patents. And Cordelia. Vanessa's voice cracked. She once told Maxwell at a party, loud enough for me to hear, that she'd rather be a wealthy widow than a poor divorcee. A commotion erupted near the central attraction, a massive circular pool where Big Mama, an ancient alligator the size of a small submarine, dozed under heat lamps. Tourists crowded the railings, cameras ready. I need proof, Vanessa. Real evidence, not cocktail party threats. That's why I called you. Vanessa reached into her sweatshirt pocket and extracted a USB drive shaped like a lobster. This contains Maxwell's complete research data, including water samples matched to specific developments, dates of contamination events, and communications between Pike's company and city officials. Gumbo reached for it, but Vanessa pulled back. Not yet. There's something else you need to know. The night Maxwell died. A piercing scream cut through the restaurant, followed by shouts and the sound of splashing water. They turned to see a staff member racing toward the main entrance, face white with panic. Baby gators loose. They're everywhere. The restaurant erupted into chaos. At least 30 juvenile alligators, each about 2 feet long, scuttled between tables and across the floor. Tourists leapt onto chairs while children either screamed in terror or squealed with delight, depending on their disposition. This isn't normal dinner theater, even for Florida, Gumbo muttered, standing to assess the situation. When he turned back, Vanessa was gone, the lobster USB with her. Only her half-finished swamp water special remained, one plastic alligator ornament now missing from its rim. Gumbo spotted a service door swinging shut behind the kitchen, and vaulted over a baby alligator, making determined progress toward the salad bar. He pushed through the kitchen, dodging panicked staff and one surprisingly calm chef who continued flipping gator burgers while muttering about his inadequate hazard pay. The service door led to an employee parking area where Vanessa was already speeding away in a silver Prius. As Gumbo watched helplessly, a black SUV peeled out from the far end of the lot, following her. "Damn it," he growled, sprinting back to his Jeep. By the time he navigated around the growing crowd of emergency vehicles responding to the Great Gator Escape of Tampa, both cars had vanished. Back inside, staff were corralling alligators with pool skimmers and complimentary souvenir nets, while the manager offered free "I Survived the Gator Hole" t-shirts to anyone willing to sign liability waivers. Gumbo surveyed the chaos, eyes narrowed. The baby gators hadn't appeared by accident. Someone had released them precisely when Vanessa was about to share crucial information. As he picked his way through the pandemonium, he spotted something under Vanessa's abandoned booth, a business card for Blackwood Marine Research, the company Maxwell had founded. On the back, hastily scrawled, "Storage Unit Number 217, Gulf Coast Security Storage. Code 3825. Not Cordelia." Gumbo pocketed the card as Amber approached, now significantly less perky and missing one exclamation point from her name tag. "Sue," she sighed, plucking a small alligator from a nearby high chair with the resignation of someone whose day could not possibly get worse. "Will that be cash or credit for your coffee?" Outside in the parking lot, Gumbo called Ellie. "I need everything you can find on Gulf Coast Security Storage," he said without preamble. "And maybe bring some alligator repellent, if that's a thing. Just in case." "Do I want to know?" Ellie asked. "Probably not. But I'm starting to think we're dealing with something bigger than a jealous wife or a business rivalry." As he spoke, an air horn blasted from inside the restaurant, followed by an announcement that Big Mama had awakened from her nap and was now pursuing enrichment activities throughout the dining area. "Gumbo, what's that sound?" Ellie's voice carried a note of concern. "Florida," he replied grimly, "in all its glory." Chapter 20. The morning sun beat down on the Tampa Bay area with the enthusiasm of a tax auditor who just discovered offshore accounts. Gumbo Malone's head throbbed in perfect synchronization with the ceiling fan's arrhythmic wobble as he nursed a coffee strong enough to strip paint off a battleship. The events at the alligator farm had left him with minor scrapes, a ruined shirt, and the distinct feeling that Florida's wildlife was personally out to get him. His phone buzzed. "Ellie. Please tell me you're not in jail," she said without preamble. "Or the hospital. Or attempting to wrangle any more reptiles." "None of the above," Gumbo replied, wincing as he shifted in his chair. "Though I think I've developed a newfound respect for Steve Irwin. Vanessa Krill called our office 3 times this morning. Sounded panicked. Said something about, 'They know I talked,' before hanging up." Gumbo sat up straighter. "When was the last call?" "About an hour ago. I tried calling back but got voicemail. I'm heading to her place now. Want backup? Just keep your phone on. And maybe alert the local hospitals to be on the lookout for a pie with terrible luck and worse judgment." The drive to Vanessa's waterfront apartment took 20 minutes, during which Gumbo rehearsed at least 17 different ways to tell her that alligator-infested restaurants were not ideal meeting spots for exchanging sensitive information. The building, a modernist monstrosity named the Pelican's Perch, despite a notable absence of pelicans, loomed over a manufactured canal where jet skis and pontoon boats jockeyed for space like commuters on a highway. The security guard at the front desk had the bored look of someone who'd seen everything Florida had to offer and found it all disappointingly predictable. "I'm here to see Vanessa Krill," Gumbo announced, flashing what he hoped was an authoritative smile. The guard, whose name tag read Chuck in aggressive capital letters, barely glanced up from his crossword puzzle. 7-letter word for deception? Artifice, Gumbo replied automatically. About Miss Krill? Haven't seen her since yesterday, Chuck said, filling in the word with visible satisfaction. But there was a commotion up there around midnight. Thought about checking it out, but Judge Judy was on. A commotion? Thumping. Crashing. The usual preludes to either passionate reconciliation or domestic homicide. And you didn't investigate? Look, pal, Chuck sighed, finally looking up. This is Florida. If I investigated every strange noise, I'd never get my crosswords done. Besides, noise complaints are for the day shift. Gumbo pressed his luck. Any chance you could let me up to check on her? I'm a private investigator. He produced his license, which Chuck examined with all the interest of someone reading nutritional information on a gum wrapper. Sure, why not? Makes it easier to identify your body if things go sideways. Apartment 714. The elevator smelled of sunscreen, desperation, and someone's attempt to mask both with a tropical air freshener. Gumbo exited on the 7th floor and followed the hallway to 714, noting the water stains on the ceiling that suggested the building's maintenance didn't quite match its premium pricing. He knocked. No answer. Vanessa? It's Gumbo Malone. Silence greeted him like an old friend. Something wasn't right. He pressed his ear against the door and heard the faint sound of a television. With a glance down the empty hallway, he tried the handle. Locked. Sorry, Vanessa, he muttered, retrieving his lock-picking set from his pocket. Professional curiosity. The lock surrendered with minimal resistance, much like the building's security guard. Gumbo eased the door open, instantly hit by the acrid smell of burnt coffee and something else, a metallic tang that made his stomach clench. Vanessa. The apartment looked like it had been decorated by someone with a Pinterest board labeled Coastal Chic on a budget. Wicker furniture, blue and white striped everything, and no fewer than 17 decorative items featuring starfish in various states of artistic interpretation. But it was the overturned coffee table, shattered lamp, and spray of paperwork across the floor that captured Gumbo's attention. Signs of a struggle, or a particularly aggressive furniture rearrangement session. The television droned on in the background, a cheerful home shopping host extolling the virtues of a mop that could apparently solve all of life's problems for 3 easy payments of $19.99. Gumbo moved cautiously through the space, noting the details: 2 wine glasses on the counter, one with lipstick on the rim, a woman's shoe kicked under the sofa, a damp towel on the bathroom floor. But no Vanessa. A buzzing sound from beneath the scattered papers caught his attention. Vanessa's phone, the screen cracked but still functional, displaying multiple missed calls, 3 from Ellie, 2 from work, and 7 from a number labeled only as Do Not Answer. Gumbo picked up the phone, weighing privacy concerns against the possibility that Vanessa was in danger. Florida ethics were always situational, he decided, and began scrolling through her recent messages. The text chain with Do Not Answer was illuminating. We know you talked. The alligators were a warning. Next time won't be baby gators. Smart people know when to disappear. The last message had been sent at 11:47 p.m. around the time of Chuck's commotion. Gumbo's gaze fell on a bookshelf where dozens of Florida tourism guides stood in neat rows, except for one that lay open on its side, its pages hollowed out to create a hiding space. Inside was a flash drive and a handwritten note. If you're reading this, I'm either dead or running. The truth is in the water. The blueprint is on the drive. Trust no one. Especially not the sister. The sister, Gumbo muttered. Iris. Cordelia. A noise from the hallway sent him into high alert. He pocketed the drive and note, moving silently toward the kitchen. The door handle turned slowly. Gumbo grabbed a decorative oar from the wall, Because Florida decorating dictates that every waterfront property must contain at least one non-functional paddle, and positioned himself behind the door. It swung open to reveal a maintenance worker carrying a toolbox. The man's eyes widened at the sight of the ransacked apartment. "Whoa, dude," he said, raising his hands defensively. "Just here to fix the garbage disposal." Gumbo lowered the oar slightly. "Did you see anyone else on this floor?" "A woman in her 30s, brown hair." The maintenance man shook his head. "Nah, man. But I did see some sketchy dudes in the parking garage earlier. Wearing suits in this heat. Total psychopath behavior." "When?" "Like 20 minutes ago. They were checking out cars. Thought they might be repo men." He gestured to the apartment. "Guess they found what they were looking for, huh?" After the maintenance man departed, with a surprisingly casual attitude toward the apparent crime scene, Gumbo conducted a more thorough search of the apartment. In the bedroom closet, he found a suitcase hastily packed, clothes spilling out as if the packing had been interrupted. The bathroom medicine cabinet stood open, prescription bottles missing but their childproof caps scattered across the counter. Someone had left in a hurry, voluntarily or otherwise. Beneath the bed, Gumbo discovered a Florida tourism guide to Cedar Key, identical to the hollowed-out book on the shelf. This one was intact, but a business card was being used as a bookmark. "Iris Blackwood, Invasive Cuisine, we eat what doesn't belong." On the back of the card, a handwritten note, "Tuesday 3 p.m. Bring everything." Today was Tuesday. Gumbo's phone rang, startling him. "Ellie." "Find her?" she asked. "Not exactly," Gumbo replied, still scanning the apartment. "But I found evidence she was either abducted or ran. And something about water contamination that Maxwell was investigating." "That tracks with what I found," Ellie said. "I've been digging into Tampa's water quality reports. For the past 3 years, the official reports show pristine water quality. But I found raw data that tells a different story. Elevated levels of chemicals associated with industrial agriculture and pharmaceuticals." "So Maxwell discovers the contamination, develops technology to fix it, and gets killed before he can go public," Gumbo mused, moving to the balcony for a better view of the parking garage. "Question is, who benefits from keeping Tampa's water problems secret?" "I'm working on that," Ellie replied. "But here's something interesting. Iris Blackwood's restaurant. It's partially funded by a holding company that traces back to Landon Pike." "Maxwell's competitor," Gumbo said, watching as a black SUV with tinted windows circled the parking garage. "And Cordelia's sister. Convenient. There's more. That restaurant specializes in invasive species, right? Turns out Iris has a background in marine toxicology. She did her doctoral work on—" "Let me guess," Gumbo interrupted. "Lionfish." "Bingo. Specifically, the pharmacological applications of lionfish venom." The SUV stopped near the garage exit. 2 men in dark suits stepped out, scanning the area with mechanical precision. "I need to go," Gumbo said quickly. "I think Vanessa's welcoming committee is doing a second sweep." "Where are you heading?" "To sample some invasive cuisine," Gumbo replied, already moving toward the apartment door. "I suddenly have a craving for whatever doesn't belong." Exiting the apartment required more stealth than Gumbo had anticipated. The men in suits had positioned themselves near the elevators, their intent focus on the lobby security cameras suggesting they were waiting for something or someone. Gumbo took the emergency stairs, descending 7 flights while mentally cataloging the increasing connections between Maxwell's murder, the water contamination, and the Blackwood sisters. By the time he reached the parking garage, he formulated at least 3 theories, each more convoluted than the last. Florida cases were never straightforward. They spiraled outward like hurricanes, drawing in everything from corrupt politicians to invasive species with alarming regularity. His Jeep sat where he'd left it, though he approached cautiously, checking underneath for any unwelcome additions. Finding none, he slid into the driver's seat and started the engine. As he pulled out of the garage, he caught sight of the suited men returning to their SUV with renewed purpose. In the rearview mirror, Gumbo watched them follow, maintaining a distance that was professional rather than amateur. These weren't local thugs but trained professionals. "All right, Vanessa," he muttered to himself, patting the pocket containing the flash drive. "Let's see what was worth disappearing for." The truth was in the water, apparently, and Gumbo Malone was about to dive in, head first. Chapter 21. The Tampa Bay Municipal Water Treatment Plant No. 4 looked exactly like what you'd expect from a facility designed by the lowest bidder, with just enough architectural flourishes to prevent the city council from dying of embarrassment. Squat concrete buildings painted an institutional blue-gray stretched across 10 acres of chain-link fenced property, with a series of massive circular settling tanks that resembled giant petri dishes as seen from space. A sign at the entrance proclaimed, "Keeping Tampa's water crystal clear since 1987, though someone had helpfully spray-painted "ish" after clear." Gumbo Malone stood among 23 retirees and a suspiciously enthusiastic middle school field trip, all wearing visitor badges that depicted a cartoon water droplet giving a thumbs up next to the slogan, "Hydration Vacation." The tour guide, a wiry man named Phil with tragically high-waisted khakis and the defeated expression of someone who had explained the coagulation process 11,000 times too many, droned about polyaluminum chloride while the retirees nodded with performative interest. "And now we're entering the flocculation chamber," Phil announced with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery receipt. "Please stay behind the yellow line." Gumbo checked his watch. 23 minutes into the tour, and he was already contemplating drinking whatever chemicals might end this misery fastest. Vanessa's notes had been frustratingly vague. Treatment plant No. 4, filtration control room, check the override logs. Getting to the control room would require ditching the tour, which meant creating a diversion, or... "Is that an alligator?" Gumbo suddenly pointed toward one of the settling tanks. 23 heads swiveled in perfect synchronization. Phil sighed with the weariness of a man who had heard this joke multiple times per day for 15 years. "Sir, I can assure you there are no alligators in our water treatment." "Right there," Gumbo insisted. "It just submerged." Mrs. Hofstadter from Sarasota, who had been asking increasingly specific questions about microplastics in tap water, clutched her commemorative water treatment plant tote bag. "I saw it too." She hadn't, of course, but Mrs. Hofstadter had spent 47 years married to a pathological liar and had developed the ability to back up falsehoods with Oscar-worthy conviction. Phil's face contorted in professional anguish. That's impossible. Our screening systems..." "It was huge," added Gumbo, stretching his arms wide. "Like a dinosaur." The middle schoolers, sensing chaos, began screaming with delight. Their chaperone, a woman whose expression suggested she was mentally calculating the years until retirement, half-heartedly attempted to restore order while secretly hoping the alleged alligator might thin the herd of her most troublesome students. "Everyone stay calm." Phil's voice cracked. "I'll call maintenance. Please remain in this spot." As Phil powerwalked toward an emergency phone, Gumbo slipped away from the group, ducking through a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." The corridor beyond smelled of chlorine and bureaucratic despair. He consulted the rough map he'd sketched from Vanessa's notes, then headed left toward what should be the central control room. The hallway opened into a large, circular chamber with windows overlooking the treatment tanks. Computer stations ringed the perimeter, each monitoring different aspects of the purification process. A lone technician sat at the far end, his attention fixed on a phone game involving matching multicolored fish. Gumbo adopted his best official posture. "Annual security inspection," he announced, flashing an ID card too quickly to be read. Need to check your override authorization logs. The technician, whose name badge identified him as Daryl M., barely looked up. Third terminal from the right. Password is Waterworks 1234. Because security is our top priority, he added with dripping sarcasm, returning to his fish-matching game. Gumbo slid into the chair at the indicated terminal, wondering if all critical infrastructure was this easy to infiltrate, or if Florida just had a special talent for negligence. He navigated to the system logs, searching for the dates Vanessa had specified. The pattern emerged quickly once he knew what to look for. Every Tuesday and Thursday night for the past 6 months, someone had manually overridden the automated testing protocols for a specific set of contaminants. The system would flag dangerous levels. Then someone would enter an override code and manually adjust the readings before they were reported to state regulators. Well, hell, Gumbo muttered, pulling out his phone to photograph the screen. Finding everything you need, Inspector, came a voice that was decidedly not Daryl's. Gumbo turned to find himself facing a man whose dimensions suggested he consumed small vehicles for breakfast. His security uniform strained against muscles that had muscles, and his crew cut was so severe it appeared to be painted onto his skull. Just finishing up, Gumbo replied smoothly, slipping his phone into his pocket. Routine compliance check. Funny, said the human mountain, whose name tag read Bronson. I don't recall any inspections scheduled for today. That's the point of random inspections, Gumbo countered. They're random. Also funny, Bronson continued, his smile suggesting humor was a foreign concept he'd heard about but never experienced. How you came in with the public tour group instead of checking in at security. Efficiency. I wanted to see your visitor protocol in action. And the alligator sighting. Was that part of your inspection methodology? Comprehensive testing includes emergency response procedures. Behind Bronson, Gumbo could see Daryl slowly sliding beneath his desk, clearly understanding that workplace violence was imminent and wanting no part of it. Maybe, Bronson said, cracking knuckles that sounded like bubble wrap being stomped on, we should continue this discussion in the security office. I'd love to, Gumbo replied, but my supervisor is expecting these results immediately. He gestured vaguely at his watch. Government efficiency mandates. Bronson took a step forward, insisting. Gumbo sighed. Plan B it was then. Before we go, could you explain something I noticed in these logs? Every Tuesday and Thursday, someone's been falsifying water quality reports. Bronson's face didn't change expression, but his eyes flicked momentarily to the screen, confirming Gumbo's suspicions. You're making serious accusations, friend. Not accusations, Gumbo clarified. Observations. Like how the override code belongs to someone with administrator privileges. Someone high up. Bronson's jaw tightened. You should be careful what you... A shrill alarm suddenly blared through the facility, red lights flashing along the walls. Daryl emerged from under his desk like a startled prairie dog. What the hell? He squeaked. Bronson's radio crackled. Security. We have a situation at the main entrance. Multiple protesters have breached the perimeter. Bronson's attention wavered, giving Gumbo the opening he needed. You should probably handle that, Gumbo suggested. I'll wait right here. Bronson hesitated, torn between duties, before pointing a finger the size of a bratwurst at Gumbo. Don't move. The moment Bronson disappeared through the door, Gumbo turned to Daryl. There aren't actually any protesters, are there? Daryl shook his head. Mrs. Hofstadter convinced the entire tour group that alligators in the water supply were a government conspiracy. They're demanding to see the truth. God bless Florida, Gumbo muttered, turning back to the terminal to complete his download. Daryl fidgeted nervously. You're not really an inspector, are you? What gave it away? Inspectors usually don't sweat that much, or look like they expect to be shot. Fair assessment, Gumbo conceded. How long have you known about the overrides? Daryl's shoulders slumped. Few months. But man, I need this job. I got 3 kids, and an iguana with expensive dietary needs. The iguana or the kids? Both. Mostly the iguana. He only eats organic kale, massaged by virgin hands. Gumbo finished copying the logs. Who's been making these changes? Above my pay grade, Daryl said, glancing nervously at the door. But the authorization code belongs to Director Whitfield. He comes in late sometimes with that Pike dude from Aquasil Industries. Landon Pike. Yeah, that's him. Creepy guy. Always talking to his pet rodent thing he carries around. The pieces clicked together in Gumbo's mind. Maxwell's water filtration technology would have exposed the contamination that Pike and the city officials were hiding. If Tampa's water supply was compromised, the scandal would destroy careers and fortunes, plenty of motive for murder. Daryl, Gumbo said, standing up, you never saw me. Saw who? Daryl replied, already back to his fish game. But whoever you aren't, you should know there's a maintenance exit through the chlorine storage room. Not that I'm suggesting anything. Gumbo nodded gratefully and headed for the indicated door, but paused. Why are you helping me? Daryl didn't look up from his game. My kid got sick last year. Doctors couldn't figure it out. Then I started bringing bottled water from outside Tampa Bay. She got better in 2 weeks. He finally met Gumbo's gaze. Do what you gotta do, man. The chlorine storage room was a maze of tanks and pipes, the air so heavily chemical it made Gumbo's eyes water. He navigated through the labyrinth, following exit signs toward the maintenance door. Behind him, he could hear Bronson's voice echoing through the facility. Check every room. Nobody leaves until we find him. The exit door appeared ahead, a gleaming portal to freedom. Gumbo pushed the release bar, flinging it open, only to find himself facing a concrete canal filled with churning, partially treated water. Beyond the canal lay a chain-link fence and sweet freedom. There he is. Bronson's voice boomed from behind. Gumbo looked at the swirling, chemical-laden water, then back at the advancing security team. With a resigned sigh that contained at least 17 profanities, he clutched his phone protectively and launched himself into the frothy current. The water hit like liquid ice, a cocktail of chemicals assaulting every sense. Gumbo surfaced, gasping, as Bronson and his team reached the edge. You crazy son of a bitch! Bronson yelled, almost admiringly. That water hasn't been fully treated. Tastes great. Gumbo shouted back, though great wasn't the adjective that came to mind, as he dog-paddled through what felt like liquefied pool supplies. Really refreshing. The current carried him toward a large outflow pipe. Bronson and his team followed along the walkway, unable to do much except watch, as Gumbo was swept toward what appeared to be a waterfall into another treatment stage. You might want to hold your breath. Bronson called out with suspicious helpfulness. That's the aeration cascade. The what now? Gumbo's question was answered as the water plunged over a 6-foot concrete weir, carrying him into a churning basin designed to add oxygen to the water. He tumbled through the white water like a sock in a washing machine, eventually surfacing near a service ladder at the basin's edge. Sputtering and coughing, he hauled himself up the rungs, his clothes dripping chemicals that would probably give nearby plants interesting mutations. The evidence was safe, though. His waterproof phone case had earned its $15 price tag today. As Gumbo squeezed through a gap in the fence and limped toward the visitor parking lot, he reflected that this case had taken a definitive turn. He now had proof of water quality tampering, a connection to Landon Pike, and a possible motive for Maxwell's murder. He also smelled strongly of chemicals that would probably make airport security tackle him as a biological threat. But most importantly, He had confirmation that Maxwell's discovery wasn't just about more efficient water filtration. It was about exposing a public health crisis being actively covered up. As he reached his Jeep, Gumbo's phone rang. Cordelia's name flashed on the screen. "Tell me you found something," she said without preamble. "I found something," Gumbo confirmed, dripping onto his driver's seat. "And nearly became part of Tampa's water supply in the process." "That doesn't sound sanitary." "It wasn't," Gumbo agreed, peeling off his soaking shirt. "But neither is Tampa's water. And I think your husband died because he was going to expose that fact." "Then we need to talk," Cordelia said, her voice tense. "Immediately. And Gumbo, be careful. You're not the only one who's been digging around today." As Gumbo started the Jeep, he glanced in his rearview mirror to see Bronson emerging from the facility, talking urgently into a phone while staring directly at him. "Careful is my middle name," Gumbo lied, pulling out of the parking lot with enough speed to suggest it absolutely wasn't. "Your middle name is Danger," Cordelia countered with unexpected accuracy. "With stupidity as your confirmation name." "Harsh but fair," Gumbo admitted, checking his mirrors for pursuit as he merged onto the highway, his clothes still squishing with each movement. "Where are we meeting?" "The aquarium," Cordelia replied. "I have something to show you. Something I found in Maxwell's private collection." As Gumbo drove toward downtown Tampa, smelling strongly of industrial chlorine and poor life choices, he couldn't shake the feeling that the water treatment facility was just the surface of a much deeper conspiracy, one that had already claimed Maxwell's life and now had him firmly in its sights. Chapter 22. The sun beat down on Tampa with the relentless enthusiasm of a timeshare salesman who'd spotted a busload of retirees. Gumbo Malone slouched in his rented Chrysler, the air conditioning wheezing asthmatically as it fought Florida's natural state of tropical oppression. The car was parked across from Tampa City Hall, a gleaming monument to bureaucratic self-importance that looked like an architect had made it a corporate headquarters with a cruise ship. "Tell me again why we're stalking the mayor." Ellie's voice crackled through the speaker of Gumbo's phone, which was propped against an empty cup of Cuban coffee strong enough to dissolve dental work. "Because Mayor Franklin Poole has his fingers in more pies than a quality control inspector at a bakery," Gumbo replied, adjusting his binoculars. "And one of those pies is Aquapure Solutions." "The water treatment contractor?" "The very same. They've held the exclusive contract for Tampa's water treatment for 20 years, despite bidding higher than competitors for the last 3 contract renewals." "That's just normal corruption," Ellie sounded unimpressed. "This is Florida. Politicians taking kickbacks is like alligators in golf course ponds, expected and mysteriously tolerated." Gumbo watched as a black SUV with windows tinted beyond legal limits pulled up to the service entrance of City Hall. It stopped being normal corruption when Maxwell Blackwood's filtration technology threatened to make companies like Aquapure obsolete. His system would have detected contaminants they've been hiding for years. "And you think Mayor Poole had Maxwell killed over water quality reports?" "People have been murdered for less in Florida." Gumbo's attention sharpened as Mayor Poole emerged from the building's side door. "Though I suspect it's more about the $3 billion Aquapure stands to lose if anyone discovers they've been charging premium rates for substandard filtration." Mayor Franklin Poole cut an impressive figure in his tailored seersucker suit, his silver hair gleaming like a freshly polished yacht fitting. His campaign posters featured the slogan, "Keeping Tampa Pure," an irony that now struck Gumbo as having multiple layers. The mayor climbed into the waiting SUV, which immediately pulled away from the curb with the subtle urgency of someone who just shoplifted. "Target is on the move," Gumbo muttered, starting his car. "You've been watching too many spy movies," Ellie chided. "That's surprisingly difficult to do in this state. Florida's usually cast as anonymous tropical location or place where retired mobsters go to die." Following the mayor's SUV proved surprisingly easy. The vehicle moved through Tampa's streets with the entitlement of someone who knew all the traffic cameras would mysteriously malfunction if they caught him speeding. 15 minutes later, Gumbo found himself pulling into the parking lot of Pirate Pete's Putt-Putt Paradise, a miniature golf course that had seen better days, specifically days before the Reagan administration. "He's playing mini-golf?" Ellie asked incredulously when Gumbo updated her. "Either that, or he's meeting someone in a location so publicly bizarre that no one would think it suspicious." Gumbo watched as the mayor exited his vehicle and strode past a 16-foot fiberglass pirate whose eye patch had slipped to cover his nose. No security detail, either. Curiouser and curiouser. Gumbo gave the mayor a 3-minute head start, then paid his entry fee to a teenager whose facial piercings suggested a passionate relationship with refrigerator magnets. "Enjoy your putt-putt experience," the teenager droned with the enthusiasm of someone reciting their own obituary. "Clubs are to the left, balls are color-coded by difficulty, and if you see the raccoon family that lives in the shipwreck on hole 7, please don't feed them. They've developed a taste for human flesh." The course was mercifully deserted on a Tuesday afternoon, allowing Gumbo to follow the sounds of voices toward the back. He found cover behind an anatomically improbable mermaid whose paint job suggested she'd been the victim of a particularly vindictive seagull bombing campaign. Mayor Poole stood at the 18th hole, a complicated contraption where the ball had to navigate through the open mouth of a giant grouper, deep in conversation with none other than Landon Pike. Pike's capybara, Market Share, waddled around their feet, occasionally stopping to nibble on the artificial turf. "You assured me this would blow over," the mayor was saying, his public-speaking voice replaced with something significantly more reptilian. "Now I've got the EPA sending inquiries about our water quality reports." Pike leaned on his putter like a gentleman farmer on his walking stick. "Relax, Franklin. The EPA investigates thousands of water systems. They're underfunded and overwhelmed. By the time they get around to any serious testing, we'll have implemented enough minor improvements to muddy the waters, so to speak." "And Maxwell's research? You said his brother would sit on the patents." "Oscar's being cooperative. Grief makes people surprisingly malleable, especially when paired with large sums of money." Pike took a casual swing, sending his golf ball through the grouper's mouth and directly into the hole. "Hole in one. I've always had excellent aim." The mayor missed the subtle threat entirely. "What about the Krill woman? She's still missing." "Being handled," Pike replied with the casual dismissiveness of someone discussing an overdue library book rather than a missing person. "My sources tell me our mutual pie friend has been looking for her." "Malone? He's a nobody. Ex-corporate investigator with a drinking problem and a boat that keeps getting destroyed. Hardly a threat." Gumbo considered being offended, but decided professional ethics required him to prioritize eavesdropping over ego. Besides, the mayor wasn't entirely wrong about the boat situation. "Never underestimate a man with nothing to lose," Pike countered, watching as Market Share attempted to mate with a decorative plastic palm tree. "He's been meeting with Cordelia regularly." "The widow. She's nothing but a trophy wife with a convenient black widow reputation." The mayor missed his putt, the ball bouncing off the grouper's teeth. He cursed under his breath. "A trophy wife with an advanced degree in marine biology, who specialized in toxicology before she married Maxwell," Pike corrected. "She's playing our pie friend like a marlin on lightweight tackle." Gumbo felt his stomach drop. He'd verified Cordelia's background, or thought he had. Her LinkedIn profile listed her education as art history and interior design. He'd never thought to dig deeper. Rookie mistake. "What's her angle?" the mayor demanded. "Same as ours. Self-preservation." Pike took another shot, again landing it perfectly. Your next quarterly water quality report will show trace improvements. Just enough to satisfy cursory examination. Aquapure's contract renewal will proceed as planned in September. And the filtration technology? Maxwell's patents. Oscar has already sold me controlling interest. I'll release a watered-down version, if you'll forgive the pun, in about 5 years. Nothing that would detect the specific compounds we're concerned about. The mayor's posture relaxed slightly, and our arrangement continues as before. Your consulting position with Aquapure's parent company awaits you after your term ends. The usual compensation package, plus a few perks we can discuss privately. Gumbo had heard enough. He backed away carefully, only to step on what turned out to be a motion-activated sound pad that let out a booming pirate, ARRRRR, loud enough to startle a flock of ibises from a nearby tree. Pike's head snapped up. Security. The mayor shook his head. I don't bring security here. That's the whole point. Then we have company. Pike motioned to one of the black-suited men who'd been pretending to play golf 2 holes back. Find whoever that is. Gumbo abandoned all pretense of stealth and sprinted past the mermaid, ducking behind the volcano feature of hole 12. He could hear footsteps on the artificial turf behind him. The course had been designed with whimsy rather than strategic escape in mind, offering minimal cover and maximum exposure. The exit was still 50 yards away, across open ground, bordered by a decorative moat filled with green water of questionable origin. Behind him, Pike's security team was spreading out, cutting off the main paths. Inspiration struck as Gumbo spotted a maintenance shed near the 16th hole. He dashed toward it, yanking open the unlocked door and finding exactly what he hoped for, a golf cart with Pirate Pete's emblazoned on the side in peeling letters. The key was in the ignition because this was Florida, where vehicle security ranked somewhere between optional and quaint notion from more civilized regions. The electric motor hummed to life as Gumbo floored the accelerator, sending the cart lurching forward at what could generously be described as a brisk walking pace. He swerved around the shipwreck of hole 7, disturbing the infamous raccoon family, who expressed their displeasure by hissing and throwing half-eaten hot dogs at the cart. Pike's security team reacted with professional efficiency, one drawing a weapon while the other spoke urgently into his wrist. Neither had counted on Market Share, who, having been abandoned by his owner and spurned by the plastic palm tree, decided the golf cart looked like an exciting new friend. The capybara gave chase with surprising speed, cutting off one guard and tripping the other. Gumbo bumped and bounced through the course, destroying a windmill, flattening a papier-mâché treasure chest, and driving straight through the waterfall feature, which turned out to be tinted with blue food coloring that immediately stained his white linen shirt. He crashed through the exit gate, sending the pierced teenager diving for cover, and bounced into the parking lot, where he abandoned the cart and sprinted to his rental car. As he peeled out of the lot, he caught a glimpse of Pike and the mayor watching from the entrance, the former looking murderous, the latter looking like he'd need a change of seersucker pants. Gumbo's phone rang as he merged onto the highway. It was Cordelia. "Danny, darling," her voice purred through the speaker. "I have some interesting financial documents you might want to see. Records showing Maxwell was being paid to suppress his findings about water contamination. Are you free for dinner?" "Sure," Gumbo replied, heart still racing from his miniature golf escape. "But I think we need to talk about your background in marine toxicology first." The silence on the other end lasted 3 seconds, just long enough to confirm his suspicions. "I see you've been doing your homework," Cordelia finally said, her tone shifting subtly from purring cat to something more akin to a jaguar deciding whether you were prey. "That's what makes you so valuable, Danny. You're thorough." As Gumbo navigated toward the bridge to Tampa Bay, he pondered how many layers of deception he was still wading through, and whether, like the water supply Blackwood had been investigating, the truth had been contaminated beyond recovery. Chapter 23. The Tampa Bayside Hotel lounge was decorated in what Gumbo called Florida retirement chic, rattan furniture with seafoam cushions, palm frond ceiling fans spinning lazily overhead, and at least 17 different pelican-themed decorative items within eyeshot. A pianist in the corner murdered Margaritaville with the enthusiasm of someone who had played it 8,000 times and now harbored a personal vendetta against Jimmy Buffett. Gumbo nursed a rum concoction that the bartender had proudly introduced as a mangrove massacre. It tasted like sunscreen mixed with fruit punch and regret. "She played you like a discount ukulele," Vanessa Krill announced, sliding into the chair across from him. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and a fresh bruise bloomed beneath her left eye like a tropical storm on a weather map. "You look terrible," Gumbo observed. "Thanks. Nothing makes a girl feel special like pointing out she resembles roadkill in designer clothes." Vanessa flagged down a server. "Vodka martini. No vermouth. No olive. Just vodka in a fancy glass so I can pretend I have standards." Gumbo leaned forward. "Where have you been?" "After the alligator rodeo at Captain Crunch's." "Captain Chomps," Vanessa corrected with a weary sigh. The difference between a copyright infringement lawsuit and just another weird Florida business name. "I thought you'd been kidnapped." "Or worse." "Kidnapped would have been a vacation compared to where I've been." She accepted her martini from the server with the reverence of a pilgrim receiving a holy relic. "I've been gathering evidence. The kind that's going to make you question everything about your precious client." Gumbo's stomach clenched. "What are you talking about?" Vanessa reached into her oversized bag and extracted a manila envelope that had seen better days. "Possibly in the previous decade. Your Black Widow isn't as innocent as those artificially enhanced eyelashes suggest." She slid a stack of photographs across the table. The first showed Cordelia, dressed in black like a high-fashion cat burglar, punching a keycode into the security panel at Maxwell's research lab. The timestamp showed 11:42 p.m., the night before Maxwell's death. "Security footage?" Gumbo asked, shuffling through the images that showed Cordelia moving purposefully through the lab. "The supposedly missing footage. Turns out it wasn't missing, just relocated to a private server accessible only to certain executives." Vanessa's smile had all the warmth of an alligator eyeing a poodle. Like senior executive assistants with the right motivation. Gumbo studied the images, his blood running cooler than the air conditioning. "This doesn't prove she killed him." "Keep going, Sherlock Swamp." The next photo showed Cordelia at a laboratory station, carefully extracting something from a tank labeled Pterois volitans. "Lionfish," Gumbo muttered. "Gold star for the detective who can read Latin." "The next ones are my personal favorites." The subsequent images showed Cordelia expertly handling laboratory equipment, concentrating a liquid into what appeared to be a small vial. The final photo captured her slipping the vial into a pendant, the same distinctive necklace Gumbo had seen in Vanessa's framed photo. "That's my necklace she stole," Vanessa said, her voice edged with bitterness sharper than a sawgrass cut. "A gift from Maxwell. She took it the day before he died, claimed it was a family heirloom that I'd somehow acquired. Maxwell backed her, he always did, and made me return it. 24 hours later, he's dead from lionfish toxin delivered in a pendant that could release the poison with a simple twist." Gumbo felt like he'd been sucker-punched by reality, a sensation he'd grown uncomfortably familiar with since moving to Florida. "Why are you showing me this now? Why not go to the police?" Vanessa barked a laugh that caused several elderly tourists to glance nervously in their direction. "With what?" "Evidence I obtained by accessing secured servers I wasn't authorized to use. That's a one-way ticket to jumpsuit accommodations." She gulped her martini, then continued. "Besides, the cops are half in the pocket of the mayor, who's 3/4 in bed with Landon Pike's interests, who's entirely focused on burying Maxwell's water filtration technology. It's like a Russian nesting doll of corruption, but with more humidity and flamingo lawn ornaments. Gumbo ran a hand through his hair, which had grown increasingly wild during his time in Florida, as if adapting to local conditions. I need to confront her. My point exactly. Vanessa drained her glass. I'll be your witness. Your backup. Your guardian angel with broken wings and excessive emotional baggage. Where's the necklace now? She keeps it in her jewelry box. Twisted sense of trophy collection, if you ask me. Vanessa signaled for another martini. She's at her sister's restaurant tonight. Some political fundraiser disguised as a conservation event. Beautiful irony, considering they're raising money to save Tampa Bay while actively suppressing evidence that it's being poisoned. Gumbo's phone buzzed with a text from Cordelia. Missing you tonight. Politicians bore me. Rescue me by 9. He showed the message to Vanessa, whose expression darkened like the sky before a hurricane. God, she's good. Oscar-worthy. Emmy, Grammy, Tony, and a special award for outstanding achievement in manipulating gullible private investigators. Gumbo stood abruptly. We're going to that fundraiser. We. Vanessa arched an eyebrow. I wasn't invited, and showing up uninvited to fancy events is only acceptable behavior for Florida Man headlines. You're with me. Official investigation capacity. Gumbo tossed enough bills on the table to cover their drinks, plus a tip that the server would later describe as suspiciously generous. I'm not dressed for a fundraiser, Vanessa protested, gesturing at her modest blouse and pants. This is Florida, Gumbo replied. As long as you're wearing shoes and not actively wrestling a reptile, you're overdressed for half the establishments in this state. The Saving Our Seas fundraiser at Invasive Indulgences, Iris Blackwood's trendy restaurant, was peak Tampa social elite absurdity. Men in seersucker suits and women in designer sundresses mingled while sampling canapés made from lionfish, python, and other invasive species that Iris had rebranded as ecological conservation cuisine. A banner proclaimed, "Eat them before they eat everything else." Gumbo and Vanessa slipped in through the kitchen entrance, past a chef who was wrestling with what appeared to be an extremely reluctant iguana destined for the evening special. There she is, Vanessa hissed, nodding toward Cordelia. Even from across the room, Cordelia commanded attention. Her midnight blue dress shimmered like moonlight on water, and around her neck hung the pendant, an intricate silver design that seemed to catch and release light with each movement. The murder weapon, worn like a fashion statement, Vanessa muttered. That's confidence bordering on sociopathy. Cordelia spotted them, and her expression morphed from practiced charm to genuine surprise, then something more complicated, like someone rapidly calculating odds during a poker game. Danny, she exclaimed, gliding across the room. Her smile faltered momentarily at the sight of Vanessa. And Miss Krill. What an unexpected pleasure. We need to talk, Gumbo said quietly. Privately. Of course, but... Now, Vanessa interjected, her voice low but firm. Unless you prefer we discuss certain laboratory activities in front of the mayor and his environment committee. Something dangerous flashed in Cordelia's eyes, quick as heat lightning but just as unmistakable. She recovered instantly, the perfect hostess once more. The office upstairs is private. Follow me. As they moved through the crowd, Gumbo noticed Iris watching from behind the bar, her posture stiffening as she observed the unlikely trio heading toward the stairs. She whispered something to a server, who immediately disappeared through a service door. Cordelia's heels clicked rhythmically on the hardwood stairs, the sound like a metronome counting down to confrontation. The upstairs office was minimalist. A desk, chairs, and walls decorated with enlarged photographs of Florida marine life. Cordelia closed the door behind them. I assume you have questions about the security footage, she said calmly, as if discussing the weather rather than evidence of premeditated murder. Gumbo blinked. You knew. I knew someone accessed the server 3 days ago. Maxwell's security system sends alerts to my phone whenever sensitive files are viewed. She turned to Vanessa. You're getting sloppy, Vanessa. Using Maxwell's own credentials was particularly unimaginative. Vanessa's face flushed. Don't try to flip this. We have you on camera, extracting lionfish venom the night before Maxwell died. Yes, you do. Cordelia's admission hung in the air like humidity. I did extract lionfish venom in Maxwell's lab. I did place it in this pendant. She touched the necklace at her throat. What the footage doesn't show is why. Gumbo felt like he was watching a tennis match where the ball kept transforming mid-volley. Why don't you enlighten us? Cordelia's perfect composure cracked, just slightly. I was there to gather evidence that my husband was having an affair. I knew he'd given Vanessa a replica of my family pendant, a gift that had been in my family for generations. I needed proof for the divorce attorney. Liar, Vanessa hissed. That necklace was never yours. The original was mine. The copy Maxwell had made for you was just another sign of his obsession with controlling both of us. Cordelia's eyes narrowed. I didn't go there to extract venom to kill him. I went there because I knew you two were using the lab for your little rendezvous, and I wanted documentation. And the venom? Gumbo pressed. A coincidence. I knocked over a sample while planting a camera. Rather than leave evidence of my presence, I cleaned it up properly, as the safety protocols required. Vanessa laughed, a harsh sound in the otherwise quiet room. That's your story? You accidentally handled deadly toxins while coincidentally spying on your husband the night before he was murdered with that exact poison? You think I'm that stupid? Cordelia's voice remained level, but something dangerous lurked beneath. If I planned to murder my husband, would I create video evidence of myself handling the murder weapon? Would I wear the delivery device around my neck at public events? Give me some credit for intelligence. Before Gumbo could respond, the door swung open. Iris stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 men whose bulky physiques suggested their job descriptions involved words like neutralize and dispose. Everything all right up here? Iris asked pleasantly, though her eyes were cold as deep water. The mayor was asking after you, Cordelia. And I believe these 2 weren't actually invited to our little fundraiser. We were just having a private discussion about Maxwell's research, Cordelia replied smoothly. Ms. Krill has some insights about his water filtration technology that might interest the Conservation Committee. Iris's smile didn't falter, but something tightened around her eyes. Does she now? How fascinating. Perhaps we should all discuss this downstairs, where the mayor can join us. Gumbo noticed Vanessa's hand trembling slightly. The room suddenly felt smaller, as if the walls were slowly contracting. Actually, Gumbo said, we have what we need for now. We'll let Cordelia get back to her guests. Nonsense, Iris insisted, her voice honey over steel. I insist you stay. We're about to make a major announcement about a new initiative to clean Tampa's water supply. Your insights would be invaluable. The emphasis on the last word sent a chill down Gumbo's spine that had nothing to do with the aggressive air conditioning. He caught Cordelia's eye, and for a brief moment something unspoken passed between them, a warning perhaps or a plea. The pendant at Cordelia's throat seemed to pulse in the overhead light, like a living thing with its own heartbeat, its own secrets. Gumbo suddenly wasn't sure which woman to believe, the widow with the too perfect alibi or the assistant with the too convenient evidence. As they moved toward the door, the security of Gumbo's certainties crumbled like a sandcastle at high tide. In Florida's murky waters, he was learning, the most dangerous predators were rarely the ones with obvious teeth. Chapter 24. The cemetery at dawn looked like God's own real estate development gone to seed. Marble headstones jutted from the dewy grass like bad teeth in the mouth of eternity. Fog clung to the ground in wisps, as if the dead were exhaling their collective morning breath. Gumbo Malone stood at the wrought iron gates, watching Oscar Blackwood tend to a grave with the meticulous care usually reserved for bonsai trees or nuclear warheads. Nothing says, "Good morning," like watching a man trim grass around his dead brother's headstone, Gumbo muttered to himself, sipping from a travel mug filled with something that had begun its life as coffee but had evolved into a caffeinated tar capable of dissolving spoons. Oscar hadn't noticed him yet. Dressed in faded black pants and a shirt that looked like it had been ironed with a waffle maker, the cemetery caretaker hummed tunelessly as he worked. His wire-rimmed glasses caught the early morning light, giving him the appearance of a deranged owl with pruning shears. Gumbo checked his watch, a $20 special from a gas station that proudly proclaimed its water resistance to 3 feet, which was exactly 1 foot less than the depth at which Gumbo had accidentally tested it last month. 6:30. Early for a confrontation, but murderers rarely kept bankers' hours. "Oscar," Gumbo called out, closing the cemetery gate behind him with a melodramatic creak that would have made Vincent Price proud. "Sorry to interrupt your gardening, but we need to talk." Oscar Blackwood straightened up, his spine making an alarming series of pops that sounded like bubble wrap being tortured. "Mr. Malone, come to pay respects to my dear departed brother?" His voice had the peculiar quality of sounding both genteel and slightly unhinged, like a serial killer who'd gone to finishing school. "Actually, I'm here to talk about your miraculous talent for being in 2 places at once." Gumbo navigated the narrow path between graves, careful not to step on anyone's eternal resting place. Florida's soil was unstable enough without adding supernatural vengeance to the mix. Oscar's eyebrows formed a perfect circumflex. "I'm afraid I don't follow." "Sure you do. You've been following me for days." Gumbo reached into his weathered canvas messenger bag and pulled out a manila folder. "While you were supposedly attending a gravediggers convention in Pensacola, yes, I checked, that's a real thing, you were actually in Tampa visiting Landon Pike's office tower. The same Landon Pike who's been buying up your newly inherited patents like they're condos before a hurricane." Oscar's pruning shears snipped at the air reflexively. "Business meetings. Nothing sinister about intellectual property transactions." "I'd agree, except for the funny timing. You finalized the sale of Maxwell's water filtration technology patent exactly 17 hours after his death. Before his body was even cold. Before the police had even called you." Gumbo pulled out a document with a flourish that would have impressed a magician with carpal tunnel syndrome. "You signed the papers at 3:17 a.m. Either you're a remarkably efficient mourner, or you knew your brother was dead before anyone told you." A crow landed on Maxwell's elaborate headstone, cawing once as if providing punctuation to Gumbo's accusation. Oscar stared at it with the intensity of someone trying to telepathically communicate with avian life forms. "The death of a sibling is a complex emotional experience," Oscar said finally, his voice taking on the tone of a cut-rate meditation app. "Some process grief through productivity. And some kill their brothers for patents worth billions." Gumbo stepped closer, noting how Oscar's left eyelid had developed a twitch that made him look like he was perpetually winking at invisible conspirators. "I visited your cottage yesterday while you were out. Broke in, actually. Not my proudest moment, but murder investigations tend to play havoc with professional ethics." Oscar's face drained of color faster than a tourist with sunstroke. "You had no right." "Found you a little hobby room," Gumbo continued, ignoring the interruption. "Most people collect stamps or bottle caps. You collect research on lionfish venom extraction techniques. There's dedicated, and then there's I built a hidden laboratory behind my vintage casket collection, dedicated." The pruning shears dropped from Oscar's hand, landing with a dull thud beside an arrangement of plastic flowers that had faded to colors not found in nature. "I can explain," Oscar began, his voice climbing an octave with each word. "I'm sure you can. People who extract deadly neurotoxins in hidden rooms tend to be excellent explainers." Gumbo produced his phone, showing Oscar a series of photos. "These are from your trash. 5 pairs of puncture-resistant gloves. 3 empty vials with trace amounts of what I'm betting is concentrated lionfish venom. And a receipt for a custom aquarium delivery to your cottage 3 days before Maxwell died." The crow, apparently sensing the dramatic tension, chose that moment to hop closer, its beady eyes fixed on Oscar with judgmental intensity. "You don't understand," Oscar hissed, glancing nervously at a nearby crypt as if expecting reinforcements to emerge from the marble mausoleum. "Maxwell was going to destroy everything. By cleaning up Tampa's water supply? The monster. Do you have any idea what would happen if his technology went public?" Oscar's voice rose with evangelical fervor. "The entire water treatment industry would collapse overnight. Thousands of jobs lost. Billions in infrastructure rendered obsolete. Whereas now, people just keep drinking contaminants while you cash royalty checks." Gumbo nodded sagely. "Very altruistic of you." Oscar's face contorted through a series of expressions that suggested his emotional operating system was crashing. It wasn't just about money. Maxwell was a fool. He thought he could just announce his discovery and become a hero. He didn't understand the forces he was dealing with. Forces like Landon Pike, the mayor, your sister-in-law's homicidal sibling. Gumbo's eyes narrowed. Or all of the above. A muscle in Oscar's jaw twitched like a trapped insect. "We had a plan. Maxwell would license the technology gradually. Controlled implementation. Everyone would benefit eventually. Except Maxwell wanted to go public immediately. He was going to destroy everything." Oscar's voice echoed among the headstones, startling a pair of mourning doves into flight. "Do you know what happens when you expose decades of corporate negligence overnight? Chaos. Lawsuits. Panic. The entire Tampa water system would have been shut down within hours." Gumbo nodded slowly. "So you shut down your brother instead." Oscar's shoulders slumped with the weight of a confession not yet voiced, but hanging in the air like the morning fog. "I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to make him sick enough to delay the announcement. To buy us time. But you miscalculated the dose. Lionfish venom is unpredictable." Oscar's voice had dropped to a whisper. "And Maxwell had a previously undiagnosed heart condition." The crow, apparently satisfied with the confession, took flight with a raucous cry that sounded suspiciously like, "Guilty?" Gumbo watched it go, wondering if avian witnesses were admissible in Florida courts. Given the state's legal system, he wouldn't be surprised. "How did you get the venom into his system?" Gumbo asked, though he already suspected the answer. "The aquarium." Oscar's voice was barely audible now. "I modified one of his prize lionfish. Specialized delivery mechanism in its spines. All it needed was for him to reach into the tank during his daily maintenance routine. And then you framed Cordelia. That was Iris's idea." Oscar's eyes darted around the cemetery, as if expecting his sister-in-law's sister to materialize from behind a tombstone. "She arranged everything. The missing surveillance footage. The contaminated evidence. Even Vanessa's disappearance." Gumbo nodded, pieces falling into place like a jigsaw puzzle assembled by a tornado. "And you sold the patents to Landon Pike, who planned to release a revolutionary new water treatment system in a few years, coincidentally right after his company finished building treatment plants in 6 major cities." "They're still going to release it," Oscar said, a note of desperate pleading entering his voice. Just gradually. Responsibly. After everyone involved makes billions, and no one goes to jail for the existing contamination. Gumbo shook his head. Very tidy. Oscar straightened up, something hardening in his expression. You can't prove any of this. Actually, I can. Gumbo gestured toward Maxwell's headstone, where the crow had been perched. That little gadget stuck to your brother's marker? It's been recording our entire conversation. And before you get any ideas about pruning me into the next life, you should know that Detective Hastings and 2 officers are waiting just outside the gates. As if on cue, police radios crackled in the distance. Oscar's face crumpled like a retirement community during a sinkhole emergency. I never wanted anyone to die, he whispered. And yet here we are, Gumbo replied, having a heart-to-heart in a cemetery. If that's not Florida poetic justice, I don't know what is. The morning sun finally broke through the fog, casting long shadows from the headstones across the dewy grass. In the distance, Gumbo could hear the approaching footsteps of Detective Hastings, coming to collect another perpetrator in a state where crime often wore Hawaiian shirts and carried business cards. Just another day in paradise, where family reunions sometimes took place in graveyards, and the most dangerous predators weren't the ones with scales and teeth, but the ones with patents and profit margins. Chapter 25. Gumbo Malone's stilt house creaked in the pre-dawn breeze as he applied the finishing touches to what could either be considered a brilliant investigative strategy or an elaborate form of professional suicide. Ellie watched from the weathered deck chair, her expression hovering somewhere between admiration and preparing to call a psychiatric facility. You realize, she said, sipping coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon, that if this goes sideways, we'll have successfully gathered all our murder suspects in one convenient location. Like a buffet for disaster. That's the beauty of it. Gumbo taped the final fake patent document to the corkboard. When you're fishing for sharks, you don't catch them one by one. You chum the waters and see which one's hungry enough to bite first. The abandoned Marine Research Station at Pelican Point had the distinct honor of being both remote enough for a confrontation and dilapidated enough that no one would mind if it ended up with a few extra bullet holes. Once a bustling center for Florida marine science, it now primarily housed spiders who had evolved to subsist entirely on dust and broken dreams. Let's go through this one more time. Ellie ticked points off on her fingers. You've leaked information to 5 different suspects, claiming Maxwell's missing patent documents are hidden here. You've arranged for them all to arrive at slightly staggered intervals. And you've rigged the place with non-lethal surprises, Gumbo supplied. And hidden cameras. And a cooler of cocktails that may or may not be poisoned with a harmless but panic-inducing substance that mimics lionfish toxin symptoms. Right. Ellie nodded slowly. Totally normal Wednesday activities. In Florida, this barely qualifies as eccentric behavior. The call came 15 minutes later. Detective Linda Hastings, her voice conveying the unique exhaustion of someone who had been dealing with Florida's special brand of crime for too long. Malone, you better not be doing what I think you're doing. Good morning to you too, Linda. And what exactly do you think I'm doing? Creating a murder hornet's nest and poking it with a stick for fun and profit. Gumbo switched to speakerphone so Ellie could hear. I prefer to think of it as an efficient culmination of investigative techniques. My informant says you're setting up some kind of sting at the old Marine lab. Without police authorization. Without backup. Without a single functioning brain cell, apparently. Would it help if I said I've left detailed notes on my laptop, explaining exactly who killed Maxwell Blackwood and why? It would help if you didn't get yourself killed before those notes become relevant. Linda's sigh could have powered a small windmill. Stay put. I'm sending a patrol car. No time, Gumbo said, checking his watch. Oscar Blackwood should be arriving in approximately 20 minutes, followed by the others. If the police show up, everyone scatters and we're back to square one. God damn it, Gumbo. I promise to only get shot in non-essential areas. There's no such thing as a non-essential bullet wound. That's exactly what someone with essential bullet wounds would say. Gumbo ended the call before Linda could continue her rational assessment of his plan. Ready. Ellie hoisted her bag containing 3 cameras, a laptop, and what she described as enough technical surveillance equipment to make the NSA blush. As ready as anyone can be for orchestrated chaos, she replied. The Marine Research Station sat on a small spit of land, extending into Tampa Bay like an accusing finger. Its peeling blue paint had faded to the exact color of a summer sky reflected in a mud puddle. Inside, the air tasted of salt, abandonment, and possibilities. Gumbo positioned himself in what had once been a control room overlooking the main laboratory space, now mostly empty, except for the dusty remnants of scientific ambition and the corkboard prominently displaying the patent documents that were actually creative fiction with convincing-looking diagrams. First fish approaching the hook, Ellie whispered from her position at the surveillance laptop. Oscar Blackwood entered like a man expecting to be attacked by the furniture. His skeletal frame was draped in a black suit that appeared to have been tailored for someone with more physical substance. His eyes darted around the space, cataloging exits and potential weapons with the practiced skill of someone intimately familiar with both fear and its management. Punctual, Gumbo murmured. I respect that in a potential murderer. Oscar circled the room, eventually making his way to the corkboard. He examined the documents with the intensity of an art forgery expert, occasionally nodding or frowning. Then, apparently satisfied with what he saw, he took a seat at one of the dust-covered desks and waited. 7 minutes later, the metal door creaked open again. Landon Pike strode in with the unearned confidence of a mediocre man who had been told he was exceptional his entire life. His designer safari outfit suggested he thought he was entering actual wilderness rather than an abandoned building. Blackwood, Pike acknowledged with a curt nod. Didn't expect to see you here. Likewise, Oscar replied, his voice as dry as year-old crackers. I assume you received the same information I did. About Maxwell's missing patents being stored here? Yes. Pike's eyes narrowed. The question is, who sent that information? Before Oscar could respond, the door opened a third time. Vanessa Krill entered, her normally perfect appearance slightly disheveled, dark circles under her eyes suggesting recent distress. She froze upon seeing the 2 men. Well, she said after a moment of tense silence. This is awkward. Getting more so by the minute, came a fourth voice, as the mayor of Tampa waddled in, his expensive suit straining against the evidence of too many fundraiser dinners. He stopped short, his florid face registering surprise. What is this, a convention? More like a trap, said Cordelia Blackwood, appearing in the doorway behind him with the dramatic timing of someone who had planned her entrance. Unlike the others, she didn't seem surprised by the gathering. She looked glamorous despite the surroundings, like a diamond that had accidentally fallen into a junk drawer. From his vantage point, Gumbo watched the 5 suspects regard each other with expressions ranging from confusion to calculation. The air crackled with tension thick enough to spread on toast. Since we're all here, Gumbo called out, stepping into view, perhaps we should cut to the chase. 5 heads snapped in his direction. 5 expressions morphed from surprise to varying degrees of anger and alarm. What is this? The mayor demanded, his jowls quivering with indignation. This, Gumbo said, descending the metal stairs with deliberate steps, is what we in the detective business call a convergence of interests. You all came here thinking you'd find Maxwell's missing patent documents. Instead, you found each other. And me. Isn't that cozy? Ellie emerged from her hiding spot, laptop in hand. And we've been recording your reactions since you arrived. Very telling, all of them. This is outrageous, Pike sputtered. I was simply following up on information about stolen intellectual property, Gumbo suggested. Curious, since Maxwell's patents legally transferred to Oscar upon his death. Nothing was stolen, unless you're referring to something else. Oscar shifted uncomfortably in his chair. I was just protecting my inheritance by selling it to Pike's company before the body was cold. Gumbo turned to the table where he'd set up his props. I've prepared refreshments. Who'd like a drink? He uncovered a tray of vibrant blue cocktails, each garnished with a small plastic lionfish. They're called the Smoking Gun. Appropriate, don't you think? No one moved toward the drinks. No takers? That's interesting. Gumbo picked up a glass. Perhaps you're worried about what might be in them. Something like, say, concentrated lionfish toxin. The kind that killed Maxwell? Vanessa gasped audibly. The mayor took a step backward. Pike's face drained of color. That's absurd, the mayor stammered. Why would we think that? Because, Gumbo said, taking a small sip from his glass, one of you knows exactly how that poison works. One of you extracted it, concentrated it, and used it to murder Maxwell Blackwood. He set down his glass and walked around the table, studying each face. One of you knew about Maxwell's discovery regarding Tampa's water supply contamination. One of you stood to lose everything if that information went public. This is ridiculous, Pike snapped. You can't possibly prove it. Gumbo smiled. That's where you're wrong. You see, these drinks aren't poisoned with lionfish toxin, but they do contain a harmless substance that creates similar initial symptoms. Flushing, tingling lips, slight respiratory distress. Nothing dangerous, but uncomfortable enough to be convincing. He paused, letting his words sink in. And only the killer would recognize those symptoms for what they really aren't. The room fell silent. 5 pairs of eyes darted between each other and the glasses. So, Gumbo continued, I'll just wait to see who starts looking the most uncomfortable when they think they've been poisoned with their own weapon of choice. This is illegal, the mayor blustered. Entrapment. I'm not a cop, Gumbo reminded him. I'm a private investigator with a flair for the dramatic and questionable judgment, according to my therapist. Also, the drinks are just blue curacao and soda water. Completely harmless. Oscar suddenly lurched to his feet, pointing at his sister-in-law. It was Cordelia. She wanted Maxwell's money. Yet you're the one who's been selling his patents, Cordelia replied coolly. Rather convenient timing, wouldn't you say? Stop it, both of you, Vanessa interjected. This is getting us nowhere. The mayor had begun sweating profusely, dabbing at his forehead with a monogrammed handkerchief. Feeling all right, Mr. Mayor? Gumbo asked innocently. You look a bit flushed. It's hot in here, the mayor said defensively, tugging at his collar. And this is a waste of my time. Is it? Gumbo nodded to Ellie, who turned her laptop around to display a series of documents. Because we have records of your meetings with executives from Tampa Bay Consolidated Water in the weeks before Maxwell's death. The same company that would have been bankrupted by his filtration technology. The same company you own significant shares in through an offshore account. The mayor's complexion had progressed from flushed to alarmingly crimson. His breathing became shallow and rapid. I think, he gasped, clutching at his chest, I'm having a reaction to something. Interesting, Gumbo observed. Especially since I lied about putting anything in the drinks. Your symptoms are psychosomatic, triggered by guilt and fear. The mayor staggered backward, collapsing into a chair. I can't breathe. Just anxiety, Gumbo assured him. Though I imagine that's a familiar feeling for Maxwell in his final moments. You don't understand, the mayor wheezed. I didn't kill him. I knew about the contamination. I helped cover it up. For the good of the city. Do you know what would happen if people found out their water had been tainted for years? Lawsuits. Criminal charges. Voters with pitchforks? Ellie suggested. But I didn't kill him, the mayor insisted. I was negotiating. Offering him a position on the water board if he'd delay releasing his findings until we could implement solutions gradually. Then who did? Gumbo asked, looking around the room. The sudden crack of breaking glass interrupted the standoff. Iris Blackwood stood in a previously unnoticed side entrance, a syringe in her hand, her face contorted with rage. You idiots, she hissed. Every single one of you. Ah, Gumbo said calmly, as if he'd been expecting her all along. The final guest arrives. Perfect timing, Iris. We were just getting to the good part. The part where I explain how I orchestrated everything. Iris laughed, a sound entirely devoid of humor. Where I detail my brilliant plan to frame my pathetic sister, manipulate my greedy brother-in-law, and profit from both the cover-up and the eventual discovery of the contamination with a conveniently timed solution. That's the one, Gumbo confirmed. Though I was hoping you'd leave out the air quotes and maniacal laughter. It's a bit on the nose. From outside came the unmistakable sound of police sirens approaching. That would be Detective Hastings, Gumbo informed her. Apparently, she doesn't trust my promise about non-essential bullet wounds. Iris's grip tightened on the syringe. It doesn't matter. None of you will be able to testify if you're all dead from the same poison that killed Maxwell. About that, Ellie said, tapping something on her laptop. We've been live streaming this entire conversation to the police. So even if you manage to poison everyone here, you've already confessed to an audience of Tampa's finest. Iris's face contorted with fury and desperation. She lunged toward Cordelia, syringe raised. Only to be tackled by Oscar Blackwood with surprising agility for a man who looked like he subsisted entirely on grief and cemetery air. That's for my brother, he grunted as they crashed to the floor. As police officers poured into the building, Gumbo exchanged a satisfied glance with Ellie. Not bad for a Wednesday, he remarked. Just another day in paradise, she agreed, closing her laptop with a decisive click. Chapter 26. The sun beat down on Tampa Bay with the relentless intensity of a debt collector at a deadbeat's doorstep. Gumbo Malone squinted through his windshield at Iris Blackwood's restaurant, Invasive Flavors, where the parking lot shimmered with heat waves rising from the asphalt like ghostly dancers. The garish neon sign featured a lionfish wearing a chef's hat, a detail that now seemed less quirky and more damning given recent revelations. You sure about this? Ellie's voice crackled through his cell phone. She was back at their makeshift office in Cedar Key, surrounded by financial documents and red-string conspiracy boards that would make a true crime podcaster weep with envy. As sure as alligators are dinosaurs, Gumbo replied, adjusting his Panama hat. A gift from Ellie after their third case, it had become his good luck charm. Though luck in his line of work typically meant only moderately injured rather than hospitalized. The financial trails all lead back to Iris, Ellie continued. 6 shell companies, 3 offshore accounts, and a suspiciously named LLC called Pufferfish Holdings. All connected to both the mayor's re-election campaign and Pike's technology acquisitions. And the kicker. Gumbo reached for his thermos of coffee strong enough to dissolve the spoon he'd accidentally left in it yesterday. Iris Blackwood wasn't always Iris Blackwood. She was Dr. Iris Kendrick, Ph.D. in marine toxicology from the University of Miami, specializing in lionfish venom extraction and concentration, Gumbo finished, memories clicking into place like tumblers in a lock. That framed diploma in her office bathroom. I knew it looked familiar. Changed her name 8 years ago. Convenient timing, right after that research scandal involving misappropriated university funds for unauthorized pharmaceutical applications. Gumbo took a long swig of his coffee, wincing as it stripped another layer from his esophagus. So Big Sister has been playing us like a carnival midway game. Question is, was Cordelia in on it? That, detective, is why they pay you the mediocre bucks. The call ended, and Gumbo sat staring at the restaurant. It was between lunch and dinner service, the perfect time to confront a murderous restaurateur with a penchant for exotic poisons and family betrayal. The interior of Invasive Flavors was dim and cool, a merciful respite from Florida's merciless sunshine. Mounted on the walls were stuffed specimens of Florida's most notorious invasive species: pythons, lionfish, wild boars, and one particularly unsettling iguana posed as if reading a tiny newspaper. A placard beneath it read, "Local Florida man finally reads something." "We're closed until 5, called a melodic voice from behind the bar. Iris emerged, wiping her hands on an apron emblazoned with the restaurant's motto, "If you can't beat 'em, eat 'em." Her copper hair, several shades darker than Cordelia's strawberry blonde, was pulled back in a severe bun that highlighted her sharp cheekbones and sharper eyes. "I'm not hungry," Gumbo replied, settling onto a bar stool. "Though I am curious about that special ingredient you use. The one that's not on the menu." Iris's smile remained fixed, but something flickered behind her eyes, a coldness that reminded Gumbo of sharks he'd seen while fishing. Dead eyes. Hunter's eyes. "You'll have to be more specific, Mr. Malone. We use over 40 invasive species in our cooking." She reached beneath the bar, ostensibly for a menu, though Gumbo noted how her hand lingered out of sight. "I'm thinking of something from your previous career, Dr. Kendrick. Something with a sting." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Iris slowly withdrew her hand, empty thankfully, and placed both palms flat on the bar. "My sister warned me you were thorough," she said, her voice now stripped of its honeyed warmth. "Though I'm curious how you made the connection." "Little things. The framed diploma in your bathroom when I used it during that fundraiser. The specialized aquarium equipment in your office. The fact that you correct people's pronunciation of scientific names without realizing it." Gumbo shrugged. "Plus, you keep actual poison dart frogs as pets, which seemed like a red flag even for Florida. They're just for show. Their toxicity comes from their diet in the wild." Her voice was clinical now, professorial. Exactly the kind of thing a toxicologist would know. Gumbo leaned forward. "Just like how to extract, concentrate, and preserve lionfish venom to make it lethal enough to kill Maxwell but look like a natural accident from his own aquarium. That's quite an accusation from a man who drinks rum for breakfast. Former hedge fund manager, current private investigator. My life choices speak for themselves." Gumbo waved dismissively. "But we're not here to discuss my functioning alcoholism. We're here to talk about how you orchestrated your brother-in-law's murder." Iris's laugh was as dry as a martini. "And why would I do that?" "Money, revenge, and water." Gumbo counted off on his fingers. "Maxwell's filtration technology would expose years of contamination that certain people, including Tampa's esteemed mayor, have worked very hard to cover up. The same mayor who approved your restaurant permits in record time, and whose re-election campaign received generous donations from Pufferfish Holdings." A flicker of something, respect perhaps, crossed Iris's face. "You've been busy. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're avoiding personal introspection." Gumbo adjusted his hat. The mayor and Landon Pike needed Maxwell gone before he went public with his findings. You needed revenge for the academic scandal that derailed your career. A scandal I'm betting involved Maxwell stealing your research. And everyone needed his patents, which conveniently went to his estranged brother after his death. Oscar was always the more reasonable sibling, Iris murmured, her fingers tracing patterns on the bar top. Easily persuaded. Easily compensated. So you framed Cordelia, knowing her history of suspicious husbands would make her the perfect suspect. My sister, Iris spat the word like a curse, has spent her entire life taking what should have been mine. My research grants. My academic recognition. Even Maxwell was mine first. We dated in graduate school before he met her. Behind Iris, a door opened. Cordelia stepped through, her face a mask of composure that couldn't quite hide the hurt in her eyes. I heard enough, Iris. I suspected, but hearing you say it. Iris whirled, her hand darting beneath the bar again. This time, it emerged with something metallic, a syringe filled with amber liquid. Always the dramatic entrance, Iris snarled. Always needing to be the center of attention. The lionfish venom, Gumbo noted calmly, though his heart was hammering. I'm guessing that's not approved by the health department for food preparation. It's amazing how quickly it works, Iris said, her eyes never leaving Cordelia. Maxwell barely had time to realize what happened. One moment complaining about his tea tasting strange, the next clutching his chest as his nervous system collapsed. Cordelia took a step forward. You were my sister. My only family after our parents died. And you were my curse. Iris's composure fractured. Everything handed to you, because you were pretty and charming and could manipulate men with a smile. While I worked and studied and earned every scrap of recognition. I never knew you felt that way, Cordelia whispered. Of course not. You never noticed anyone but yourself. Gumbo watched the syringe in Iris's hand, calculating distances and angles. The mayor's turning on you, Iris. Pike too. They're scrambling to save themselves, making deals with the prosecutor as we speak. They wouldn't dare. I have insurance, documents, recordings. Enough to sink their careers, their freedom. That evidence in your office safe. Behind the lionfish painting? Gumbo tilted his head. Currently being catalogued by Detective Hastings with a search warrant. You should pick less obvious hiding spots. A marine biologist with a lionfish obsession, hiding things behind a lionfish painting, is like a criminal mastermind with a volcano lair. Bit on the nose. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Iris's face. Her grip on the syringe tightened. It doesn't matter. None of it does. The water is still contaminated. People are still getting sick. And no one cares because waterfront property values and tourist dollars matter more than public health. I just wanted someone to pay for once. So you made Maxwell pay, Cordelia said quietly. The one person actually trying to fix the problem. He was going to take credit for my work. Again. The filtration technology was based on my research from 10 years ago that he claimed as his own. Gumbo slowly stood. Put down the syringe, Dr. Kendrick. Your career wasn't the only thing you lost in that scandal, was it? Your ability to practice medicine, your research licenses. Murder charges won't help your reinstatement case. For a moment, the only sound was the gentle bubbling of the tropical fish tanks lining the walls. Then with a guttural cry, Iris lunged, not at Gumbo but at Cordelia, syringe extended like a fencer's foil. What happened next occurred with the chaotic precision of a hurricane. Gumbo's hand closed around a heavy glass ashtray, decorative only, as Florida had banned indoor smoking years ago. It sailed through the air like a discus, striking Iris's wrist with an audible crack. The syringe clattered to the floor, rolling beneath the table. Cordelia stumbled backward into a display of invasive iguana jerky. And through the front door burst Detective Linda Hastings, followed by 2 uniformed officers, her timing impeccable as always. You're under arrest, Linda announced, leveling her weapon at the stunned Iris. For the murder of Maxwell Blackwood, conspiracy, evidence tampering, and, she glanced at the fallen syringe, possession of a prohibited biological toxin. Did I miss anything, Gumbo? Fraud, racketeering, and crimes against gastronomy, he replied, eyeing a nearby menu. Lionfish and peanut butter spring rolls cannot possibly be a legitimate culinary innovation. As the officers cuffed Iris, who had lapsed into a recitation of scientific names like a Latin rosary, Cordelia approached Gumbo. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. "You knew," she said softly. "You knew it was her, and you used me as bait." "I suspected." "There's a difference." Gumbo ran a hand through his hair. "And I didn't use you so much as failed to discourage your independent investigation. That distinction matters to you, does it? It helps me sleep at night. Along with the rum." A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "Thank you for believing in me. Not many would have given my history." Outside, they watched as Iris was placed in a police cruiser. In the distance, storm clouds gathered over Tampa Bay, promising relief from the heat and perhaps, Gumbo thought, a symbolic washing away of secrets long buried. "What happens now?" Cordelia asked, her voice small against the vastness of the approaching storm. "Now," Gumbo squared his shoulders, "now we go after the mayor, Pike, and anyone else who profited from poisoning Tampa's water. Your husband's technology gets released to the public. And you," he paused, studying her face, "you decide if you want justice or vengeance. They look similar at a distance, but they lead to very different destinations." Lightning flashed across the bay, illuminating the restaurant's sign, the lionfish in its chef's hat now seeming less whimsical and more like a warning. Florida's symbols always hid darker meanings beneath their gaudy exteriors, Gumbo reflected. Just like its mysteries. "I choose justice," Cordelia said finally. "And perhaps a fresh start." Thunder rumbled its approval as the first fat raindrops began to fall, sizzling against the hot pavement like tears on a burning photograph. Chapter 27. The sun descended over Tampa Bay with the reluctance of a corrupt politician leaving office, painting the water in shades of amber and blood orange that seemed, to Gumbo's increasingly paranoid mind, like an omen. Iris Blackwood's restaurant, invasive tastes, floated on repurposed oil drums at the end of a rickety pier, its neon sign featuring a cartoon lionfish wearing a chef's hat and an expression of alarming enthusiasm for a creature about to be served on a plate. Tonight was the restaurant's annual Save Our Bay fundraiser, where Tampa's elite paid $500 a plate to congratulate themselves on their environmental consciousness while dining on creatures that were destroying said environment. The irony was as thick as the python bisque being ladled into porcelain bowls shaped like Florida. Gumbo adjusted his bow tie, an accessory he'd acquired from a street vendor who assured him it was genuine fake Versace. The elastic band dug into his neck like a determined mongoose, but fashion sacrifices were necessary when infiltrating gatherings of Florida's upper crust. "You look like a penguin with anxiety issues," Ellie commented through his earpiece. She was parked in a pontoon boat 50 yards offshore, coordinating their improvised sting operation while pretending to be a sunset photography enthusiast. "Thanks for the confidence boost," Gumbo muttered, nodding politely to a woman wearing earrings fashioned from actual snook vertebrae. "Where's Linda?" "In position, by the kitchen. She's disguised as a server, carrying those horrifying iguana kebabs." Ellie's voice carried the distinctive sound of someone trying not to gag. "Did you know they marinate them in Mountain Dew? This state should be studied by anthropologists." Gumbo scanned the crowded dining area. The restaurant's interior resembled a deranged aquarium designer's fever dream. Chandeliers made from sawfish bills cast speckled light across tables fashioned from reclaimed lobster traps. The walls featured mounted specimens of Florida's most notorious invasive species, their glass eyes seeming to follow patrons with judgmental stares. At the center of it all stood Iris Blackwood, resplendent in a dress patterned with anatomically correct lionfish. Her smile contained the precise warmth-to-calculation ratio perfected by people who routinely separate others from large sums of money while making them feel privileged for the experience. Look who decided to join our little soiree, Iris called out, spotting Gumbo. Her voice carried the musical lilt of old money and expensive education layered over something harder. Daniel Malone, the private investigator who's been making such a nuisance of himself. Gumbo approached, weaving through Tampa's most influential citizens who were busy photographing their invasive species appetizers for social media. Just Gumbo is fine. Beautiful event you've put together. Isn't it? Iris gestured expansively. We're raising money to combat the very creatures we're consuming. Circle of life with a charitable tax deduction. Speaking of circles, Gumbo said, lowering his voice, I've been mapping an interesting one involving you, Mayor Treadwell, and Landon Pike. Quite the triangle. Iris's smile dimmed precisely 3 watts. I have no idea what you're implying. The mayor and Mr. Pike are merely generous supporters of our environmental initiatives. She signaled to a nearby server. Lionfish ceviche. It's to die for. Interesting choice of words, Gumbo replied, declining the offered appetizer. Considering your expertise in lionfish toxicology. University of Miami, class of '08, thesis on concentrated neurotoxin extraction methods. Quite the career change, moving from marine biology to restauranteering. The first genuine emotion crossed Iris's face, a flicker of something primitive and dangerous. My background gives me unique insights into which invasives make the best entrees. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to welcome the Commissioner of Water Management. As Iris glided away, Gumbo spotted Cordelia entering the restaurant. Unlike her sister's flamboyant attire, Cordelia wore a simple black dress that whispered rather than shouted money. Her eyes met Gumbo's across the room, a silent question hanging between them. Cordelia's here, he murmured for Ellie's benefit. Moving to phase 2. Copy that, Ellie responded. Linda's in position with the evidence. I've got Oscar's signed confession queued up on my tablet. Just get Iris to the private dining room. Gumbo intercepted Cordelia before she could reach her sister. Stick to the plan, he whispered. We need her confession. She killed Maxwell, Cordelia hissed, her composed exterior cracking slightly. She's been manipulating me for months, making me think I was losing my mind. I know. But we need her to admit it, to nail the mayor and Pike too. They're all going down tonight. The mayor himself approached, his handshake calibrated to the exact pressure that focus groups had deemed trustworthy yet firm. His smile had all the warmth of an alligator eyeing a small dog. Mr. Malone, heard you've been asking questions about our water treatment processes. Always happy to talk transparency in government. The mayor's voice boomed with practiced sincerity that bounced off the taxidermied wildlife without leaving a dent. Actually, Gumbo replied, I was hoping to discuss Maxwell Blackwood's filtration technology patents. The ones that prove Tampa's water has been contaminated for years by industrial runoff from Pike Industries. The mayor's smile remained fixed while his eyes performed complex calculations involving plea bargains and offshore accounts. Perhaps we should discuss this somewhere private. Excellent suggestion, Gumbo agreed. The VIP dining room, in 10 minutes. Bring Ms. Blackwood, the restaurateur, not the widow. As the mayor retreated to make a frantic phone call, Gumbo felt Cordelia's hand grip his arm. She'll never confess, Cordelia whispered. Iris has been covering her tracks since we were children. She once convinced our parents that I was the one who released Dad's prize koi into the swimming pool where the chlorine killed them. She'd placed my fingerprints on the net while I was sleeping. Your sister's good, Gumbo admitted. But she's never faced the combined investigative powers of Malone and Hightower. Plus, we have an ace up our sleeve. What ace? You. 20 minutes later, the VIP room had transformed from an exclusive dining space into what Gumbo mentally labeled Confrontation Central. The mayor occupied one end of the reclaimed cypress table, looking like a man calculating which window offered the most dignified escape route. Landon Pike sat opposite, his capybara remarkably absent for the first time since Gumbo had met him. Iris stood at the head of the table, her expression suggesting mild annoyance at an unexpected health inspection rather than imminent arrest for murder and conspiracy. "This is highly irregular," she said, checking her watch. "I have a room full of donors, expecting me to auction off a paddleboard signed by Jimmy Buffett." "They'll wait," Gumbo said, closing the door. "We have something more interesting to discuss. Like how you extracted lionfish venom using equipment stolen from your brother-in-law's lab, administered it through his private aquarium filtration system, then framed your sister while simultaneously orchestrating a cover-up of Tampa's water contamination with the mayor and Pike. The mayor's complexion achieved a shade previously documented only in certain sunset phenomena. Pike's right eye developed a twitch that Gumbo found oddly satisfying. Iris merely laughed, the sound like ice cubes clinking in expensive crystal. "That's absurd. And unprovable." "Not according to your brother-in-law's hidden lab recordings," Gumbo bluffed, nodding to Linda, who had positioned herself by the door in her server disguise. "Or the testimony Oscar provided after we found his fingerprints on the aquarium maintenance records." "Oscar?" Iris's composure flickered. "That cemetery-dwelling hermit? He can barely operate his toaster oven." "He did seem technologically challenged," Gumbo agreed. "Which is why it was so interesting that someone used his credentials to access Maxwell's secure servers the night before the murder. Someone who knew Maxwell's patents would revert to Oscar, who could then be manipulated into selling them to Pike Industries." The mayor cleared his throat. "I think there's been a misunderstanding." "Save it for your arraignment, Treadwell," Linda interrupted, dropping her server persona. "We have the water quality reports you falsified and the offshore payments from Pike's shell companies." Pike's eye twitch accelerated to strobe light frequency. "My attorneys will—" "Your attorneys will be busy with their own indictments," Gumbo cut in. "The FBI is quite interested in your creative environmental compliance history." Throughout this exchange, Iris maintained remarkable composure, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her lionfish pattern dress. Only someone watching closely, as Gumbo was, would notice her index finger tapping a precise 3-beat rhythm on the table edge, a tell he'd observed during their previous encounters. "You're forgetting the most important element of any prosecution," Iris said finally. "Evidence. Real evidence, not bluffs and accusations." "That's where I come in, isn't it?" Cordelia's voice came from the doorway as she entered, holding a flash drive. "Maxwell sent me this the day he died. I didn't understand its significance until recently." Iris's expression changed so subtly most would miss it, but Gumbo saw the microsecond of genuine shock before her features reassembled into skepticism. "Cordelia, darling." Always with the dramatic entrances. Iris's voice remained steady, but her finger tapping had accelerated. "What exactly do you think you have there?" "Maxwell's complete findings on Tampa's water contamination. His filtration technology discovered carcinogenic compounds that have been systematically hidden for decades. Plus, some interesting security footage from his home system that his cloud backup preserved. Including you, dear sister, entering his study at precisely 11:42 p.m. the night he died." The mayor half rose. "This meeting is over." "Sit down, Treadwell," Linda ordered. "Or I'll have officers detain you for obstruction." Iris's gaze locked with Cordelia's, a silent communication passing between them that spoke of a lifetime of competition and betrayal. Then, with the fluid grace of a predator, Iris reached into her clutch purse and withdrew a small case containing a syringe. "I always did underestimate your acting abilities, Cord," she said with something like admiration, backing toward her sister. "From childhood tantrums to grieving widow, you've always been convincing." Before anyone could react, Iris had grabbed Cordelia, pressing the syringe against her neck. This contains enough concentrated lionfish toxin to paralyze her respiratory system in 90 seconds. Back away from the door. Iris, Gumbo said, hands raised placatingly, think about what you're doing. I've thought about everything I've done, Iris replied, her voice eerily calm. Every calculation, every contingency. Maxwell was going to destroy everything with his self-righteous crusade. Do you know what happens to property values when people discover their water causes cancer? To tourist dollars? To restaurants like mine that depend on the illusion that Tampa Bay isn't a toxic soup. So you killed him to protect your investment portfolio. Gumbo kept his voice level, watching Linda slowly position herself for a potential intervention. I killed him because he was a hypocrite, Iris hissed, the veneer of sophistication cracking. His fortune came from the very industries that poisoned these waters. Then suddenly he develops a conscience when it's convenient. When he's already rich enough to weather the economic fallout. As she backed toward the emergency exit, half dragging Cordelia, something unexpected happened. Cordelia's hand shot up, grabbing Iris's wrist with surprising strength. You forgot who taught me self-defense after my first husband died, Cordelia said, twisting sharply. The syringe clattered to the floor as Linda lunged forward, tackling Iris with the efficiency of someone who'd spent years apprehending Florida's most creative criminals. They went down in a tangle of limbs and designer fabric, a lionfish sequin spinning away across the reclaimed wood floor like a lost scale. As Linda secured Iris with zip ties, the mayor made a desperate dash for the exit, only to collide with a server carrying a tray of invasive cane-toed legs. The resulting chaos provided enough distraction for Landon Pike to slip away, temporarily. Gumbo knew the FBI agents positioned at every exit would intercept him before he reached his exotic car collection. Gumbo helped Cordelia to her feet, noting with concern the red mark on her neck where the syringe had pressed. Are you okay? Cordelia straightened her dress with the dignity of someone who refused to be defined by circumstance. I will be. Once they're all held accountable. She glanced at her sister, now being read her rights by Linda. All of them. Outside, blue and red lights reflected off Tampa Bay's dark waters. The fundraiser guests stood in confused clusters on the dock as officers escorted the mayor to a waiting cruiser. Someone had tipped off the press, and cameras flashed like heat lightning before a summer storm. Some party, Officer Devereux commented, appearing beside Gumbo with a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Shame about the food going to waste. That python bisque was surprisingly not terrible. As the chaos unfolded around them, Gumbo noticed Cordelia standing alone at the pier's edge, silhouetted against the last embers of sunset. When he approached, she didn't turn. Was any of it real? He asked quietly. Between us? Cordelia continued staring across the water. Most of it. More than I expected. She finally turned to face him. Does that matter now? Before Gumbo could answer, his earpiece crackled with Ellie's voice. We got Pike trying to board his yacht. Also, there's a suspicious package on your boat with a Jacksonville postmark. Something about mermaids and lottery tickets. Gumbo smiled despite himself. In Florida, one case might end, but another always lurked just beneath the surface waiting to pull you under. Chapter 28. Sunset blazed across Tampa Bay like a 5-alarm fire in a paint factory, transforming the glass and steel skyline into a patchwork of orange reflection and deep shadow. Inside Iris's restaurant, Invasive Flavors, the mood matched the lighting, volatile, intense, and potentially explosive. Gumbo Malone stood 10 feet from where Iris Blackwood held her sister hostage, the syringe of lionfish toxin hovering near Cordelia's carotid artery. The restaurant's open kitchen design, once a charming feature allowing diners to watch invasive species become gourmet delicacies, now provided theater in the round for potential homicide. Everyone stay exactly where you are, Iris commanded, her voice carrying the precise diction of someone who'd practiced authority before needing to use it. This concentrated toxin will stop her heart in 90 seconds. No ambulance can reach us in time. That's MT-470, Gumbo said, recognizing the yellowish liquid. Developed at Maxwell's lab for pharmaceutical testing. You helped steal it, didn't you? Iris's eyebrows shot up briefly. A flicker of respect or annoyance, Gumbo couldn't tell which. My sister's investigator is more thorough than expected. But knowing the name of the poison won't save her. The mayor, a portly man whose campaign slogan, "Clean Water, Clean Government," now seemed like cosmic irony, tried inching toward the exit. Landon Pike grabbed his arm, hissing something about staying unified. Nobody's going anywhere, Gumbo announced, his voice carrying the calm certainty of a man who'd faced down Florida's finest lunatics. We're all going to have a little chat about Tampa's water supply and who's been poisoning it. You don't understand what you're meddling with, the mayor sputtered, his face flushing the same shade as the commemorative Tampa Bay Water Festival tie he wore. There are national security implications. National security, Gumbo repeated, rolling the phrase around like a bad oyster. Funny how that excuse appears whenever someone's caught with their hand in the cookie jar, or in this case, the water supply. Iris tightened her grip on her sister. You think this is about money? About patents? It's so much bigger. Oh, I know exactly how big it is, Gumbo said, stepping closer despite the danger. Maxwell discovered that the new microplastics filtration system was actually concentrating certain compounds. Compounds that originated from Pike Industries' dumping grounds upriver. Pike's composed tech mogul facade cracked. That's preposterous. We're an environmental leader. Your company dumped experimental petroleum derivatives for 15 years, Gumbo continued, his tone matter-of-fact. When Maxwell's water filtration technology detected it, you tried buying him off. When that failed, you enlisted the mayor to help suppress the findings. The restaurant's signature fish tank, filled with invasive species awaiting their culinary fate, bubbled ominously. A particularly aggressive lionfish seemed to be watching the proceedings with interest. And when Maxwell refused to be silenced, Gumbo continued, you needed him eliminated in a way that would discredit his findings and direct suspicion elsewhere. That's where I came in, Cordelia said suddenly, her voice steady despite the needle at her throat. The convenient black widow with a history of dead husbands. Iris's hand faltered slightly. Shut up, Cordelia. No, let's have truth hour, Cordelia insisted. I knew about Maxwell's affair with Vanessa. I went to his lab that night to collect evidence for a divorce. But I found something else instead, his research notes about the water contamination. Gumbo nodded, pieces clicking into place like a well-oiled revolver. But you didn't kill him, because you recognized the importance of his work. I was going to expose everything, Cordelia said, her eyes finding Gumbo's. But then Maxwell turned up dead, and suddenly I was the prime suspect. Such a convenient story, Iris snarled, pressing the needle closer to Cordelia's skin. Always the victim, never the villain. Says the woman holding a syringe of neurotoxin to her sister's neck, Gumbo observed. Behind them, a commotion broke out as Landon Pike made a desperate lunge for the kitchen door. His $500 loafers slipped on the polished concrete floor, sending him sprawling into a display of invasive plant garnishes. I had nothing to do with this, Pike shouted as he scrambled to his feet. The mayor approached me. It was all his idea. The mayor's face performed a remarkable transformation, from flushed to pallid. That's a damned lie. You came to me with documentation already prepared. And Iris provided the poison, Gumbo added, watching the mayor and Pike turn on each other like starved fire ants. The only remaining question is, who actually administered it? Iris's laugh was brittle as sun-bleached coral. You still don't get it, do you? Maxwell was never going to release his findings. He was negotiating with both sides. The government contracts were worth billions. But someone else had access to his private aquarium, Gumbo pressed. Someone who understood precisely how to harvest and concentrate lionfish venom. Oscar, Cordelia breathed, the name hanging in the air like humidity. Maxwell's devoted brother, Gumbo confirmed, who conveniently inherited all the patents, then immediately sold them to Pike Industries. He called me that night, Iris said, her voice suddenly distant. Said it was done. That we'd save Tampa from economic collapse when the truth about the water came out. The mayor seized on this confession. She's admitting to conspiracy. I was just trying to protect the city's reputation. By covering up toxic waste that's been poisoning your constituents for a decade. Gumbo asked, his disgust evident. That's some protection. You don't understand Florida politics, the mayor shot back. If people knew the truth about what's in their water, there'd be panic. Property values would collapse. Tourism would evaporate. And Pike Industries would face the largest environmental lawsuit in state history, Gumbo added. So you all conspired to silence Maxwell, Cordelia said, her voice steady despite the needle. And when that failed, you had him killed and framed me. Elegantly simple, really, Gumbo concluded. Oscar administers the poison. Iris provides the expertise, Pike buys the patents, and the mayor buries the evidence. And Cordelia goes to prison for murder, Iris finished, her hand trembling slightly. Except for one small problem, Gumbo said, reaching slowly into his jacket pocket. I found this in Oscar's cottage. He pulled out a USB drive, shaped like a seahorse. Maxwell's complete findings, Gumbo explained. With a timestamp proving they were backed up after his death. Oscar didn't destroy the evidence, he copied it. The revelation hit Iris like a rogue wave. Her grip on the syringe loosened just enough for Cordelia to twist away, sending the needle clattering across the polished concrete floor. It's over, Iris, Cordelia said, rubbing her neck where the needle had pressed. They're going to test the water. All of it. Through the restaurant's panoramic windows, blue lights flashed as police cars surrounded the building. Detective Linda Hastings's voice boomed through a megaphone, ordering everyone to remain inside. Iris slumped against the bar, suddenly looking older than her years. You don't understand what you've done. When people find out what's in their water, what it's doing to them. They deserve to know, Gumbo said simply. That's the thing about truth. It always surfaces eventually. As officers flooded the restaurant, Gumbo caught Cordelia's eye. In that moment, he saw something he hadn't before. Not innocence exactly, but a complexity he was only beginning to understand. Whether she was truly uninvolved, or just less guilty than the others, remained a question that would haunt him long after this case was closed. Outside, the last rays of sunset surrendered to dusk, and Tampa Bay turned from fire to mercury, reflecting a city whose foundations were about to be shaken to their core. Chapter 29. The Tampa courthouse hadn't seen this much excitement since that time in '98, when a defendant's emotional support python escaped during arraignment and was later found napping in the judge's chambers. Today's spectacle featured fewer reptiles, but significantly more felony charges. Gumbo Malone leaned against the polished mahogany railing of the gallery, watching as Iris Blackwood was led into the courtroom in handcuffs that matched her designer jumpsuit. Someone, probably her publicist, had convinced her that prison orange was passé, and she'd somehow finagled a custom slate blue number that would undoubtedly launch 1,000 think pieces about incarceration fashion. She still looks like she's about to announce the cocktail of the day, Gumbo muttered to Cordelia, who sat beside him, her posture perfect despite the past 72 hours of chaos. My sister has always believed presentation matters more than morality, Cordelia replied, her voice carrying that particular blend of exhaustion and relief that comes only after narrowly avoiding a lethal injection cocktail. She once had our grandfather's oxygen tank bedazzled for his 90th birthday, because the medical equipment clashed with his aura. Detective Linda Hastings slid into the bench behind them, leaning forward to whisper, "Mayor Grimbley just flipped. He's giving up everything on Landon Pike in exchange for a plea deal that'll have him out in time to collect his pension." "How generous of our justice system," Gumbo said, watching as Landon Pike was escorted in, looking significantly less cocky than when they'd last met. His bespoke suit had been replaced by standard-issue clothes, and without his usual hair product, his famous coif resembled a distressed sea anemone. "Pike's lawyers are already claiming he was overenthusiastic about shareholder value, rather than complicit in murder," Linda continued, her eye roll almost audible. "But the forensic accountants found enough offshore transfers to sink a cryptocurrency yacht." The proceedings began with the theatrical gravity that only Florida's legal system could muster. Judge Marietta Westbrook, famous for both her no-nonsense rulings and her collection of exotic bird-shaped gavels, called the court to order by banging what appeared to be a wooden pelican against the block. Iris, flanked by a legal team that constituted a significant percentage of Florida's highest-paid attorneys, maintained the serene smile of someone who still believed money could fix anything, even murder, environmental catastrophe, and the attempted framing of her own sister. "Look at her," Cordelia whispered. "She's already planning the true crime documentary where she's the misunderstood victim." The prosecution laid out the case with methodical precision. Exhibits A through Z detailed how Iris had masterminded the complex scheme, extracting lionfish toxin using her restaurant's kitchen as a lab, manipulating her brother-in-law's research to protect the mayor's water contamination cover-up, then framing Cordelia for the murder while simultaneously orchestrating the theft of Maxwell's patents through his emotionally pliable brother Oscar. "She was going to profit three ways," the prosecutor explained, pacing before the jury. "The mayor's payoff for burying the water contamination report, Landon Pike's payment for the patents, and control of her sister's inheritance once Cordelia was convicted." The evidence was damning. Surveillance footage showed Iris entering Maxwell's lab 2 hours before his death, wearing an impressively accurate Cordelia disguise. Financial records revealed payments from shell companies linked to both Pike and Mayor Grimbley. Most decisive was the syringe of lionfish toxin found in Iris's purse during the restaurant standoff, a custom blend that perfectly matched the toxicology report from Maxwell's autopsy. During a recess, Gumbo stepped outside for air that didn't smell of legal anxiety and expensive cologne. He found himself on the courthouse steps beside a familiar figure, Oscar Blackwood, Maxwell's brother, still dressed in the vintage funeral director's suit he insisted was business casual. "I should have known," Oscar said, his voice hollow. "Iris always brought me exotic teas when she visited the cemetery. Said they were mood enhancers. Turns out she was drugging me to be more compliant when signing those patent transfers." "She played everyone," Gumbo acknowledged. "Even Cordelia didn't realize how deep it went until the end." Oscar's pale fingers twisted the antique mourning ring he wore. Maxwell was trying to protect people. His water filtration technology would have exposed decades of contamination. The mayor, Pike's company, the waste management contractors, they all stood to lose billions in lawsuits and remediation costs. Inside, the court reconvened. Landon Pike's testimony was a masterclass in corporate deflection, blaming overzealous subordinates and miscommunication for what was clearly calculated corporate homicide. "Mr. Pike," Judge Westbrook interrupted, her pelican gavel twitching in her hand, "this court has heard enough about market forces and competitive necessity to last several lifetimes. Did you or did you not approve the payment to Ms. Blackwood for her brother-in-law's suppressed research?" Pike's eyes darted around like a trapped mullet. "I merely authorized exploration of intellectual property acquisition through appropriate channels." "That's a yes," the judge translated, making a note. When Mayor Grimbley took the stand, his famous charisma had deflated like a week-old parade balloon. He'd campaigned on Tampa's record clean water ratings, ratings that Maxwell's research had proven were fabricated through years of manipulated testing and strategic sampling. The contamination would have bankrupted the city, Grimbley insisted, jowls quivering. We were handling it gradually, implementing filtration improvements on a fiscally responsible timeline. While children were drinking neurotoxins, the prosecutor countered. Within acceptable EPA variance parameters, the mayor protested, as if regulatory loopholes constituted a moral defense. The afternoon dragged on with testimony from Vanessa Krill, Maxwell's assistant and mistress, who had narrowly escaped becoming collateral damage in Iris's scheme. She'd been kidnapped after the alligator incident and kept in a storage unit until Gumbo tracked her down using a clever ruse involving fake online reviews of Tampa's storage facilities. Maxwell discovered the contamination by accident, Vanessa explained, her voice steadier than her hands. His desalination technology was so efficient, it detected impurities previous methods missed. When he realized what was happening, he tried to approach the mayor privately before going public. And that's when the mayor contacted Landon Pike, Gumbo whispered to Cordelia. And Pike contacted my sister, Cordelia finished, her perfectly manicured nails digging into her palms. By late afternoon, the judge called another recess. The evidence was overwhelming, and plea negotiations were underway. Gumbo found Cordelia, standing by the courthouse fountain, watching the water with newfound suspicion. They're saying Maxwell's filtration technology will be implemented citywide within 6 months, Gumbo told her. The EPA is bringing in a special task force to oversee the transition. A bit late for Maxwell, Cordelia said softly. But not for the 2 million people who drink Tampa's water. Gumbo reached into his pocket and pulled out a small USB drive shaped like a seahorse. The final patent documents. The FBI made copies for their investigation, but the original belongs to you. Cordelia took it, her fingers brushing his. We make quite a team, don't we, Mr. Malone? We survived, at least, Gumbo replied, acutely aware of how close they were standing. Though I'm still not entirely sure how much you knew and when. Her smile was enigmatic as Tampa Bay itself. A lady needs her secrets, especially when surrounded by murderous family members and corrupt officials. Ah yes, the classic trust no one defense. Particularly effective when your sister is trying to frame you for your husband's murder. Speaking of trust, Cordelia said, her voice dropping to a confidential tone, I've been thinking about our professional relationship. Gumbo raised an eyebrow. Professional? Well, I'm no longer your client, now that the case is resolved. And you're no longer my investigator. Technical distinctions, Gumbo agreed, trying to ignore the way the setting sun caught in her hair. Which opens up possibilities, Cordelia continued, stepping closer. Perhaps dinner somewhere that doesn't involve courtrooms, evidence, or the threat of imminent arrest. Before Gumbo could respond, his phone buzzed with Ellie's custom ringtone. The theme from Jaws, which had seemed funny when they'd set it up, but now felt uncomfortably prophetic. Gumbo. Ellie's voice was breathless with excitement. We got the lease. The Tampa office is ours, and you won't believe the deal I negotiated. 3 years fixed, with an option to expand into the adjacent space. Gumbo felt caught between worlds, the case's resolution before him, embodied in Cordelia's knowing smile, and the future Ellie represented with its promise of legitimacy and partnership. That's fantastic news, he managed, aware of Cordelia's curious gaze. We should celebrate. Already planned, Ellie replied. Dinner at that ridiculous seafood place where the waiters dress like pirates, and the dessert menu is delivered by trained pelicans. 7 o'clock. Sounds perfect, Gumbo said, meeting Cordelia's eyes as he spoke. I'll see you there. He hung up and faced the woman who had been the center of Tampa's most bizarre murder case in recent memory. Duty calls, he explained, gesturing with his phone. Your partner, Cordelia nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. the former accountant with the rather intense coffee brewing techniques. Ellie, yes. We've leased an office in Tampa. Malone and Hightower Investigations is officially expanding. Cordelia stepped back, professional composure sliding back into place like a well-practiced mask. Well, Mr. Malone, it seems we both have new chapters beginning. Mine as a non-suspect widow with a water filtration technology empire, and yours as a legitimate multi-city detective agency. She extended her hand, and Gumbo took it, feeling the electric current of might-have-beens and almost was. If you ever need investigative services in Tampa, he offered, you know where to find us. I certainly do, Cordelia replied, her smile just cryptic enough to be intriguing. And Florida never lacks for mysteries needing resolution. As she walked away, heels clicking precisely on the courthouse tiles, Gumbo couldn't help but wonder how much of the case had played out exactly as Cordelia had intended. She'd lost a husband but gained his patents, exposed her sister's treachery before it could destroy her, and emerged not as a black widow but as a sympathetic victim with $1 billion technology. Sometimes, Gumbo reflected, the most perfect crimes weren't the ones that went unsolved, but the ones that resolved exactly as planned, with someone else taking the fall. He checked his watch. Just enough time to change before meeting Ellie. As he headed toward his car, he caught sight of old Scarback in the distance, the massive alligator somehow having made his way to the courthouse reflecting pool. The ancient reptile gazed impassively at Gumbo before slipping beneath the water's surface with barely a ripple. Even the alligators in Florida, it seemed, knew when to show up for the finale. Chapter 30. The Stilthouse boat rocked gently in the late afternoon tide, its freshly repaired floorboards gleaming with 3 coats of varnish that made the whole place smell like a bourbon distillery having a yard sale. Gumbo Malone sprawled in his deck chair, bare feet propped against the railing, watching a pelican dive-bomb the water with all the subtlety of a piano falling down an elevator shaft. Terrible technique, he muttered to the bird, which ignored him completely. You're scaring away more fish than you're catching. The pelican surfaced, water streaming from its pouch, and fixed Gumbo with a stare that suggested the bird was questioning his professional qualifications to critique avian fishing methods. 6 hours had passed since Commissioner Rourke's perp walk through a gauntlet of news cameras, his designer golf shirt sweat-soaked and his manicured hands cuffed behind his back. 5 hours since the mayor had begun frantically cooperating with federal agents, throwing former friends under metaphorical buses with the enthusiasm of a toddler in a pillow fight. 3 hours since old Scarback had intercepted Rourke's escape attempt, the 15-foot gator surfacing beside the speedboat with such perfect timing that even the most spiritually skeptical agent had muttered something about karma having teeth. Gumbo's phone vibrated against the arm of his chair, dancing perilously close to a sweating glass of rum that contained exactly 2 ice cubes and a questionable lime wedge he'd found at the back of his refrigerator. Malone, he answered, catching the phone before it committed suicide by drowning. We made the national news. Ellie's voice had that peculiar mix of professional satisfaction and personal vindication that Gumbo had come to recognize as her victory tone. CNN, MSNBC, Fox, they're all running the footage of Rourke trying to climb onto the roof of his own boat to escape an alligator. Please tell me they have the part where his pants caught on the antenna. In glorious high definition. They're calling it swamp justice. Gumbo grinned, watching a fleet of sailboats tacking across the bay, their white sails bright against the deepening blue of the afternoon sky. Any word on the environmental charges? The EPA is bringing the hammer down, Ellie replied, the sound of clicking keyboards in the background suggesting she was still at her command center, otherwise known as the back office of the Driftwood Cafe. The wetlands case alone carries enough federal violations to put our developer friends away until Florida is underwater. Which, given climate change projections, might actually not be that long. A bloated speedboat roared past Gumbo's stilt house, its wake causing his deck to bob like a massive fishing lure. 3 sunburned tourists waved enthusiastically from the vessel, mistaking his dilapidated home for some kind of authentic Florida tourist attraction. Gumbo raised his rum glass in reluctant salute. And the wildlife trafficking? That's where it gets interesting. Ellie's voice dropped into what Gumbo had mentally categorized as her forensic accountant discovers bodies tone. The feds found connections to smuggling operations in 7 countries. Rourke wasn't just importing exotic animals. He was funding an entire network that specialized in moving contraband through protected lands. Environmental crime as a smokescreen for everything from drug trafficking to antiquities theft. So our sleazy developer was actually a criminal mastermind in golf pants. I wouldn't go that far, Ellie laughed. More like an opportunistic jackass who discovered he could make more money breaking laws than following them. The genius part was using environmental violations as cover. Everyone was so focused on the obvious crimes that nobody looked deeper until we came along. Gumbo took a long swallow of rum, enjoying the burn. On the horizon, storm clouds were building, their dark underbellies promising the kind of theatrical afternoon thunderstorm that made Florida weather forecasters switch to their serious voices. Speaking of we, Ellie continued, I've been running some numbers. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Financial projections, Gumbo. For the agency. Malone and Hightower investigations cleared over $40,000 in our first case. Most of which went to boat repairs and medical bills, Gumbo noted, glancing at the fresh scar decorating his forearm, a souvenir from his brief partnership with a mangrove branch during their escape from Rourke's men. Even so, we've got referrals coming in. 3 potential clients called this morning alone. Gumbo raised his eyebrows. What kind of cases? 1 missing husband, who's probably in Key West with his pickleball instructor. 1 threatened exotic plant collector, who thinks his rivals are sabotaging his ghost orchids. And 1. Ellie paused for effect. Theme park case. Theme park. Apparently, someone's been tampering with the animatronic mermaids at Pirates Plunge Water Adventure. They're now making gestures that the park's lawyer described as anatomically impossible and morally questionable. Gumbo snorted rum through his nose, which was approximately as comfortable as gargling with hornets. Please tell me you accepted that one. Already scheduled a site visit for Monday. I figured we could extend our professional courtesy to the water slides afterwards. A companionable silence settled between them, interrupted only by the distant rumble of thunder and the sound of Ellie shuffling papers. Gumbo watched as the first fat raindrops began dimpling the water's surface, creating perfect concentric circles that overlapped and merged. You know, he said finally, we're going to need an office. I was thinking about that storefront next to the marina. The one with the unfortunate pelican mural. You mean Pelican's Revenge, when birds attack? The tourist trap that went out of business after that schoolteacher from Ohio got concussed by a falling ceiling fan. The very same. The rent's reasonable, and it has surprisingly good wiring for a building that survived 3 direct hurricane hits. Gumbo swirled the remnants of his rum, contemplating. The rain was falling steadily now, drumming on the roof of his stilt house with increasing insistence. You sure about this, Ellie? Partnering with an ex-corporate burnout who lives on a glorified raft and has more scars than sense. Absolutely not, she replied cheerfully. It's fiscally irresponsible, potentially dangerous, and guaranteed to involve more alligators than the average career choice. I'd be insane to say yes. But it's the most alive I've felt in years. Besides, her voice softened slightly, someone needs to keep you from drinking that bottom-shelf rum. It's practically furniture polish. Gumbo smiled, watching as a newspaper page tumbled across his deck, caught in the freshening wind. The headline flashed briefly before the paper sailed over the railing and into the bay. Florida man claims mermaids stole his lottery tickets. Speaking of questionable life choices, Ellie continued, there's one more call you should know about. Detective Hastings rang this morning. Linda. What did she want? Apparently, there's been a situation at Paradise Palms theme park. Something about missing performers from their mermaid show, and a maintenance worker claiming he saw the real thing in the filtration system. Lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the bay in stark white. In the distance, near where the freshwater spring bubbled into the saltwater marsh, something large and sinuous slipped beneath the surface. For a moment, Gumbo thought he saw a flash of scales that matched no fish he recognized, followed by what might have been but certainly wasn't, the flick of an iridescent tail. Mermaids, huh? Gumbo drained his glass. Well, I guess we'd better stock up on waterproof equipment. As if in answer, old Scarback surfaced briefly by the dock, his ancient eyes regarding Gumbo with what could almost be mistaken for amusement before sinking back into the depths. Malone and Hightower investigations, Gumbo said, testing the sound of it against the backdrop of falling rain. Has a certain ring to it. Better than Gumbo gets into trouble while Ellie does the actual work, she replied. Though that's probably more accurate. Here's to accuracy, Gumbo laughed, raising his empty glass to the storm. The end. Don't miss A1A Book 2 in the series. Tide Homicide, Book 3.